In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead. This
is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity house of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us on Aneke TV Business Outlook, coming to you live from Enugu. Today, we are tracking a pivotal section across domestic and international markets. On the Nigerian exchange, investors are navigating month-end portfolio rebalancing following a slight pullback, while fixed income yields remain attractive amidst steady foreign exchange conditions. Globally, rising crude volatility and missed corporate earnings continue to drive sentiment from Wall Street to Asia. We have all the numbers, the breakdown, and what it means for your portfolio. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equity market, where the Nigerian exchange turned softer during Wednesday's trading section as profit-taking swept through equity bourse, breaking recent upward momentum. Nigerian Exchange All-In Share Index ASI closed at 246,980.17 points, down 1,004.38 points. Market capitalization decreased by 648 billion naira to 159.34 trillion naira. Trading volume stood at 758.77 million shares. And in value, we saw 3.71 billion naira across 55,149 deals. And market breadth was negative, as we had 23 advancers versus 46 decliners, with 7 equities closing unchanged. Activities was heavily dominated by the banking sector, where FCMB Group emerged as the most active equity by volume, exchanging 92.44 million shares. First Holding Company PLC As of yesterday, led value creation, accounting for the single highest trading turnover on the day, following closely by Zenith Bank. Investors engaged in profit taking across mid to large cap financial and insurance tickers ahead of month-end adjustment and upcoming earnings releases. And quickly moving on to the top gainers, where we saw Lasco Assurance, yes, Lasco Assurance PLC closing at 2 naira 42 kobo, making a movement of a positive 10%. Coronation Infrastructural Fund yesterday closed equally in the positive as he made a bullish adjustment of 9.98% to close at 154 naira 30 kobo. NEM Insurance Company yesterday was equally in the positive as he made a positive adjustment of a bullish 9.97% to close at 34 naira 20 kobo. Sunu Assurance, yes, Sunu Assurance Nigeria yesterday closed 3 naira 91 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.83%. Prestige equally closed the trading book yesterday at 1 naira 50 kobo, making a bullish positive adjustment of 7.14%. And quickly, here are the top leggers for yesterday, where we saw Cornerstone Insurance leading this pack with a negative bearish dip of 10%. to close at 5 naira 40 kobo. Legend Internet PLC yesterday closed equally in the dip at 4 bearish adjustment of 10%. And then moving on, we saw the Initiative PLC yesterday closing in the dip of 30 naira, making a dip of a negative 9.91%. Guinea Insurance PLC yesterday equally in the dip closed the trading book at 83 kobo, making a dip of 9.78 negative adjustment. ABC Transport PLC yesterday closed its trading book at 5 naira 75 kobo, making a dip of a negative 9.45%. And quickly, here are the market outlook. Expect mixed trading dynamics today as institutional investors finalize month-end portfolio rebalancing, while short-term profit-taking may keep broader market indices under modest pressure. Bargain hunting opportunities in high-yield Tier 1 banking and consumer goods counters are expected to cushion downside risk as additional half-year financial reports roll in. And quickly, where the Nigerian Naira maintained relative stability across key market segments, supported by steady foreign exchange interventions by the Central Bank of Nigeria, where we saw the Central Bank, balanced demand from corporate importers. At the official market, the Naira closed virtually flat against the US dollar at 1,366 Naira 71 kobo against the US dollar on the official window. And then through the intraday highs, we saw the market getting as high as 1,380 Naira 17 kobo and dipping to a low of 1,364 Naira 32 kobo against the US dollar. At the street market or the parallel market, the currency traded at a tight band of 1,390 Naira against the US dollar, and for buying, and then for selling, we saw it at 1,400 Naira against the dollar, keeping the official to parallel market premium narrow at under 2%. And quickly bring on foreign exchange, where we saw the turnover at the official window saw moderate trading activity as liquidity from export proceeds and portfolio inflows met routine demand from manufacturing and commercial end users. And speaking to the key forex drivers, we saw CBN intervention, which continued its periodic liquidity injection and guidance on the change operations via authorized dealer banks, which kept speculative pressure under control. Another key driver here is the policy stance. With the monetary policy rate standing at 26.5%, tight monetary conditions continue to support local currency, and discouraging aggressive local currency positioning. Then another factor here is the corporate demand. End of month commercial demand for import financing was adequately matched by supply, preventing sharp intraday volatility. And then quickly, to the market outlook for today. We're expecting the trade to, naira to trade within the range bound trajectory between 1,365 naira to 1,385 naira against the US dollar on the official window. Another factor we're looking at to determine the dynamics of the market today is the supply dynamics. Yes, where corporate demand adjustment, seen at month end may cause minor intraday fluctuation, but steady supply through authorized banks, dealers will cushion significant downside risk. And quickly moving on to the Brent crude performance at the energy market, where Brent crude oil prices experienced sharp bullish surge as at Wednesday. Intensifying geopolitical tension in the Middle East fueled acute supply concern across energy markets. The Brent crude futures jumped to a positive $6.16 to settle at on the London ICE futures exchange, breaking back above the key $90 psychological threshold. Looking at the key driver, we saw the steep rally was sparked by escalation in Middle East conflict zones, notably security threats against commercial tankers in crucial shipping corridors and regional airstrikes, raising fears of immediate logistical bottlenecks and fiscal supply disruptions. And as at this morning, Brent crude has taken a modest breather during early morning trading, consolidating after yesterday's significant rally. Brent crude is currently down approximately a negative 1.42% to trade near $89.45 per barrel. The pullback reflects brief profit taken by market participants alongside reports that commercial shipping and export flows continue to navigate alternative logistics channel, easing immediate panic-driven buying. And quickly to our market projection for today, where Brent crude is expected to trade, in heightened volatility band between 50 cents and $91.50 per barrel through today's trading session. The factors that we're looking at to determine the pace, direction, and the dynamics of the market today is geopolitical risk premium. Supply security will remain the dominant price driver. Any further escalation in shipping corridors, will continue to, create stress, which could quickly reignite buying momentum towards the $92 resistance level. Another factor here is the fundamentals and the demand. Why elevated geopolitical risk premium, provides a firm floor for crude. Macro demand concerns and profit taking after the recent price spikes are likely to cap aggressive runway against the prices in the short term. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll take a look at the Nigeria commodities market performance.
Before you step out, midday updates while you walk, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. You're still on the business outlook for today. We are speaking to the Nigerian commodities market performance. Nigeria's food market continues to experience mixed pricing dynamics. While broader headline food inflation has stabilized compared to earlier in the year, seasonal pre-harvest pressures and interstate freight costs continue to create distinct regional price differentials across key urban consumption hubs. The key, pressure drivers are that the transportation overheads and localized supply chain remain the primary drivers, of cross-regional price gaps, particularly for produce traveling from northern farm belts to southern terminals. And quickly moving on to take a look at the markets, within Enugu Abuja, and Lagos. Starting from the Enugu market, where we'll take a look at the new market in Enugu and the Ogbete main market. You know, Enugu and the broader southeast region continue to record higher retail price points for grain staples sourced from the north through, though cassava, derived products remain competitive. And taking a look at Gare, both the yellow or white of it, local production keep prices relatively unstable at 1,300 naira to 1,500 naira per pint rubber. And quickly taking a look at the price of 50 kg of rice, which averages 68,000 to 74,000 naira, reflecting added logistics and transit fees from northern distribution hubs. And beans and yam. Yes, the beans, trade higher at 1,500 to 1,800 naira per derika measure, while medium size average 3,200 naira to 3,800 naira. And quickly moving on to the Abuja market, taking a particular look at day market and the Tako market, or Wuse as well. Proximity to central and northern agricultural zone provides north-central hubs like Abuja with lower wholesale landing costs on grains and legumes. The 50 kg bag of rice trades at a lower band of 58,000 to 65,000 naira. While taking a look at beans, either the white and brown beans trade at 1,100 naira to 1,300 naira per derika, benefiting from direct supply lines from Niger and Benue axis. While taking a look at Gare, you see slightly elevated compared to southern processing zones, trading at 1,500 naira to 1,700 naira per paint container. And quickly taking a look at Lagos, speaking to my 12 and Alabarago in Lagos, the country's primary commercial port, being Lagos, enjoys heavy bulk liquidity, but intracity logistics costs elevate retail neighborhood prices. Starting with 50 kg bag of rice, it ranges from 60,000 naira for short grain to 72,000 naira for premium long grains. And taking a look at Gare, usually the Jebu Gare, trades more in Lagos. It sells for between 1,100 naira to 1,300 naira per paint bucket at major terminals like My 12. And quickly taking a look at perishables and vegetables, tomatoes and pepper, the baskets show signs of easing as seasonal harvest hit coastal markets, with tomatoes trading at 1,200 naira per kilogram on average official municipal trackers. And quickly giving a market projection, where staple commodity prices are expected to remain within current range-bound channels, though today's trading sections may be affected by a number of factors. Supply trends will play a significant role, as early wet season harvest, particularly for us, begin filtering into central markets over the coming weeks. Farm gate pressures should gradually ease. And interstate transports are watching diesel and transport costs closely, as any shift in haulage tariff will immediately pass through, to retail shelf, and the pricings will be in non-producing southern centers like Enugu and Lagos, paying greater premium on the price of these staple commodities. And quickly running along to take a look at the international market, where global equity markets traded with mixed divergence across major financial counters over the last 24 hours. Wall Street experienced a broad retreat as tech and financial equities faced profit-taking, while European markets display split performance anchored by energy gains in London. In Asia, markets stabilized with notable tech-led rebounds in Seoul and Tokyo. Now starting with the United States Wall Street, which experienced pullback. U.S. benchmark indices weighed down by tech sector valuation and adjustments, rates and caution and geopolitical energy disruption. S&P 500 dropped to 112.63 points, significantly losing a negative 1.50% to settle at 7,316.15 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 1,153.18 points to close at 51,594.14 points. And quickly moving on to take a look at Nasdaq Composite, which declined by 433.97 points to finish at 24,400 442.94 points. Now quickly taking a look at the market drivers here. Investors trimmed risk exposure following the Federal Reserve's decision to hold interest rates steady alongside a pullback in big tech and banking measures amid surging global crude prices. And quickly moving on to European markets, which was, London up. European indices closed mixed as energy giants protected the UK benchmark against broader continental softness. UK FTSE 100 rose to a positive 37.39 points to 10,908.41 points at closing, approaching all-time high territory following rallies in energy heavyweights BP and Shell. And moving on to Germany. Germany DAX 40 fell flat, slightly down, slipping a negative 0.1% to close at 25,460.48 points. And France CAC 40 shared a negative 0.60% to finish at 8,408.27 points. The CAC 40 is dragged down by declines in luxury retail tickers. And quickly moving on to the Asian market, which saw a tech rebound and China caution. Asian equities showed split narrative as of this morning as positive corporate in South Korea countered policy caution in mainland China. South Korea KOSPI rebounded a positive 1.52%, powered by a positive 5.28% surge in Samsung Electronics following strong quarterly financial updates. And Japan Nikkei 225 gained a positive 1.20% to trade near 62,325 points as bargain hunting in exporter and semiconductor stocks restored confidence. And moving on to China. Yes, Chinese Shanghai Composite slid a negative 0.37% to 3,814.14 points as market participants maintained caution ahead of mainland China's upcoming Politburo policy meeting. And on the global market outlook for today, we are seeing the investors focus, speaking to European and US cautious opening as trading market processes mega cap corporate earnings, speaking to reports that are featuring already and then taking a digest to central bank commentary. The key sentiments here is that volatility in crude oil benchmark and global bond yields will remain key catalysts for broad market sentiment through today's section. And quickly before we move, here is our market advice for especially our Nigerian investors. On equities, we urge you to don't panic, don't panic and move into quick sales. Look for quality dips. The local stock market, Nigerian exchange, dipped slightly, a negative 0.41% as of yesterday. So as investors lock in profit, the strategy is avoid chasing speculative stocks that spiked recently. Your focus should just be on solid tier 1 banks and high dividend consumer companies that drop to attractive prices during routine month-end sell-offs. And on fixed income, we are high yields with the central bank interest rate still holding at 26.5%. The strategy here is to lock in short-term capital into treasury bills, speaking to open market operation bills or money market funds. They offer predictable double-digit returns with virtually zero capital risk, while stock market volatility continues to play out. And on forex and inflation, we are urging you to take a look at the Naira, which is steady, but watch energy costs. The official forex market is holding relatively, stable near 1,366 Naira against the US dollar, keeping currency panic low for now. However, global Brent crude oil spiked back near $90 barrel. That's overnight to Middle East tension. So the strategy here is to expect stable foreign exchange rates in the near term, but prepare for potential pass-through inflation in transport and logistic costs if global energy prices remain elevated. And here is a quick reminder. While we give you final advice. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. Keep watching Aneke TV Market Outlook to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
right, good morning, sport lovers all over the world. How are you guys doing? It's a lovely Thursday morning right here on Aneke Sports on Aneke TV, and we are here once again to do what we know how to do best, to give you all the sports updates, not just concerning football, not just concerning tennis, not just concerning boxing, but when we call it sport, that is, we are spanning around the world of sport. We are not focusing on just on one particular sport that you know, which we are talking about football. We talk about all the other sporting activities as it comes to your way. We are talking about the Commonwealth game. We are talking about the transfers. We are talking about the pre-seasons, which has already started. And of course, you know, the main leagues are almost on their way. We are talking about 3 weeks from now. You are going to be seeing the Spanish La Liga, which will kick off earlier. Then, of course, on the 22th, the Premier League, the German Bundesliga will come up, the French League will come up, the Italian Serie A will come up. So all these we are going to bring to you worldwide, saying good morning.
And good morning to you, our wonderful viewers. I hope you had a wonderful night. Of course, it's a cozy morning here in Enugu. And everywhere you are, I just hope that you are guided. You are with your tea or coffee to start off the day. Wizzy, good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I know you are fine, so you don't need to. I just asked for asking sake to be polite.
Yeah, well, but you not ask me for my tea and coffee.
No, you don't need tea or coffee.
The weather is very cozy.
You need that bowl. It's a bowl you need.
So I'm the one that deserves to take a bowl.
Yeah, you need that bowl.
I don't need tea and coffee. Anyway, abo, funny enough, is also very good.
Yeah, very good for
the system.
Good for your system, not my system.
No, abo is medicinal now. It's herbal.
It's herbal. Oh, enjoy.
Those things, if it's properly, put together, of course we cannot scientifically prove that, this. But when these people get to sell it, you take the one that they will tell you to wash every dirt in your system. You take the other one. Sometimes it helps. At least I've taken it once or twice. When you're having a running stomach or when your body is not feeling quite alright, and just expel everything. So sometimes it's good, but sometimes when you take the wrong one that is not properly mixed, anything you see, you just take.
Well, today has started already, and we're going straight into the Commonwealth Games that was, that was going on, and we could say right now, yesterday and day before yesterday, it has been a raking of trophies and a raking of medals for the Australian side. They've had more than 100, more than 100 awards, I could say, more than 100 silvers.
They are not letting that team, the way they are going, that's why I say it might just be impossible to meet up with them, because the points difference, the medal difference that they are giving every other country is as if they were just too prepared for this tournament. You can see every other person, not even half of the medal they have gotten. The second place country, which is Canada, are not even halfway to what they have gotten, and they are not yet done. They are not. It's not like we have seen the end of the tournament. These people are just accumulating points, and I begin to wonder why in the competition is it that they were overly prepared. But of course, the other countries are also trying in their own bit. Canada is trying, England is trying, even our own Nigerian, people that are there, they are also trying. So we hope that this gap. I just want to see it's not looking like a competition that we are supposed to see. When you are topping me with in about 103 medals already, and I'm still on 30 something. That difference for me is just too much. So I want to be seeing something like maybe 103. The other person might probably be at 97. The third position will be at 80 something. Just closing the gap. But this time around, Australia has proven to the world in this Commonwealth game that they are ready. They are experts in this game. Of course, football is not their occupation. I can tell you that they are not good in football. So apart from that football, the rest things that they have been doing, the swimming, the javelin, the long, the 100 meter, every other sport that have become them, they are, always wanting to come out with either the gold medal or the silver medal or the bronze medal. So they are really doing well, but not to take anything from our team Nigeria, who is still sitting currently at 5th position with our bros. Now we are having 14 medals in total, and we just added some good medal yesterday. So it's an improvement for me, despite we are still in number 5. We were in number 4 earlier, then we moved backward, but attaining more medals. So we are in number 5 currently, and it's still something good having 7 gold medals there, 5 silver and 2 bronze. I know, and South Africa of course has also moved quite a number of positions. They are currently sitting at number 6 with 6 gold medal, 8 silver medal, and also 8 bronze medal. These 2 countries, talking about the African team, are really doing well, and it's something that we should be proud of as at now.
Yeah, we should be proud of them, looking at the medals and having England to just come to that position. Also, Australia has been sensational, having 103 medals, totaling of the medals they have actually won from the from the Commonwealth Games. You will see them also having 47 gold and 21 silver, then 35 bronze. This is so impressive.
Very, very impressive,
I would say. 2 bronze and 5 silver and 7 gold. It's coming together for the giant of Africa, and we are seeing this at the 6th of the Commonwealth Games. And it's something that you wanted to see something.
No, the gold medal is quite very important in this. If you take a look at England, who are sitting 3rd position, and Canada, who are sitting 2nd, you see that England has 56 total medals, and Canada has 39, but Canada is rated above them just because they have more gold medal. That's 14 against 12. So you can see that the gold medal accumulates more points for you, even compared to the silver and the bronze. So that's why Canada currently, it's not that Canada has more even medals than the English side, who have 56 against 39. Now, looking at the world record, you can see that the world record there was broken by Goodness Nwachukwu. She produced the performance of her lifetime to win gold in the women's F42-44 stroke F61 to 64 discus throw at the Commonwealth Games. It's funny to see that she broke her own record. It was not even someone's record. It was her own record that she broke, setting up this new record of 39.66 meters. This lady had to save the best for the last when she had to take the last throw to get this world record of 39.66 meters. Of course, coming out second there was the lady from Wales, talking about Fumi Oduwaye. This is a Nigerian name, but she's representing Wales. She came out 38.52 meter. Fumi Oduwaye. You can, of course, from the name, she's Nigerian. She's Nigerian. Then, of course, the 3rd person there is Brie Crone, who came out 36.00 meters. So imagine that Fumi had also represented Nigeria. We'll be having 2 Nigerian women, having to get this record, one winning the gold medal. So let's just say we have lost another silver medal that we could have gotten because she is representing Wales, not Nigeria. But at the end of the day, you see that we are doing very exceptionally well in this tournament, at least sitting at the 5th position. I know before this tournament comes to an end, we'll move upward, we'll attain more medals and, probably finish 4th or, if possible, 3rd.
Yeah, it's making sense for me, because when you are looking at Nigerians in the diaspora, what they do, how they perform, the kind of contributions they bring to the world of sports, and how they put themselves out there, it tells you that there could be more who are inside, who are hidden. Also, coming down to this side where we have to start going for hunt, I'm not sure they do that over there, because people willingly come because of the system. The system is well funded, and you are not going to be looking for anything while you are at what you do. So it's making a lot of sense for me, because we're still going to see some people who are going to go over to the UK, US, England, wherever they find themselves, and represent these countries. We're still going to see people like that, and we're still going to see people who would actually fix themselves into a moving system, because it's very good and it's more important to fix yourself in a moving system than to be stagnant yourself. But when you now find the light, you can now make a turn. That's actually what I see here. So she having to participate, join the host of his team, that's the host of her team, it tells you that is something that we're seeing, that it happens a lot of times. We've seen in football names like Michael Olise, Bukayo Saka, the rest of them joining other nations to play for them. Imagine the name is very obvious that this guy is Igbo, this guy is from Abia State.
From Abia State.
He's an Abia State boy.
England.
Representing England. Imagine that kind of vibe. I would use the word vibe because it's giving. I'm using the word vibe now. Now imagine having the names like Ubonna in Italy. You see these guys.
Balogun in US.
Folarin Balogun in US. You see,
if you go to the French side, you will see a lot of.
Of names, and they are not even looking at you. They are representing the country where they want to represent. So I'm like, okay, this is gonna work, but we're going to find other ways we can make it work more. So I feel that at the end of the day, we have to be very, very intentional with our side, like, you know, raising talents, supporting the talents, and bringing them up, putting them out on the world maps, using the mediums like Commonwealth Games, even though we are trying. Yeah. But you see, we can be first. We should not always think about being last. We should always think about, you know, being the first, succeeding, getting better at this. So it makes a lot of sense for me.
All right, that's coming from Mr. Good Hope himself. Now let's quickly move into the world of boxing, where we are having to see Alexander Usyk, who has made a statement concerning possible facing Deontay Wilder, you know, the American boxer. We have not been seeing Wilder for quite some time in the world of boxing, but Usyk has come out to speak about this man. He said he has been in the game in the last 10 years. He has been a top fighter, and, you know, he's a dangerous guy to face. You know, we are still in the world of boxing. You know, you saw the other day that Anthony Joshua had to defeat Petermbah, you know, for their title. You know, it was not more of a title fight, but it was just like a comeback fight. And now Usyk is also trying to promote a fight between him and Wilder. This guy has been, I can tell you, has been a boxer that, you know, has destroyed so many. Talking about Wilder, this American boxer is one of the heavyweight guys that you don't want to mess around with. So we are going to see, or probably going to see, if there's going to be a fight between these two. And we know Tyson Fury and, you know, Anthony Joshua is still coming up. We don't know the date yet; it's not yet fixed, but it might come up maybe next month or upper month, talking about September. But I know we are going to see a date for that fight. So Wilder, do you have anything to say concerning Wilder, who has been in the game?
It's not just a colossus in this. He's actually someone who you can go out with. It's the same way you consider Wilder, is the same way you consider Tyson Fury, just that Tyson Fury is quite matured and has been a champion a lot of times. Wilder, going by the name, I'm going to tell you, this guy is wild.
He goes wild.
You expect the unexpected when he is in the rings, when you guys are, you know, fighting together, or when you guys are opponents. I think he is really making it obvious that there's nothing right now that can bring down his passion to go into, you know, to take his game to the next level. So, you know, meeting Alexander Usyk tells you that it's not just going to be the normal fight. It's going to be an extreme, you know, game where we could even see blood.
Yeah, of course, bloodshed.
We could even see some bloodshed, but it's still sports, it's still game, and we're expecting the best to come out to still do what he knows best how to do.
Yeah, of course, that's talking about the world of boxing, and also moving on, talking about Formula One, where we are having to see.
Formula One. This story in Formula One.
There's a story there that is not what we the sport people would like to see.
It's not a good one. When I saw it, I was kind of, you know, considering a lot of things. Yeah. First of all, if they are going to be withdrawn, if they're going to call it a season just by mid-September, it's going to affect the competition. It's going to affect the participation. It's also going to affect the financial, you know, financial side of the game. It's not a good one, trying to end the season just by mid-September because of the tensions in Europe, you know, citing the issues around Abu Dhabi, that's the Middle East war that has been going on for a while now. I must tell you that it's not what someone would definitely think. But it's part of life, and I
think safety first, you know.
Yes, the thing is that the thing is safety first. But for me, I would always say that it's not just about safety, it's about also lives and also protecting the game. It's kind of like a protection. We want to protect the game. We want to make sure that we play our part. So, and it's good that they give this verdict so that when the time comes, They will not say, oh, nobody said it. They will know that it was said.
It will not be something that was on, like, came all of a sudden. You know,
Yeah.
they are just passing the verdict now for we and, you know, even the athletes to know that this season might come to an end.
And
If the tension continue, you know, it might not probably be good to allow the, you know, driving to continue, because you need people to come outside to support these people, to watch these people, and their safety matters. If they are not protected, anything can happen. So it will not be because of the Formula One, you know, driving competition that some life will have to be lost. So that's just a protective measure that is being taken. We are going into the world of transfer that's talking about football, where we are having to see a lot of transfers coming up, and we are not going to bring that to you right immediately. We are going to go for a quick short break. When we come back, we'll dive into the transfer. You know, we talked about Bradley Barcola yesterday. We were trying to talk about Barcola when, you know, of course, time went against us. So we have come today to give you the details of Barcola and, of course, other transfers and other rumors that we are having to see. Even Infantino is on the news today, so we are going to bring that to you. But first, don't go anywhere, stay with us. Let's go for a quick short break and we'll be right back.
morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief, short break. I know you are still there with us. It's still your favorite program, Aneke Sports, where we bring you all the updates concerning sports, and he's still right here on Aneke TV. Now, we were talking about Bradley Barcola of Paris Saint-Germain yesterday when time ran against us, and we want to just give you a little bit of the insights that we could not bring your way yesterday, talking about Barcola, the talented winger who is just 18 to 19 years, and he's being wanted by Liverpool Football Club, and there's a price that's being tagged on him or being pegged on him by Paris Saint-Germain. We are talking about the range of 140 million euros. This price was what we are trying to discuss yesterday, looking at Barcola, who has played for Olympique Lyon, coming to play for Paris Saint-Germain, having about 56 goals to his name and 20-something assists. I can tell you that price, we were trying to look at it yesterday, and is it what that kind of money, talk about a sum of 140 million euros. We are talking about 110 fixed. That one, there is nothing that is touching it. The other 40 that Liverpool are trying to offer will be talking about his performance, what the bonuses and the adds on, this will accumulate to about 140 to 150 million. So Mr. Goodop, I was asking yesterday, is this young man, is he worth 140 to 100? Because PSG started from 140. They said the price range is going to be between 140 to 180 million. Is he worth this price? Looking at other players, looking at what he has achieved, because it's what you have achieved that they are going to use to rate you. Looking at what he has achieved in Paris Saint-Germain, of course, he's a two-time Champions League winner. He has won the Copa de France and every other thing. But looking at his goal and assist, is he worth this amount of money?
Bradley Barcola, I would say, is an explosive winger and pace setter in the world of football. Basically, I would say also that there's no one in that side of football that that plays just by the left wing that we could say, talking about talent in the world, that we will not add top 5 talents, we'll add Bradley Barcola. Okay, let's say top 10. We have Bradley Barcola. Now, because in the words of a wise man, I will tell you that Desire Doué, Dembele, Mbappe, and many other names. We have Marcus, even Marcus Rashford too. Is on that that category. You have Luis Diaz. You still have you have Mateus Cunha. You have these names.
There are a lot of them.
A lot of them there, and you would have more and more names. Now, Barcola, for me, having that amount of money, or to have that amount of interest from Liverpool, where 40 million for the performance, 100 million, it's not bad. I would say it's just because football is all about the transfers. and the performance.
Yeah.
Performance leads to signing. Performance leads to, you know, the more interest.
Yep.
What are you doing? What are the qualities you bring to a team? Because your quality determines what the team would eventually get to, you know, perform with. And I'm telling you right now that Bradley Barcola is not a bad player. He is a wonderful player. Having him to link up with Liverpool is a good one.
Yeah.
But the problem is, Liverpool, are they going to steal? Are we seeing another transfer that would fail, just like you know, the transfers they did last season? I'm not saying they were not good last season, but I was just saying that they signed a lot of players.
They spent a
lot of money last season. Are we seeing another player who is going to come to Liverpool and he may not perform? Looking at the likes of Florian Wirtz, Florian Wirtz was good. He was good in Bayer Leverkusen. When he came to Liverpool, he struggled. Of course, players moving from state to state, from country to country, from league to league, you know, makes it interesting to still see that there are certain things you may not even take away, such as the delivery. Now, what I want to say basically is, are we seeing another Barcola? Are we seeing another, you know, transfer that would fail? Not in the light of failing, like failing.
As
no.
a player coming in and not getting.
I'm seeing it as.
Expectation.
Are you not sure that this guy, they want to spend this amount of money since he already has interest? The amount seems to be outrageous.
Yeah, because he has already picked interest in Liverpool.
He picked interest. I mean, people, this guy is not even, for me, 84 million, even 70 is okay.
Yeah.
So do you mean there's no player in this world that is, you know, the price tag is 70 million pounds?
Yeah, of course. There
that can perform at the level of Barcola? That's the question.
Look, there are so much. If you look, the last person that Barcelona has signed, you know, talking about Adeyemi was not even worth up to 80 million euros. And you could see, if you check the stats, you could see the number of goals Adeyemi has scored for Borussia Dortmund. Now, coming for Barcola and putting that price tag, I don't know if, you know, of course, you look at the age, let's say he's still very young. And if you check the age now, Barcola is probably 19. You know, going to 20, he still has a long way to go in football. So, but that price for me, it's too much. Are you not saying Barcola? We have seen some signings. We have seen Morgan Rogers. Barcola is not even Premier League tested or proven. You know, it's a different league coming to play for the Premier League. You're coming from, you know, the French league. The Premier League is more sophisticated. It's more intense. The gravity and every other thing there, it's. Someone in the Premier League was signed to another club in the Premier League, talking about Morgan Rogers, who is Premier League tested and proven, signed to Chelsea for 117 million. Are we now saying that Barcola is now a better player compared to this Morgan Rogers, who has been in the Premier League and is still very young? So for me, sometimes this price is looking so outrageous for me. If you are talking about Desire Due, who plays ahead of Barcola in that same wing, how much will you now talk about to get?
That's the point.
So
how much is
that Desire Due?
How much will you?
Are you not going to say Desire Due will be 190 because you'll be clocking 200 when you're talking about Due? So, or Kvaratskhelia, how much will you now put for Kvaratskhelia? You see that there are names that, you know, they are players, but at the end of the day, just inflate this price. I've seen that this season, clubs are inflating prices too much. That's why Manchester United have come out to, you know, just exclude themselves from that exorbitant kind of buying players when you know that sometimes they will not even deliver. We have seen it happen to Liverpool. You buy Florian Wirtz, Isaac from Newcastle above 100 million euros, and they struggled to even qualify for. If not, they were lucky to qualify for just the Champions League. That is the only, will I say, trophy that they got last season. They were not there when you talk about the Premier League, even trying to win. The race at the end of the day was between Manchester City and Arsenal, who had to, you know, at the end of the Arsenal had to take the, you know, competition. Then the Champions League, what was their performance? You know, they just played, will I say, just went there and, you know, there was nothing much from Liverpool. So, and you spent, in fact, Liverpool were one of the clubs that spent most, talking about the Premier League. Their signings last season was so much that they were part of the highest or the leading spenders. But nothing came out of it. Florian Wirtz struggled for almost the first 10 matches that they were now beginning to call him Ben 10 or whatever. Is it Ben 7 or Ben 10? That there was no goal, there was no assist, that In his first match, their first 10 matches, you could rarely see him getting an assist. You were seeing the contribution, but not for spending that kind of money and you have not even produced, at least a goal or two from your first 7 matches. So this time around, that's what Manchester United, they are taking caution in spending. Not that the money is not there, but they don't want to overspend and you are not bringing the results. It's not. I don't think this is the time to just, if you are so pressured, if you are talking about Tottenham now, who I can tell you that pressure is on them because of what happened to them last season, having to struggle to come out from the relegation zone. They were almost relegated. So you see that the pressure is mounted on Tottenham. Now they can spend that money to just get themselves back to the top 6 that we used to know them for, competing for the Champions League. Now they are not in the Champions League. So when I see them spending money for Tonali, spending money to get players for high value, I'll probably not have my eyes on them like that, because they need it. They need to spend that money. Getting the coach, they spend a lot of money. But looking at other clubs, Manchester United will not want to spend that kind of money, right? They're in the Champions League. They still have great players. You have the Mbeumo, who they signed last season. You have the Sesco. You have the Kuya. Now they brought in Tillemans. They brought in Andre Santos. So they are not. That's why maybe we are saying that they are taking away or snatching Manchester United players. They don't want to spend that kind of money that at the end of the day. Chelsea are also cautious. Who will say, okay, they are signing, the ones that are more experienced to bring the experience to the team, so that they will not spend too much money. They have bought Morgan Rogers. They've gotten Danny Welbeck. They have João Pedro there already. Of course, probably we will see Delap going on a loan, or maybe another club coming to. They've sold Garnacho. Now they are also trying. I don't know if Henderson D is already.
No, Henderson D is done.
Yes,
so
they done. Now they have gotten Henderson. But if you check the amount they have spent on about 3 to 4 players, you will see that it's not even up to probably 200 to 250 for the. Now Liverpool first signing 100. If they are going to go through this, they are about 150 million. Then what happens to? That's not the only problem Liverpool are facing now. They have not even talked about defense, where Konate has gone to Real Madrid. They are having just Van Dijk and the Kekes on this side, and Frimpong. They also need someone for Frimpong. They have renewed the Sobasila's contract. Yeah. So they have not talked about Salah's wing, where they have nobody there yet. They are talking about a wing where you have Gapo, you have Nganoma, and you are bringing in back 3 people. The strike, don't forget, Ekitike is injured. He might not probably start the season with Liverpool. The thing
about Liverpool,
huge money for me. I don't think that's the best.
The thing about Liverpool for me, I will tell you the truth, is Liverpool should actually, they are not doing bad, but it's just from a place of concern that they should go down and do an introspection of what happened to them last season. I would tell you, it was a sad time or sad memory to have Liverpool to mourn their player, talking about
Diogo Jota.
Yeah, Diogo Jota. In the accident. It was a sad time, losing that wonderful player. But it would also mean that there would be replacements. Life goes on.
Yeah.
It's not an insensitive statement, I would say. It's from the place of concern. Life goes on. That needs to be done will be done. So they needed to, put themselves together, know what happened. They are lacking names in the defense, legs.
Yeah.
They are lacking, legs. Salah is no longer in Liverpool.
He's not there.
Someone should fill that position.
I've not seen any news from Liverpool talking about Salah's position.
I don't know, maybe they are going. Of course, if you get Bakola can still play right wing.
It just be like using him where he's not supposed to play. That's what is happening at Real Madrid. When Mbappe came initially, he was supposed to be playing where Vinicius played. Then they just had to move him to 9. If you move Bakola to a wing, he's not good with his left foot. So if you move him to that right wing where Salah plays, how is he going to cut back? So what he will now be doing most of the time, will have to be only crossing, so that place will be so much. If you need a left footer for that wing, even where Rodrigo plays for Madrid, that Rodrigo is trying to balance both right and left. If you see Dembele, he uses both feet. There's no problem for Dembele. He's right, he's left-footed. But Bakola playing, even in Paris Saint-Germain, he cannot be used there because he does not know how to play from that side. So Liverpool's major problem is not even where they are going for right now. It's where they have not gone for. Salah is no more there. The Elliott that used to play a bit when Salah is not there, they loaned him. I'm not sure he's back to Liverpool. Now they're already having injury crisis. Gomez is injured already. So the midfield, they need to fortify. Endo has gone. Endo has gone to Atletico Madrid. They have no McAllister that they are talking about. Probably will be sold because they have already placed a price on him, about 22 to 30 million euros. So you see that Liverpool squad, they need a lot, and they are going for where we can say they even have options. They still have Gapu. They still have the young one from the academy in Ganoma. So you are still going for that kind of exorbitant price. You have not even talked about strike, where you are just having Isak, who is also recovering from injury. The Ekitike is not there yet because his own injury is still long term. So you are not going to see him starting the season. And of course, they have not talked about their defense. So if you are going to be spending money on about 140 to 150 on Bakola for one position where you still have many, I wonder at the end of the day how much you are going to spend. I don't know if they have that kind of money to spend. You should be budgeting about 400 million upwards to spend, to get players. So good luck to Liverpool if they will be able to, finance their spendings this season. Then moving forward, you are having Manchester City, who are also going for the young Moroccan player, talking about the defensive midfielder. That's if Rodri deals, progresses, talking about Rodri moving to Real Madrid. If it goes forward, we're having Manchester City going for Ayub Boadi, the Moroccan talent. Yeah. This guy was very instrumental for Morocco in this concluded World Cup.
Boadi, very young and athletic. He possesses the pace. He really knows this game.
Very calm. You think this boy is up to 25. No. He's not even, just 18 years. Very, very calm. 18 years young.
You see, like I said earlier, football has moved from that place where you have older guys playing. It's older guys that will be bringing the heat. It's just young people now. Looking at the Spanish team, looking at someone like Pau Kubasi at the back. But he defended till the last World Cup match. Yeah. It's telling you the quality that this guy is bringing. That it's not about age again. It's actually about the quality. And it's making a lot of sense. Really, really, really interesting to have someone like him, to show up and do what he knows best.
And this is a Manchester City that I can tell you they have a great squad already.
No, Manchester City has a great
squad.
If
I will say a complete squad. Now, you see their own kind of spending. They are not so much putting that big money. Boabina is about, will I say, close to 100 million. That's what Lille has come out to put. Manchester City, of course, have not, placed any official bid, but they are very interested in him. But at the end of the day, you see that they have, budgeted their spending this season. They have the guys. They are just letting go of some that probably are not too instrumental today. You have seen Bernardo Silva going, to Real Madrid. You have seen that the guy that plays in the wing, talking about Savinho, is being rumored to, wanting to leave because he does not get enough playing time. You see that they can do without this guy. They still have great names in their squad. Phil Foden is still there, to play on the right side. You still have the Haaland. You still have Mamouche. This guy still has Checky. So this guy are just taking, if Rodri should leave, it's not that Rodri has gone. They are just checking for someone that can replace him, making that good move that we are seeing. The goalkeeper that they are also going for, they are going for one Argentina goalkeeper, who might be probably replacing Trafford. That's the second choice goalkeeper. Of course, Donnarumma is still there. Trafford has been sold. So they just want to get a replacement. And you see that this guy are making performance. This Premier League this time around, I can't tell you that. I can't even point out a team now that can say that we just beat anybody.
Everybody's
if it's before you see that Manchester City you say this one has a squad. Everybody is just almost on the same level, fortifying their team. Arsenal though have not made some signings, but the ones they have is still okay.
No, they have the guys already. Since the collapse of Guimaraes deal, because of the money, because of the amount that was offered. I'm not sure right now that Arsenal would take it. That Arsenal would not want to renew that contract. Not renew, they don't want to overshoot more than 70 million. I'm feeling like they are preparing a better deal for Guimaraes.
That's just to fortify their because they have the guys there. They have Eberechi, they still have the Clarice, they still have Zubimendi, they still have Odegaard. So they have not sold any of these people. They just want to add at least maybe another name just to fortify the team. Saka is still there for them. They still have their striker guy, Gabriel Jesus. Probably, I don't know if he's going to leave this season because we have not seen a lot of him.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of him.
So Arsenal is still well placed, apart from the defender that is currently injured, where they are also trying to get someone. So you see that these people are well placed, but the ones that are not, having the players are going for just one name where they have more than 6 positions that are vacant. Well, good luck to Liverpool. Like I said, I'm not part of the technical team or the directive.
We'll see what happens at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We'll really see what happens at the end of the day. And we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates on what's happening around the world of sports. And now we're going to go deeper, seeing that the FIFA World Cup, which was concluded just a few weeks back, we're going to bring you updates and also looking into the most expensive players in the world of football. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Welcome back. Now we have to take a look at the players according to their market value right now. We have seen names and the performance in the World Cup. Those who have so far, shown the quality and the class, and you are and Erling Haaland, and you're seeing names like Rodri. You're seeing names of players who really would just make a lot of improvements in the team. Now, before we show our guys, I want to ask you, who do you think should be the most expensive player right now, apart from Michael Olise and Harry Kane?
Now you have excluded 2 from the list. Now you have removed Michael Olise, you have removed Harry Kane. So you are now limiting me to the rest of the players. But of course, Michael Olise for me, right now, he should be the most expensive. So taking away Michael Olise, you have taken away Harry Kane, who they are trying to renew his contract this coming month of August. We are also having so much of, would I say, Mbappe. Mbappe did so much last season. You could see his goal tally, one of the leading top goal scorers.
Kylian Mbappe is not. He's still very young. He's not a human being.
That's a good.
There's a reason why I'm saying. You see, Mbappe has the quality, to touch the skies and live on the moon.
Yeah,
he has the quality to go around the sun. Like Mbappe has the quality class that I've not seen anybody have this kind of quality. And one thing that makes a lot of sense for me when Mbappe is that he knows how to play his game. He may not be in the game, but when he strikes,
when he touches
the ball, you feel the difference that this is a player. There's something about footballers. I mean, players knowing and carrying themselves. Mbappe is one of those players who may not. I've not seen Mbappe since his days of Monaco. Now he came to PSG. Now he's in Real Madrid. You would see the next place he will go. He will go to big. He's a big player, and I'm not sure he's going to play till play as long as Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. But Mbappe is going to he's going to become one of the best after Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. The names that I will tell you, the people that I will tell you, the players I will tell you that may have failed in their delivery or in the achievement, they have things like Neymar. And I always think his surname is Lionel Neymar, but it's Neymar Santos Jr. So Neymar Santos Jr. is someone that you will not take away from the equation. But right now you could, because he has also announced that he is officially retiring from international football. That is to tell you that he's going to focus on club games so that he can recover. But I'm still saying that Kylian Mbappe tomorrow, I'm not going to take sides, but he is one of the best we've seen. Now, another best we've seen is Harry Kane. Harry Kane is class. Harry Kane, since his days at Tottenham, he has been class. He has never had a bad season. In fact, his bad season It's just that he doesn't have a trophy.
Just that he goes trophyless with
Trophyless, but he
see that this guy was very good in Tottenham.
He scores a lot of goals.
One of the highest goal scorers, when he was in Tottenham. Almost every season he will be dragging for the golden boot. If not winning it for the Premier League, he might come out second. So he was, the man just had to move. He needed trophies, trophies that could say that this is Harry Kane playing football for Tottenham. Probably if he was still there till now, I don't know if he could have achieved any trophy. Of course, they won the Europa League, so probably that would be the only trophy. But you have seen him make that move, going to Bayern Munich, where he has won, the league there. He has won other trophies that are in the German Bundesliga. The thing now, or the major trophy now that he will be focusing on, will be talking about the Champions League. That is what Harry Kane is probably going for. So, if the question you asked me, I'm still going to be answering. We have mentioned Kylian Mbappe, who we have talked about.
Yeah.
He's a great guy, talking about pace. He has the pace, he has the dribbles, the finishing, very clinical. If you give Mbappe 5 chances to score, he might probably give you 3 goals out of the 5. So this guy is very clinical.
Yeah.
Then another name that I will not forget, or I will not leave out, is Lamine Yamal. This is a young talent that we have seen, though his performance, we could say, in the World Cup was not up to what we are expecting. We will not see those assists from Lamine Yamal. We will not see most goals, or the contribution. Maybe we could say that was not much, but at the end of the day, he's a World Cup winner at just 19. So this young talent for Barcelona, I believe if you come to price Lamine Yamal right now, you'll be hearing 250 million.
Oh, you're right. You're
that
right.
would just be the price
what we have now,
above.
From the Fox, we're talking about the Fox Sports, the official media, coverage of the World Cup, just concluded World Cup. You could see the names there lined up. You could see from Erling Haaland.
Yeah.
Erling Haaland is untouchable, 250.6 million.
Okay.
You have Lamine Yamal, the same price tag. Then you have Kylian Mbappe, 227.8. Why? Because he did not win the World Cup. If he had won the World Cup, this guy would have risen to 350.
Will have gone so much.
Even Haaland and Lamine.
You cannot take anything away from Erling Haaland, who is not a World Cup winner. But this one is just a machine.
Yeah,
he's not human. This is a machine. This is a goal scoring machine. Where he is, you are expecting a goal if you are seeing Erling Haaland touch the ball, because it's easy. It's not easy to dispossess him. Gabriel has suffered in his hand.
Yeah, Gabriel
is one of the defenders that he disposes anybody from the ball. But when it comes to Erling Haaland, if my viewers have time, just go back and check the clips. This is one attacker that he's like the nemesis for Gabriel. He does not give him that chance. Even when they played against, finds a way to get a goal. So when you give Erling Haaland little opportunity, if it's inside the box, if it's outside the box, on that his left foot, I can tell you any day I can bet on Erling Haaland to get a goal from in fact, bicycle kick, Shaolin kick, Shanghai kick, any kind of kick. He has done it over, just like Zlatan Ibrahimovic used to give us those.
That one is.
Erling Haaland is another person that has that capability. He can give you any kind of kick that you are not expecting. And if you talk about nodding, jumping, of course, in the Premier League right now, in terms of jumping, I don't think there's anyone that jumps as high as Erling Haaland. So he uses both head, both chest, both leg, anything to score the goal. So this guy is a goal machine. That's why, of course, he's rated above every other person. He came out, even Norway did, though they did not win the World Cup, but they did exceptionally well. We are not expecting Norway to beat Brazil. They had to knock out Brazil. So he had a good World Cup. And of course,
fact, that Norway game versus Brazil, Ancelotti came out to say that it was not what happened that people think, it was not what you are saying that happened.
Yeah.
He said that they lost that game when they went for hydration break, because he had the control of the game.
Yeah.
Even though Norway was good, but he has already, given up on the game, and he had to make some changes that cost them the game. Yeah. That they were in control, but he thought they were not in control.
I made the changes.
And we all know the changes he made. So it's not something we'll go into. It tells you that this is not just physicality; it's tactical.
Yeah.
If you had let Kunha play that full match, it would have been better. If you had let Kunha finish that game, it would have been better. Another mistake, if you have invited names like João Pedro to the World Cup,
was a mistake.
you would have
before the World Cup.
You would have won maybe let's say you would have had some good games.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's just these two things I know. If you like, add Nema, if you can make your list 30.
Yeah.
But you can also look, okay, why did you call what's that? Hendrik.
Yeah.
Yes. Why did you invited Hendrik? You didn't invite Pedro. Why?
No, the
Like,
criticism.
it does not tally. Like, why will you bring in Hendrik?
He has made the mistake, and of course he has admitted to the mistake. And even this one that he's talking about, the hydration break being one of the reasons why he had to make changes. I just believe these are just trying to redeem his kind of personality. For me, hydration break, you are aware there is going to be hydration break. It's not that you are not aware, and you are in control of the game. Then why are you taking away the attacker? When you take away attacker from your game, it's just like you are going back to defend, because this time around you are no more attack. That's just the concept.
It's just like the same thing in England.
England, so versus Argentina, once you take your attacker, we are no more playing that ball to go to to get a goal. So basically, you are already telling your opponents, "I'm defending, so come and attack me." And in football, we know that attack is the best defense. When you are attacking somebody, the person will not have time to be attacking you. That's what the Spanish side play. They play possessive football, attack you. So if I'm attacking, you have to defend. So that's not the time for you to come back and be attacking. So that's what most coaches are trying to do these days. When you are getting the lead or when you are leading, you just fall back to defense and you begin to absorb pressure. You absorb pressure for 90 minutes. At the time you have to give in. The goals have to come. Egyptian side did it against Argentina, where they were more defensive after that 2 goals lead, and you saw what happened. Argentina still came back to win 3-2. If this side did it, they still suffer the same thing. So Ancelotti has also made that mistake. I believe everyone will correct their errors, maybe probably in the next World Cup. And of course, this is all we have to for you. The time is already against us, and we're already receiving signals that this is where we have to draw the curtain on this segment of Aneke Sport right here on Aneke TV. Don't forget to leave your comments on all our handles, on our Facebook, on our Twitter, on YouTube. We are there, to receive the comments and respond to you. I remain your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely Thursday morning. Bye-bye.
And I'm good. Hope we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV this Thursday, July 30, 2026. My name is Chikezie Alu and I'm so glad to have you join us. Headlines: Women and youths drive 3.9 million registration record ahead of 2027 elections. Christian Association of Nigeria urges Southwest governors to deepen anti-banditry strategy. Ohaneze Ndigbo commemorates the legacy of Aguiyeronsi and Adekunle Fajui. And on the foreign scene, United States conducts precision retaliatory airstrikes on military targets inside Iran. On business, federal government and Rivers State sign landmark pacts to unlock cultural investments. Now the news in detail. Newly recruited local government and healthcare personnel in Cross River State staged a peaceful protest in Calabar on Wednesday, braving heavy rainfall to demand the immediate payment of 11 months of outstanding salaries. The demonstrators, who were employed across various local council areas in 2025, marched directly to the governor's office, carrying placards to call for their prompt enrollment on the official state payroll. Representatives of the aggrieved workers said that the prolonged non-payment has subjected hundreds of families to acute financial distress. Demonstrators noted that despite providing continuous professional services for nearly a year, many have been forced into severe debt, while at least 6 colleagues tragically passed away during the prolonged administrative verification exercise without receiving their accrued earnings. Addressing the protesting workers outside the state secretariat, the secretary to the Cross River State government, Professor Anthony Owan Eno, acknowledged their grievances and commended their peaceful conduct. He appealed for patience, explaining that administrative delays arose from meticulous efforts to audit state personnel records and eliminate fraudulent entries. Professor Eno announced that a formal panel of inquiry tasked with reviewing the recruitment process has concluded its report. He assured demonstrators that the state government is finalizing implementation procedures and committed to resolving all valid payroll claims within 2 weeks. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to fortifying safety protocols across all basic and secondary learning institutions in the state. Speaking at an educational security summit in Ibadan, Governor Makinde emphasized that safeguarding children and teaching staff remains a non-negotiable priority amidst national security challenges, pledging substantial budgetary allocations to secure school premises against criminal intrusions. The capacity building seminar was organized by the Oyo State Ministry of Education in collaboration with the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc. The Oyo State government pledged immediate logistical and policy backing to deploy upgraded surveillance systems, install protective barriers, and implement rapid emergency response channels across public and private learning centers statewide. The chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, in Ogun State, Right Reverend Emmanuel Adekunle, has called on Southwest governors to deepen regional security integration to prevent criminal syndicates from establishing footholds in the zone. Speaking in Abeokuta during events marking the 50th anniversary of the Egba Anglican Diocese, the cleric urged political leaders across Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Ondo, and Ekiti states to pool operational resources and maintain an uncompromising stance against banditry. Commending recent successful rescue operations by security personnel in Oyo State, Bishop Adekunle stressed the urgent need for state governments to procure advanced technological tools, including surveillance drones, to support local hunters and the Southwest Security Network, codenamed Amotekun. He emphasized that indigenous security outfits possess essential regional terrain knowledge required to navigate dense forest reserves that conventional forces struggle to access. The bishop said that high religious leaders to travel incognito rather than in formal clerical vestments to avoid targeting by abduction rings. Political tensions have heightened in Osun State following a targeted police operation that led to the arrest of the secretary to the state government, Mr. Teslim Ibalaye, alongside 5 other individuals at his Oshogbo residence. The Osun State Police Command said that officers recovered nearly 5 million naira in cash, official voter registers covering 15 wards and electronic equipment, prompting investigations into alleged vote buying and criminal conspiracy under the Electoral Act. Police spokespersons maintained that the operation was executed lawfully based on verified intelligence regarding criminal activity in the Oroki Estate area. In a swift counter-statement, the Osun State government and the Governor Ademola Adeleke Campaign Council forcefully rejected the police claims motivated attempts to intimidate administration officials ahead of upcoming polls. State representatives accused police authorities of partisan overreach, alleging systematic harassment and arbitrary detentions of key campaign figures. With political rhetoric escalating between state officials and police authorities, campaign organizations have appealed to federal security leadership to intervene and guarantee impartial policing. The ideal state structure for signage and advertising agency has established a statutory fee of 200 million naira for any 2027 presidential candidate seeking to utilize outdoor advertising spaces within the state. The policy framework was unveiled in Aba by the agency's Director of Strategy and Innovation, Mr. Ndlea, during the 2026 Agency Stakeholders Engagement Forum under the revised regulatory schedule. Governorship registered political parties are required to pay 150 million naira for billboard approvals. Furthermore, senatorial contenders face a fee of 100 million naira. House of Representatives candidates are billed 50 million naira, and status of assembly aspirants are structured at 20 million naira. Addressing cost constraints for grassroots office seekers, the agency clarified that state assembly candidates unable to meet the fee may opt for joint promotional structures under their respective parties' governorship candidates. The agency confirmed that all official payments will cover the entire duration of the campaign and election cycles. The body issued a stern warning against non-compliance, stating that unauthorized or improperly anchored structures will be dismantled. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has recorded nearly 3.9 million newly completed voter registrations in its latest 2027 general elections. Official demographic data released by the Commission reveals that female registrants accounted for over 52% of the total figure, highlighting significant civic participation among women. Youth involvement reached unprecedented levels, with citizens aged between 18 and 34 comprising more than two-thirds of all newly registered voters. Physical registration centers established in local government areas nationwide handled the highest concentration of applicants, while the Commission's dedicated online pre-registration portal processed over 1 million entries. State-by-state metrics indicates that Kano State led the national distribution with over 300,000 completed registrations, followed closely by Lagos, Delta, and Edo states. Electoral officials clarified that registration activities were temporarily suspended in Osun State in compliance with statutory requirements governing off-cycle governorship elections. INEC emphasized the captured voter records will undergo rigorous biometric deduplication using automated fingerprint and physical identification systems. The Commission assured the public that verified figures will be displayed publicly for claims and objections before final integration into the National Register of Voters. The United States Department of State has announced that routine visa processing operations at its embassy in Abuja and 24 other diplomatic missions across Africa will cease effective August 1, 2026. American officials explained that the decision follows a comprehensive structural reorganization designed to centralize routine non-immigrant processing into specialized regional hubs, optimize operational costs, and strengthen security vetting protocols. State Department representatives clarified that the affected diplomatic posts will remain fully operational for official diplomatic communications, consular services for U.S. citizens. In a related development, International Visa Processing Company, VFS Global, has inaugurated a centralized joint visa application center in Lekki, Lagos, to manage growing outbound travel demand. The modern facility is structured to process entry applications for 15 partner destinations, including Canada, Germany, South Africa, China, and Australia. VFS Global officials noted that travel application volumes across Nigeria remain exceptionally high, heading into peak seasonal periods. The organization advised prospective travelers, students, and business executives to submit required documentation early to avoid processing delays. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, is set to hold its official leadership transition ceremony as outgoing registrar, Professor Ishak Oloyede, hands over administrative authority to his Aina tomorrow. The board confirmed in a statement that the handover ceremony will commence at 10 o'clock in the morning at its headquarters, with a live broadcast streamed across its verified digital platforms. The event marks the formal conclusion of Professor Oloyede's tenure at the helm of the National Tertiary Entrance Examination Body. Under his stewardship, the board implemented key technological innovations, including biometric verification systems and direct central admissions processing modules. Professor Shegun Aina takes over leadership following his formal appointment by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which was publicly announced by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Ononoga. Stakeholders in the education sector expect the incoming registrar to build upon existing administrative reforms and institutional integrity. JAMB invited education stakeholders, professional bodies, and the public to observe. This marks a pivotal moment in the administration of tertiary entrance examination across Nigeria. The Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Igbo worldwide, has commemorated the 60th anniversary of the assassinations of Nigeria's first military head of state, Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, and the military governor of the former Western region, Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi. In a statement issued in Enugu by its global publicity secretary, Dr. Ezechi Chukwu, the group characterized their deaths as enduring symbols of military valor, loyalty, and national cohesion. Led by its President General, Senator Azuta Mbata, Ohanaeze Ndigbo noted that the supreme sacrifice made by both officers on July 29, 1966 remains an extraordinary demonstration of patriotic duty in Nigerian history. Dr. Chukwu stressed that the shared fate of the two leaders political boundaries, serving as a timeless reminder of duty, personal honor, and national unity. He praised Lieutenant Colonel Fajuyi's refusal to abandon his guest and commander-in-chief during the violent uprising as an unexcelled act of selfless leadership and fidelity to professional oaths. Quoting Senator Mbata, the organization called on contemporary political leaders to adopt principles of justice, equity, and genuine national reconciliation in governance. Ohanaeze maintains that the ultimate honor Nigerians can accord the fallen officials is to build a democratic nation founded on equal opportunity, structural fairness, and mutual respect. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. We have 9 million registration record ahead of 2027 polls. CAN urges Southwest governors to fortify Amotekun and anti-banditry strategy. Ohanaeze Ndigbo commemorates 60th anniversary of Aguiyi-Ironsi and Adekunle Fajuyi. And coming up soon, on the foreign scene, United States conducts precision retaliatory airstrikes against military targets in Iran. On business, federal government and river states sign strategic pact to unlock ecotourism investments. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back as we take you straight to the foreign scene. United States military forces have conducted a series of large-scale retaliatory airstrikes against strategic military infrastructure inside Iran, significantly escalating Middle Eastern regional tensions. U.S. Central Command confirmed that targeted strikes hit Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command centers, unmanned aerial vehicle storage facilities, and coastal defense installations, following missile attacks directed at American military positions in Jordan. The direct military actions follow a rapid expansion of threats to commercial energy routes outside the Persian Gulf. Earlier in the day, a hostile drone strike targeted a U.S.-owned liquefied natural gas storage vessel docked at Egypt's Mediterranean port of Damietta, marking a serious widening of regional maritime risk. In concurrent operations, coalition forces involving U.S. and Saudi personnel carried out joint precision strikes against armed groups in Iraq tied to recent regional security breaches. A major wave of Russian missile and drone attacks struck urban areas across Ukraine overnight, killing at least 13 civilians and injuring dozens more. The combined bombardments targeted residential and utility infrastructure extending from the capital, Kyiv, to the western city of Lviv, near the Polish border. In Kyiv, a direct hit from a Russian ballistic missile severely damaged a residential apartment, resulting in 6 confirmed fatalities, including 2 young children. Emergency response teams and municipal search units worked through the night to clear debris and extract survivors from collapsed structures. In response to the nationwide assault, Ukrainian military forces conducted deep, long-range drone strikes against industrial targets inside Russian territory. Ukrainian drones targeted a major logistics warehouse facility in Penza, causing extensive fires, while Russian defense authorities reported intercepting over 250 incoming area drones across multiple regions. Former Ukrainian Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov has stated that his efforts to overhaul the nation's military procurement system served as a primary reason for his unexpected dismissal in an interview following a major cabinet reorganization. The 35-year-old official explains that enforcing transparent tendering protocols encountered deep structural opposition within political and defense procurement sectors. Fedorov, who directed the defense ministry for 6 months, received international praise for advancing technological integration and drone warfare capabilities against invading forces. However, he disclosed that internal resistance to anti-corruption measures led to political pushback prior to his removal by President Volodymyr Zelensky. The federal government of Nigeria and the Rivers State government have signed a memorandum of understanding, MOU, to drive investments in culture, ecotourism, and the creative economy. Member of the House of Representatives, Awaji Inembek Ambiante, commended the strategic partnership, emphasizing that it will stimulate coastal economies, attract private capital, and expand state revenue bases. The agreement was executed by Rivers State Governor Similaye Fubara and the Minister of Arts, Culture and the Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, under the federal government's Renewed Hope Cultural Project. The initiative focuses on sustainable development of the state's marine and cultural assets. Project blueprints include establishing a dedicated historical research and cultural preservation center in Opobo town, alongside pristine beaches, wildlife reserves, and mangrove environments in the Andoni local government area. The infrastructure plan aims to position the region as a primary center for environmental and heritage tourism. The Ekiti State government has announced final preparations for the 2026 Ekiti State Festival of Arts and Culture, Ekifest, scheduled to take place from August 11 to 15 in Ado-Ekiti. The State Commissioner for Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, Professor Razaki Ojo Bakari, stated this during a press briefing that the multi-day event is structured to stimulate economic growth, foster youth employment, and showcase local creative talents. Turned around sustainable economic development, the cultural festival will feature traditional athletic competitions, indigenous fashion exhibitions, culinary arts and showcases, and command theatrical performances. The event aims to market the state's cultural assets to domestic and international investors. The festival agenda includes a recognition ceremony honoring notable citizens and cultural ambassadors who have contributed to the promotion of the arts. Prominent figures in the creative industry, including veteran actors Olunlade Adekola and Peju Ogunmola, are among those designated to receive state honors. The Lagos State government has initiated a 2-day capacity building workshop for public servants and revenue administrative officers to analyze the operational impact of national tax reforms. Organized by the Ministry of Establishments and Training, the program focuses on equipping civil servants with technical skills to harmonize revenue collection and eliminate duplicate billing. A key topic of the workshop is the implementation of the Lagos Revenue Portal, a centralized digital platform designed to and financial reporting across state ministries. State officials said that over 80% of revenue-generating agencies have been integrated into the digital architecture to enhance interagency data sharing. Addressing participants, state leadership highlighted that modernizing public administration requires integrating data analytics and centralized digital systems to improve service delivery. And in sports, Nigeria's under-20 national football team, the Flying Eagles, will face the Sparrow Hawks of Togo today in their second Group B fixture at the Wafu B Under-20 Championship in Yamoussoukro, Côte d'Ivoire. A victory in today's match will secure the defending champions a spot in the semi-final stage ahead of their final group stage match against Burkina Faso. The squad, led by head coach Abdou Mekaba, currently tops Group B on goal difference following a 4-2 victory over Ghana in their opening fixture. Forward Deleke converted 2 penalty kicks alongside goals from Olayemi Ayinla and Lucky Oraru to earn 3 points for the Nigerian side. Togo enters the fixture seeking a positive result to remain in qualification contention after suffering a 3-1 defeat to Burkina Faso in their opening group match. The tournament serves as the official regional qualifying competition for the upcoming Under-20 African Cup of Nations. And in entertainment, Nigerian musician Peter Okoye, known professionally as Mr. P, has issued a public apology following social media discussions regarding the cultural significance of indigenous Nigerian languages. The public discourse began on social media platform X after the artist made comments questioning the economic utility of local dialects, leading the commentary from cultural organizations and fans. Addressing the public in a statement released, the artist took full responsibility for the online discourse generated by his remarks. Okoye clarified that his original statements were not intended to diminish or disrespect any Nigerian ethnic group or language. The musician stated that his initial remarks had been misinterpreted, affirming his commitment to promoting Nigerian culture through his global artistic platform. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has recorded approximately 3.9 million new voters in its latest registration drive, with women constituting over 52% and youths aged 18 to 34 making up more than 2/3 of the total turnout. Kano and Lagos states led the national enrollment figures, while physical registration centers processed the majority of applicants. The chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, in Ogun State, Right Reverend Emmanuel Adekunle, has called on Southwest governors to deepen intelligence sharing and equip local security groups like the Amotekun Corps to curb rising banditry. He noted that growing security risks have compelled many religious leaders to travel incognito to safeguard themselves. The United States military has executed targeted retaliatory airstrikes against strategic military sites inside Iran following heightened regional conflict. The operation marks a major escalation in direct military confrontations between both nations. The federal government of Nigeria and the Rivers State government have signed a landmark Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to unlock investments in culture, tourism, and the creative economy. Signed by Governor Siminalayi Fubara and the Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy, Mrs. Hannatu Musawa, the partnership aims to boost state revenues by developing local eco-tourism assets and building a historic research center in Opobo. That concludes the news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you very much for watching. I am Chikezie Alu. Good morning.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond.
Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
Time the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with love, delightfulness, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Goodhope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Day.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience, and thank you for joining us on the Sunrise here on Aneke TV.
And of course, I am Chikezie Alu. Good morning and thanks for watching.
It's a wonderful morning already, and we are here to kickstart the day.
Yes, it's a very beautiful morning, and the way things are going already, Nigeria is already on the move. People already set out for their day's event, and more interesting is that today being 30th, is the day set aside to mark, the world is marking the day against human trafficking. 30th July on every year is set aside by the international body as a day awareness is created against human trafficking. Although we'll highlight that later. And beyond that, the news are filtering. So I don't know how you feel about the information you're already aware of, the political season.
Well, it's a political season already, and we are kind of trying to, put two by two. Like I always say, we'll always fight the irregularities in government, and I'm sure Mr. Chikezie still has something to, he's expecting today to see on the timeline.
Yes, of course, there is no other thing we are expecting except knowing the way it goes politically. Okay? Even on our news this morning, we heard a lot of political stories. Yeah. How when you go to Osun State, what is going on? You go to Ekiti State, what is going on? In fact, even in the southeast, we are not free from it because we too are having the heat.
Chikeze, before we even talk about the politics and everything, how does it feel to be in the city of Enugu and enjoying the ambience of the city?
Enugu is a cool city. I'm not saying cold city. It's a cool city. So I'm enjoying.
It's a cold city.
Of course, it's a cold city. Yes, I can't deny that.
It's a cool city.
A cool city.
A cool city.
Yes, of course. So I'm enjoying my stay here. Right. I'm enjoying and you guys have been so wonderful. You've been making it so friendly.
Yeah. Seeing the rain also coming every morning seems to be a little hindrance for some persons. But right now we are trying to also understand that it's part of the day, just like the sun. being part of the day, just like the weather being part of the day. So rain is still part of the day, and I'm sure everyone around Enugu is experiencing a cozy morning.
But that of this morning, I'm sorry, that of this morning wasn't quite heavy. It was just a light.
Actually, it was earlier. Okay. It was from 6 a.m. It was very heavy. Then
that didn't last. That didn't last long. It wasn't up to 10 minutes of drops. Yeah.
Well, when I was coming out, it was all over the place.
Maybe from the area where you came.
Yeah, you know, atmospheric conditions of a place is actually at a given time.
You know, part of the things I've been trying to do in comparative analysis is when we talk about weather. Often, you know, when you go towards northern parts of the country, speaking particularly to Kano, you know, people often, you know, associate that place to be very hot. But, you know, coming down here, one would expect to see the weather not being as hot as Kano, that during rainy season you have more back-to-back rainfall. But, you know, my experience within last year now, I've not seen that back-to-back rainfall like I expected. In fact, yes, while one would say in Kano State you don't have early rainfalls, it comes towards August and thereabout. But compared to Kaduna, for example, you see that Kaduna seems to be even more cold compared to Enugu. And when it's rainy season, you see the full raining season, you know, in full gear. The weather is cold, you're seeing the rain coming, you know, back-to-back. Unlike Enugu, that one expects to see back-to-back rainfall and the weather being that cold during the season. But here, you see everybody can look at Good Hope, look at myself, we're already on t-shirts, and one can be this way throughout the day without feeling cold. But I can't say same for Kaduna, you know, for example, during rainy season like this, you see people, you know, gagging us up, you know, wearing their sweaters and cardigans as if you're in Europe. And move away from there, go to Plateau State, for example. Of course, you know, you have to be fully kitted against cold and all that. So I've been comparing for a long while that Enugu is not, at the end of the day, not that cold.
Yeah, Enugu at the end of the day is not cold. While we're still talking about that, let's bring you quote up to date, talking about our inspiration segment here on Aneke TV, where we bring you that every morning here on Sunrise. And we have this quote from John Adams, which says, government is instead for the common good, for the protection, safety, prosperity, and happiness of the people, and not for the profit, honor, or private interest of any one man, family, or class of men. This word is from John Adams. He says that government, let's just say he is giving his own terminology, his own explanation of democracy, of what it means to be in a public office. It means that you are for the people. You are going to, you know, take care of the lives and properties. You are also going to be in the reshape of the economy. All that you are going to go for as a government, as a governor, as a political, you know, bigwig, or wherever position you find yourself, whatever position you are, is to go for the common good of the people, not for a private interest, not for any man, not for a one-man thing. A lot of times in Nigeria, we've seen that happen over time, and we are seeing also that happening on other climes too, not just in Nigeria. But this is what government is all about. It's all about you. It's all about me doing what we have to do when we find ourselves in that very important position, not to be of personal interest, but to be of general and common good of the people.
Yeah, when talking about the government, that the government is supposed to be for the people, yeah, you have just given us a literal definition of what democracy is all about. Yeah. But those in leadership position actually seeing it the same way, that it's supposed to be the government of the people? Because when you look at sometimes some policies the government formulates do not actually favor the people, and by the time the people begin to complain, there may not be any positive response. And we begin to ask, what is the essence of government? Telling us that the government is a government of the people, when they do not really, they are not really sensitive to the plight of the people. Let us look, for instance, there are some policies of the government, the present government, the incumbent government, that are not really favorable to the people. So how do we say that the government is a government of the people? Uche?
All right. You know, when we talk about these things, they are relative. You know, even when you talk about the present administration, it's relative. It's a matter of perspective and opinion. You know, there are people who differ from your perspective of, you know, and perception of the government's policies and the way it favors the people. So it's always a matter of debate. However, to this very quote. Yes, he speaks to the very essence of governance, what government should be all about. And I remember that in the Nigerian Constitution, when you go to the first page of the Nigerian Constitution, it tells you that the government's responsibility is to provide security for lives and property of Nigerians. And then moving forward, it talks about the welfare of the people. And this is what John Adams is really speaking when he says that government is instituted for the common good, for the protection, safety, prosperity, and happiness of the people, and not for the profit, honor, or private interest of any one man, family, or class of men. And like you rightfully pointed out, I wish those at the helm of affairs can hearken to this very instruction, guideline, to know that they are there to serve the interests of the people and not their own self-interest or the interest of a few. That it should always be geared towards people's welfare. And that's why in Latin we say prima lex esto in Latin, and that means that government is solely for the safety, the health and welfare of the people. You understand? We know that yes, the world all over, it cannot be said to be same that the government pursues this very agenda. But our urging everyone this morning is, if we can hearken to this, then care for the people. The welfare of the people should be paramount in government's policy formulation, in government's approach to every issue. The people should be first. And no wonder when, if you go wake up Abraham Lincoln, he tells you that in democracy, that it should be government of the people, for the people, and by the people. It is desired. But is it attainable? Yes, but is that what is obtainable now? It is a matter of debate.
Yes, I think it is tenable if we work towards that. It is actually tenable, and that's only when if we have the government that could be so sensitive to the plight of the masses. Okay.
All right, we go on a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in South today.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at what's making the front page headlines of the major newspapers today, from the Daily Trust, Daily Sun, Vanguard, Nation, The Guardian, and the Punch newspaper. We are taking a look at these headlines, where we have from the Daily Trust. It says, "We approved Phantom Council without due diligence. Head of Civil Service." That's the headline on the Daily Trust. Now on the Nation, we have panel chair, how fake agency got allocation in budget 2026. That's in 2020. So we have Catholic bishops open up on state of nation. Now on the Guardian, we have opposition flays Tinubu's focus on re-election, loses confidence in inec. That's in the Guardian, says opposition flays Tinubu's focus on re-election, loses confidence in inec. Now on the Vanguard, we have PFIPC, still on the PFIPC issue. We failed due diligence on recruitment waiver. We failed due diligence on recruitment waiver from the HCSF. Now, still on the Punch, that's the newspaper headline on the Punch, we have fake agency scandal. House head of civil service admits mistakes as reps uncover irregular approvals. Now we're going to be taking a look at the Daily Trust major headline, which says, "We approved Phantom Council without due diligence, head of civil service." The head of civil service has admitted that government approved a Phantom Council without due diligence. The council was reportedly set up without proper verification, documentation, or structures to justify its creation. The admission highlights lapses in the approval process and raises concerns about accountability in the establishment of new councils. This is what we're still on the PFIPC issue, where you are seeing that the head of civil service is coming out to say that they approved the Phantom Council, the non-existent council, with the fake agency, I would say, without due diligence. And it raises a lot of questions. How are other agencies approved? Government agencies, I feel and I believe, from the place of history and from the place of the executive being in the head of activities, that they have they need to understand that due diligence is part of how to, bring in organizations, bring in, agencies into activities of the government. If we don't have, or if the executive cannot conduct the right, details, or conduct the right, or have the right process to bring in agencies into the government, how are we sure that other agencies that are existing are, that they are having what they should have? This is a lot of questions that has been raised a lot of times, and it's not really okay.
Okay, if I have to comment on that. In the first place, the head of civil service of the Federation has come out to say, yes, they actually received a document about that, but they approved without due diligence.
Due diligence.
They remember the federal government's initial position on this matter, denying actually that there was no knowledge about that. Now, why was there no due diligence before giving the approval? And how did they even smuggle some amount of money, heavy amount of money, into the budget? Now they are approved without due diligence. Now look at what you just read. A part of your list says that the council was reportedly set up with documentation or structures to justify its creation. Now, why were there no proper documentation? Why were there no proper structures? Why did they fail to do the right thing that they knew something like this was there? Now the head of civil service of the Federation has come out to say they approved without due diligence. But in the first position, where their position initially was that there was nothing like that, they had no knowledge about the existence of such agency.
Well, I will even come in here to say that if we are seeing this from a broader perspective, it's just like in a bakery. I would just use that for instance. Sorry, it may not be relative. You are told to produce some amount of this, and someone comes and tells you, okay, you can make more. without having it to be recorded. That's what it is. Or you make this amount of, you make this amount of loaves, and you are told to, add more without you asked, was it approved? They said that's what it is. The person that told you said yes, it's approved. While when you start seeking and you start taking, due diligence in trying to find out, it was not approved. What we're seeing here is just a play of government or an institution where people will come in and they will do what they have to do that was not actually part of what they should do. Now, what I mean is, the phantom agency, they actually agreed, the head of civil service, they agreed that now, okay, they saw the documents, these things, they heard of it, but they did not conduct a due diligence because someone higher, someone they felt, this is just the truth, something someone they could feel is above, superior, may have introduced that to them, and that is how what I'm really seeing here.
All right.
Okay, Uche, you heard him.
Yeah, when we talk about this issue, unfortunately, he has refused to, leave the front, the headlines, and every party involved would want to, I understand, these are issues government will want to wish away from the headlines. But be that as it may, more truths continue to, be opened up. And one thing that is obvious is that the more truths I imagine, you continue to see the discordant tones amongst these operators, that our people who are left are in charge of things are speaking from, different sides of their mouth. The account of the AGF not in tandem with what the CBN will tell you. So when we're seeing things that begin to filter in from this very investigation that is carried out by House of Representatives, we are beginning to see the different angles to this issue. But luckily, one may say that the head of service, of civil service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Wasenjak, has owned up that yes, they never carried out due diligence in performing their duty. He raises other issues. Yes, due diligence was not done. In as much as we are being told to believe that there could be no other phantom agencies, the question will persist: how many other such negligence has led to phantom agencies? And then it's being projected that Adeyemi has forged, appointment letter, fabricated some legislative documents to back himself up, leading to this negligence at the office of the head of service. And beyond that, the office of the AGF is coming out to let us know that they have uncovered the mole who diverted, letters and correspondence that were meant to be sent to the head of the civil service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi, and one Bello, Abdullahi, now diverted this correspondence. Perhaps we've not seen the link to Adeyemi yet, but as we move on, we may begin to. But beyond the information that is filtering in, the truth to be said, we know that an Adeyemi cannot operate alone. There has to be enablers at the seats of power. Powerful individual who must have enabled him, because one would not want to give in to this issue being that of forgery, the guts to begin to forge government correspondences, fabricating legislative documents to enable himself the authority to have an office at the Federal Secretariat there in Abuja. So there are a whole lot of issues that needs to be made public. Now, the police in this very regard have not been able to release Adeyemi, at least for questioning by the legislators in this very regard. But there are other critical issues. Why everything is being made for us to believe that there are certain individuals who have forged, fabricated government documents, but Adeyemi will not stand from his house, enabled with the boldness to carry out this nefarious activity alone. In as much as, yes, it's now beginning to appear that government in its efforts are beginning to uncover the underhand dealings that enable this phantom agency. And while we're at it, tomorrow, remember the president has commissioned ICPC to come out with reports on this issue within 30 days. That is already counting down. By the time ICPC uncovers their story, I will tell you one thing that will happen. Is either we'll see the reports from ICPC being in disconnect with what we are being told to believe, that a certain Bello Abdullahi single-handedly diverted a correspondence that was meant to be sent to the head of the civil service of the Federation, and then perhaps colluded with an Adeniyi now to, either forge or, a phantom agency to have, to operate and approach other parastatals. One thing is in the pointer. When they appear with their reports, it will either be in disconnect or enabling a fabrication method to, necessitate an additional cover-up. Because one thing is obvious, that the individual who are left with the responsibility to pilot the affairs of the government agencies have failed. We could see obviously a disconnect in communication. If there were proper communication, if individuals involved discharged their duties diligently, we won't be talking about diverting or forgery of documents. That means there is no adequate communication, interagency communication, where the head of the civil service does not have a direct communication with the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, and the Office of the AGF is not, as we are meant to be, with the CBN. You begin to see discordant and disconnected tones in what we are being fed. But the high point remains that we can only have an unbiased information on this if the government will be kind enough to negate this various investigation. Because when we are talking about the House of Rep investigation, the mandate to ICPC is still running, and the police are already at the point of prosecution, keeping Adeyemi in custody. Beyond this, we'll keep advocating that there should be an independent panel of inquiry that would carry out a forensic audit. Because if one had to give in on fabrication and forgery of government documents, then where is the forensic evidence to prove to us that these documents were as forged as is being alleged at this instance? And until we have that independent panel of inquiry, unbiased panel of inquiry, who cannot, in all fairness, begin to agree that this information that are filtering in is the whole truth. And if government wants to be, be of service to the Nigerian people and do its due, it's high time the whole issue is brought down under an open inquest for Nigerians to know. And we continue to insist that there could be other phantom agencies beyond what we are being made to believe that this could be a one-off. No. If this could be allowed to run to this extent, and we've seen a total lack of communication and disconnect between intergovernment agencies, then there could be more. But beyond all this, government should have the courage to call a spade a spade. No matter how highly placed the individual who are so involved in the orchestration, perpetration of this. And then, question will continue to arise, that even now that we're hearing of Adeyemi, does it mean that that Adeyemi fell apart with some individuals in this very regard? So, until and then governments will begin to prosecute the very individuals involved. I tell you, Nigerians will continue to take with a pinch of salt anything and everything that will be fed concerning this issue, because we're seeing discordant tones.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we go into more details. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week.
From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one state to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global time. The world.
as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
I've told President Bola Tinubu that Nigeria is drifting. This is not different. probably the sitting party
another, especially the ruling party, people who, so many governors, so many senators, so many House of that our biggest concern should actually be the judiciary, because to present very strong and credible candidates today to run for the president. And you know, for me, when we look at this issue here, it talks about the rule of
it becomes very dangerous. Which
had a presidential.
So if look at a vanguard, at the vanguard
if we are looking in this is simply because, like I rightfully started,
what is happening in today. Is it Osun State? Look at what is happening there today, where they arrested the
confidence there would need
pull him to the finish. That's from Mr. And of the area of what is headed by the former chief have, and that is a fact. Mention elite and those who are the close to the corridors of
the point is that yes, we condemn them, they are not good enough, but again, why should those materials now? Honestly speaking, they should do everything possible.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity. Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today we will confront a very deep and bigger issues of societal importance. We look at confronting human trafficking, progress, challenges, and the road ahead. On 30th of July, the world once again marks the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. A day set aside to confront one of the darkest crimes of our time. A crime that preys on vulnerability, destroys dignity, breaks families, and turns human lives into commodities. This year's conversation is not just about awareness. It is about accountability, action, and the urgent responsibility we all share in ending human trafficking in all its forms. Across communities, borders, homes, and even digital spaces, trafficking continues to evolve, becoming more deceptive, more organized, more brutal in its method. From forced labor and sexual exploitation to child trafficking, recruitment through false promises, and the growing menace of online exploitation. The criminals behind this trade are adapting fast, but so too must our response. Today, we will be examining the gains that have been made, the stubborn challenges that remain, and the road ahead in Nigeria's fight against trafficking in persons. We will be asking difficult but necessary questions about prevention, enforcement, victim support, public awareness, and the role of every stakeholder in breaking the cycle of exploitation. Joining us on the program is Mr. Okpai Jonathan Awa, the Zonal Commander of NAPTIP, who will help us understand what is being done at the front line, what more needs to be done, and how citizens can better protect themselves and their communities from traffickers who exploit ignorance, poverty, desperation, and silence. This is a conversation for parents, youth, community leaders, policymakers, and every Nigerian who believes that no human being should ever be bought, sold, deceived, or abused for profit. Mr. Jonathan, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
My pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and thank you so much out of your busy schedule and what you do for Enugu State and the zone entirely, and you have the time to speak with us. You're welcome.
It's my pleasure too. Good morning, Enugu.
How's it been? We understand that you're dealing with a difficult terrain. How has it been so far?
Well, it has been quite up and down.
Up and down.
Yes, we've been trying to play our own beat, given the mandate given to us by the act establishing NAPTIP.
All right.
So we are always on course.
All right.
And this year is no exception.
This year is no exception. All right. Since you're already talking about this year, what does the World Day Against Trafficking in Person really mean?
Okay. This year, there is a team that speaks to trapped behind the scam. Trapped behind the scam. Just like you made mention in your introduction, every 30th of July, every year, we look at the issue of human trafficking throughout the whole world. It's a day set aside to know and to appraise how different countries, nations have been fighting the issue of human trafficking. Remember that the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish human trafficking, supplementing United Nations Convention against transnational organized crime in Italo, 2003, gave rise to the domestication of the acts, the Trafficking in Person Prohibition and Law Enforcement Act. So every year, every 30th of July, brings to mind how victims of human trafficking have been suffering, how they have been thriving, and the interventions of every nation, every country, to see that
they enforce that law. So this year, like I said, it says, the team says, trapped behind the scam. I want to liken that slogan or that narrative to from frying pan to fire.
From frying pan to fire.
To fire. Because before somebody was trapped, there was a scam. Trapped before the scam means deprivation in the life of victims. It means imprisonment or threat of being imprisoned. Threat or threat to violate their livelihood. It means bondage. It means deprivation of their fundamental human rights. It means debt bondage. So before they fall prey to that scam, those things were not happening. But because of this scam, that they made themselves prey to being trafficked, those things that I just mentioned started coming up. But you know, human trafficking is, mostly thrive on deception. And going by the definition of human trafficking, there are three component elements or acts. One is called what is done, the act. The second one is means, how it is done. And the third one is purpose. With the acts, we talk about the recruitment, transportation, transfer, and harboring of person. Then comes the means, which is by means of threat or use of force, or that force of coercion or abduction. That is the means. And the worst thing is that deception. That is the bottom line. When somebody is being deceived, they may not really fall prey to it if they were not deceived. Then the last one is the purpose, which is exploitation. And this exploitation we are talking about ranges from sexual exploitation, organ harvesting, sales and harvest of babies, labor exploitation, domestic servitude, and begging. Let me stop there. So if they were not deceived, because of their position of vulnerability, they are deceived. Very soon, in the next 5 months now, you see people during the festival period of Christmas, you see human traffic at their best. They will come with sugar-coated tongue, trying to know who they will prey on. So this year, we are remembering the victims who have borne the brunt of these deceptive tactics of human traffickers.
All right. You know, while you're speaking, you really brought it down to where everybody could be able to understand it. But in making this point, you highlighted the issue around sexual, organ harvesting, sexual enslavement, if one may use that word as well. But you mentioned domestic servitude. And this we are, interested because it's a little bit complex. You understand Nigeria as what it is, and if one should throw back to hindsight or history, you understand that when you talk about domestic servitude, you will see perhaps those at the urban centers returning to the hinterland or the communities to help, we'll call it help, bring somebody from the village to help them and then thereby training that individual in school. And the person is helping the family in one domestic work or the other. How do we differentiate this from what you say about domestic servitude, for us to have that clarity?
Talk is very cheap.
Okay.
Talk is actually very cheap. Because we from NAPTIP or at NAPTIP knows what we are talking about. Okay. Like I told you, human trafficking preys on the vulnerability of people or individuals, especially women and children. They will always come in sugar-coated tongue or with sugar-coated tongue. The thing is that the promises are never fulfilled.
The promises are never
fulfilled. They are never fulfilled. Yesterday we went to the market. As we were talking, almost everybody at that Ababa market, they were shaking. They said, these people know that is what is happening. They even started pointing accusations on one another. The fact is that they never kept to those promises. You know, because of this familiar relationship or consanguinity, that is what people have been taking to prey on the vulnerable people. When that promise is made, you find out that they are neither sent to school as promised or to go and learn vocation. You know, education is just not, being educated is not just the conventional education we know. Somebody should also be put to vocational education in the sense of maybe building their capacity, you know, skill. Some people know how to do bread making. Some people are into computer. Some people are mechanic. Some are auto mechanic. So if you build the capacity of people on that, they'll be okay. But what we are saying here is that every time they are taken out of the country, instead of taking them to school or taking them to vocation that was promised, they will send them to the street to go and hawk pure water, ice water, or so many things. You must have heard gory stories of some of them being hit down by runaway drivers. So like I said, chop is very, very cheap. Yeah. It's not that they don't take them. When they take them, they don't do what they promise them. Let me say something here. That is the more reason why, even if you left your child to any of your relatives, ensure that you know where they are living. Ensure
just a moment. You said something. Even if you give your child to your relative, you should ensure to know where they live.
Very well.
You're speaking from experience of many things that have happened.
Yes. This is, I'm already about 23 years in this job. I'm already 23 years in this job. Most of them, when they just release their words or their children, they let go, believing that I'm letting them out to my family members, to my sister, to my brothers. But nobody can train one student the way they would do. That's why we are always calling for the ability of parents or family members to make sure that they give birth to the children as much as they can cater for, so that you do not bother about sending them away. Like I said, you must know some of these parents don't even know where their children are living. They don't know. They don't even have contact phone number, no details. So that's the more reason why they should be able to know, at least to be checking on them, to be sure that the children are doing well.
That's interesting. But if one may ask, you know, you've just painted a vivid picture of this situation. But before I get into the next question, when we talk about trafficking, does he have to always be perhaps out of the country? Does it, for example, we're within Enugu State, could people be trafficked from, say, Nsukka, you know, which is a local government in Enugu State, or Udi or Ezagu to another part of the state? Is it possible?
Yes.
It happens?
We have internal and external.
Okay.
When we talk about internal, from village to the town.
Okay.
From village to the city. From Nsukka to Ezagu. From Nsukka to Udi. From Ohafia to Aba. From Aba to Enugu in Nsukka. These are internal. Then from here to Lagos, Sokoto, within the country. But when it has to do with external, we are talking about with outside of the shore of Nigeria, outside of international boundary, meaning from Nigeria to Ghana, from Nigeria to Cote d'Ivoire, from Nigeria to Spain, to Italy, to Netherlands, to Asia. These are the types.
Your job is really cut out for you, because this is quite enormous and to tackle. But let's look at which age group is most at risk, you know, from trafficking.
Well, it's youth.
Youth.
Teenagers. Let's say from 10 through 30-something or 40-something age. But the ones that are mostly affected is just these teenagers. They are the most. Even though everybody is affected. Everybody's affected, but it's mostly the youth. Why is this so? Because of their penchant for quick money. I want to japa. I want to go and hustle. See, my brother, there's nothing good about the word hustling. Check it out.
There's nothing good about the word
hustling. It means prostituting or to prostitute. It means doing something that you are not yet ready to do. That's hustling. Check it up.
So
the japa.
When we hear the word hustling,
yes,
we should just let the alarm bell start ringing.
Bang, bang. That's what you ring. Then we are not saying that people should not travel. We didn't say that. NAPTI did not say that. I'm sure you are a product of a village. You came from one place to another.
Definitely, yeah.
We didn't say nobody should, but we said travel rightly. Travel with your international passport. Travel with your visas. You know, I'm always marveled when somebody said they were going to take you to a city or to outside of the country, and they now tell you to make sure you pack enough water in a container. Pack enough of okpa. Pack enough of gari. Gari, this one they soak. Pack enough of it. You that are supposed to fly to Italy, you that are supposed to fly to Morocco, fly to Italo, fly to Netherlands, they will now tell you that we are going to board one bus from here to Ilela border, to Jibia border, and we are going to pass Morocco. You will know that it's a torture journey. It's very stressful. For you, even though you don't have the you suffer from poverty of, except you suffer from poverty of the mind, you should be able to know that there is danger and somebody is supposed to run.
So therefore one should ask, what is NAPTI really doing to, steps you're taking to stop this, prevent this trafficking and protect victims?
We do our work based on 5 P's. 5P approach. Okay. One is prevention. You can agree with me, what I'm doing now is part of it. Everybody within this Enugu state, even not now, they will hear me, they will watch. That's prevention. There is another one, to arrest the perpetrators or those suspected to have committed the offense under the Act. There's another one that we call protection. This one has to do with counseling and rehabilitation department. Rescue victims are taken to a shelter. We have a shelter where they are counseled, their health status are being checked. They are exposed to vocation. If you go to a shelter now, we train them on how to be, depending on what you want to do. We train, in fact, there was one girl that actually gave us first conviction in 2006 in Bini. You know, of course, Bini was our first zonal command. That girl was trafficked from Italy, and when she was brought, she was not actually a graduate, but she was exposed to this vocation before NAPTI now gave her job. As we speak, she's in our Bini zonal command now. It was from there she went to study at university. That is protection. And that one is prosecution. People must be accountable to their actions and inactions. We do not just go and make arrest. When somebody is arrested, the suspect or suspected person will be brought to our office. A case file will be opened, just like the Bible said that the book was open. Then they will now interview the person. After which, that file will go to legal and prosecution department or unit, as the case may be, where a legal opinion is given. However, there are some that do not go there. Like I mentioned to you, those 3 acts, those 3 elements of human trafficking, the acts, the means, and the purpose, must come to play. So when we look at it, if it does not have any of these elements, the file is kept in view or the person is left out the go. And that one is policy. The policy of federal government is to say no to human trafficking, zero tolerance to human trafficking. And we have some books that speaks to that. There is also partnership partnership, because we cannot just do it alone. You know, human trafficking is a security issue. It's a political issue. It's an economic issue. We partner with CSOs, civil society organizations, NGOs, international communities, embassies. There are so many of them. Even here, we have what we call State Task Force on Human Trafficking. And it's like a conglomeration, organization of sister law enforcement agencies, and those organizations and agencies whose role delve into human trafficking. We have Nigerian Immigration Service, we have DSS, we have Federal Ministry, and we have Ministry of Justice, we have Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Development, I think, at right. We have Nigerian Police Force, Civil Defense. We have so many of them. So those are our partners. Like this one, it was one of our international partners that are funding and sponsoring this year's event.
Yeah, I will come to this year's event just in a minute. But let's look at your command. How has the job been so far? What was it like? Are you recording success rates with, preventing trafficking around your command?
Yes, we have been doing that. We have been doing that. There is I just mentioned of one of our international partners.
Yes.
There's this project that is ongoing, and it is called STEEP.
STEEP.
The acronym is STEEP.
Okay.
School Anti-Trafficking Education Advocacy Project. That's what it is. STEEP, S-T-A-P, and it's an acronym. It is targeting as school age students
okay.
from secondary school, class 1 to JS1 to SS3.
Okay.
So we are supposed to inaugurate their club. School is a school club. We call it Vanguard. In 50 schools throughout the state, 17 local government in Enugu state. As we speak, we have done 25.
That's enormous.
We are going to do the remaining 25. In fact, we would have done another 9, if not because the school was almost closing for the long term. So, as an aftermath of that, we have been recording successes because it makes so many people that are not even aware of what is called human trafficking. People don't even know that there is something that is still called slavery. It's slave trade, but people don't know that because it is seen that it have been abrogated, it have been prohibited. So nobody wants to. If you are telling somebody that, they will not believe you. But because of this program, everybody have come to know the places that I've gone to. There was this place that we went to, Uguaba. You can imagine if you see the kind of almost every member of the community came out, including the Igwe and Council and so many. It recorded enormous attendance or presence. So they were so happy to know that there is an organization that is fighting that. And when we brought that issue of domestic servitude, everybody they were just looking at themselves, because most of them are guilty of that.
Everybody feel they are guilty.
Yes, they are guilty of that. Especially this, I don't want to come and mention salary earners, we that are white collar job people, because we are mostly at fault. But that does not mean
almost every Nigerian should be at fault.
Yes, but I'm not. Okay. I'm not, because I know what the law says.
Okay.
So aftermath of that, we have been recording serious successes. We are also operating another law. They call it Violence Against Prohibition Act. VAP. PGR. So we are also fighting that one. That was when some of these women, they got to know their right. Yesterday, my unit head, Ms. Solai, spoke to them in the language they will understand, because she spoke in Igbo language in that market. And they were just looking at them. They started telling them, I'm going to report them. They were pointing at themselves, at one another. So it has been from successes to successes, from strength to strength and glory to glory. Another thing is that what we have been getting mostly is these VAP-related cases. And VAP is mostly operational at Abuja. but some states have domesticated it. Here, we were told that they have domesticated it, but they have not really. We have not really gotten the fiat that we need to do the prosecution, because that is this. There's one on my table now that we even want to refer to Ministry of Justice for the intervention, because you know the worst thing that can happen to somebody is that when you go to court, somebody will now tell you this case is not prosecutable, you don't have the right. But we are ready to go, and we are making this because there are so many that have been coming that are even more than human trafficking issues.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue to highlight these issues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching The Insight, and we'll be speaking to the Zonal Commander of NAPTIP Enugu Zonal Command, Mr. Opai Jonathan Awa. It's been a pleasure talking with you so far, sir.
Welcome too.
All right. We've been talking about your efforts, geared towards stopping human trafficking around your Zonal Command. But let's talk about the World Celebration tomorrow. What's the preparation like? The celebration for, the awareness around the human trafficking issues. You said the theme for this year is trapped behind this scam. So let's know what the preparation is like.
We've already gone so far.
Okay.
We'll be rounding up tomorrow.
Okay.
Which is Thursday, 30th. The D-Day.
Okay.
The preparation started since last week. If it was in Abuja, they would do Jumat service. But in states like here, in zones like this, we start with sensitization in churches. 3 days ago, we went to Church of Anglican Communion, Holy Trinity, in Transekulu to do the sensitization. And we're happy that we did. It was really something to talk about. It's a very interesting issue because there's no day that passes by without a mention of human trafficking or violence against persons issue. So we went to that church and they gave us the floor, they gave us audience, and they also made contribution. So when we were done, day before I went to Radio Nigeria, just like what I'm doing now. I granted interview to them, and it was wonderful as well. Yesterday, we went to the market, like I told you, the one we have been talking about.
In the
yes, sensitization in the market. This sensitization and church programs, we have always been doing that on weekly basis, because we know the best, and just like they say, prevention is better than cure. we know that preventive measures is better than any when those crimes must have been committed. Sometimes we go to private school, go to public schools, and do this sensitization. Sometimes they just go out on their own. I mean, my people, to go to markets, to go to churches, even to hospital. So today I'm here.
All right.
For this media.
This part of the build up for tomorrow.
Yes, build up.
So what will be happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow is a road walk.
Okay.
And we are starting very close to you from Boban stores up to Gariki Market. Everybody is invited. Our stakeholders, our partners, our sister law enforcement agencies, the church, the youth leaders, the vigilantes. Vigilantes have also been happy, helping us very well. So everybody is invited. All roads will lead to Gariki Market from Boban stores.
Wow.
And that will be the peak, the climax of all the activities. And it terminates tomorrow.
All right. You know, you already told me you were in the markets yesterday, and then we talked about how the people felt so happy. Let's talk about what the reception is like and how the people welcome these engagements.
It was very wonderful, like I told you. The owner, because so many, you know, certain things, like she was saying the other day, ignorance is no excuse. But there is nothing like personal conviction. When you know that you are wrong, it's better you retreat from whatever you are doing. Like this issue of domestic service that I told you, most people are very, very affected, or they are suspects, or they are culprits, or they have been, you know, they have been affected by it. So they received us very well. Most of them left what they were doing. The pictures can speak eloquently. They left what they were doing because we just took like 1 or 2 hours with them and we took snapshots. There was even one woman that was very, very interested in this. She even made herself as a point, as a contact person for NAPTIP, that anybody that has so and so case should come through her. And you know, we released our contact phone number, including the toll-free line 627 and the main line 070 30,000 and 203. So I also made mention of our physical address at GRUA. So the reception was wonderful.
All right, before we go, maybe you call those numbers again so that our audience would equally get hold of that number. But before we get hold of the numbers, let me ask, we've talked about your efforts. We've seen what you're doing. There are no challenges involved?
Yeah.
So what are the challenges so far?
One is the issue of people being afraid to report cases.
People being afraid to report cases?
Yes. Like they are afraid. But since that time, since we started that project, people have started reporting. But even now, but there was something I told them yesterday that she also emphasized. When you come with a complaint or when you want to report, your confidentiality is assured.
Confidentiality is assured?
Yes, because we are protecting ourselves, we are also protecting you. But like on Sunday and yesterday, I warned them that they should not go and start bragging that you see what NAPTIP is going to do to you. I have reported you to NAPTIP. Because people are afraid, we make sure, we assure them that their confidentiality is assured. There is no need to be afraid. Because I like one man, one of our former presidents, Obasanjo. Obasanjo says, if you see something, say something. You may not even stop at that saying something, you will also do something. Their own way is just to, you know, be partners with us, because we are talking about security issue that everybody is involved. Come and report. Once you go, we pretend as if we don't know you. You don't know us. And that one is logistics. Do you know that the last steel project that we did, we went to some interior areas of Nsukka that me have not heard about. There's one they call Okopi Ekwebe. I've not heard that one. If you see the terrain, if you see the topography, if you see the road, you marvel at what NAPTIP is doing. There's another one they call Akum, Ozala. And before we now went to Achi, those interiors. So it's not what it, you know, logistics is another problem. Then there's another issue. We call it Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm, that the one in Spain. I mean, in Sweden. This means that a rescued victim compromises with her or with his detractors, and the people who are inflicted trauma, inflicted hatred, inflicted so much thing on them, they don't want to go to court. They say we will not want to go to court. They will also ask us a rhetorical, what are you talking about? This woman was the one that made me to see light in the city. I've not left my village before. Why should I go and testify against her? But these are the people that have traumatized them, abused them, denied them freedom. You know, one thing about these people, these traffickers, is that the money, the debt is endless. The money, the debt is endless. But you can imagine a victim that have been rescued. He or she will tell you, I cannot go and face my breadwinner. So we call it, if it's either we call it Stockholm syndrome or we call it compromising relationship.
All right. You've mentioned that logistics is always the problem.
Yeah.
But how is the government assisting in all this?
That is why we are here now. I don't know how you are going to make it to the state governments. Let them know.
No, but you're operating within a zonal command, which is Enugu State.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that the government is not recognizing the effort so far and not partnering with you?
They are not really. They are not really. Because like we've written to the governor to have audience with him. Granted, we are federal government agency here, but we are working for the interest of the state.
There has to be some sort of collaboration.
Yes. We even when I came here as June office last year, I've already played this guest to the Honorable Commissioner for Justice. We even went to see the state of government and all that. This, but the fact is that they have not really given us needed attention. I am an Igbo man. I'm from here too, so I will always do everything to make sure that our mandate is achieved here. So we need the state government to also come to our rescue and hear us and know how the effort we have been making. Because this steep project, I'm telling you, the 50 schools cut across the 17 local government. There is no local government that is left out. Very soon, the 50 we are going to do is mostly we need this and Ogun, Aniri, and the rest. So we are doing collaboration is not really working the way it's supposed to work, because we are really working here for the betterment of the Southeast and by implication, Enugu State.
That's interesting. So,
before I go, I want the listeners to know about the consequences of human trafficking.
Okay.
The consequence, like I said, we didn't say anybody should not travel. The consequences are in twofold. One is personal consequences. The other one is societal consequences. For personal, especially for those people who are victims of sexual exploitation, it can cause death. It can cause the denial of fundamental human rights. Fundamental human rights. There are some that pledge their land, mortgage their land to go and to travel out of the country. By the time they are back, you know, Nigerians being what they are, they will not they will not let them get back their property or their land. Those are the personal consequences. There is also the societal consequences. One is that it can metamorphose into other crimes, other violent crimes. You know, as you speak, if you there is this video I just watched yesterday. Some people, Igbo people, they trafficked to Ghana, and when they now took them to that Ghana, they now put them inside a particular house and expose them to cyber-based human trafficking, computer-based, internet-based human trafficking. There is also the issue of carrying of drug. That is another one. From human trafficking, somebody has been trafficked for, to go to another to do one thing. Now they can now use that person for another thing. There's also the issue of arms peddling. So you can see from human trafficking to that. There's also the issue of you can fuel public sector corruption. Sometimes when you go to the border, international border, like we are going to Cotonou from Badagry now, you see sometimes our people, law enforcement agencies and agents, they will turn blind-eyed when people are being ferried out of the country. And that one is, it speaks to bad public image. It causes bad, it's a dent on the nation's image. So these are those two. I mean, those two are the ones we are talking about. So because when people are doing something, if they don't know, they must know that there are consequences. That is why we are here to say that people should not allow their words, their children, their loved ones to fall prey to human trafficking.
All right. Before we go on a short break, I would want you to, ask a sort of a hypothetical question, because while you were speaking, I remember that there are instances where victims would not come to, speak about it because they've taken an oath never to, divulge the circumstances and everything around it. How do you handle such cases?
Well, the issue around this one is that we have tried to use traditional institutions to break that jinx. In Edo, something happened that even made the Oba to place a curse on the traffickers. When he played that course, everybody agreed, because as the leader of the traditional institution, anything that is word carries power, it carries influence, it carries authority. There was even a time that our officers from headquarters, assisted by the Ibini Zonal Command officers, went to those shrines and broke it. So when we have done that, it means that those are just facts. They don't really matter.
All right. On that note, we'll just take a quick break, and when we return, we'll continue to throw more light on this issue. Stay with us, please.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching The Insight, and many thanks for staying with us. And we're still confronting human trafficking, x-raying the progress, the challenges, and the road ahead. And the Zonal Commander, NAPTIP Enugu Zonal Command, Mr. Opai Jonathan Awa, has been helping us to unravel issues around trafficking. However, Mr. Jonathan, thank you so much for your time. Again. Before we begin to, bring everything together, people who want to complain and reach your office, how do they do that? Are there contact numbers that you can let our audience know so that when they have issues to report, it may be easier for them to reach you?
Yes, we do. We have our physical contact on 18B, Ekulu West.
18B, Ekulu West.
Ekulu West,
okay.
Just behind Parkland Hospital. Okay. And also behind the former Adoration Ministry. Okay. I think the church is called Holy Ghost Church or
Christ the King
Catholic Church.
Okay.
Then we also have a toll-free number, 627, a short code, 627. It's toll-free, 627. Anybody can call. Then there's another one, 070 30,203. It's an MTN line.
Okay. So people can use these numbers to reach out and report any incidents or issues around trafficking.
Yes, especially those who may not want to, who may want to speak under condition of anonymity. Okay. So they have to. call this line, and somebody will be there to pick them.
All right. So, before I let you go, I know you're a very busy man, but looking ahead, what should government, families, schools, and the public do, differently in Nigeria to make it real and see that there is a lasting progress, against human trafficking in Nigeria?
Well, we are still emphasizing on the fact that when you see something,
say something.
Say something. And when you hear something, say something and do something. We're also talking about the issue of community vigilante, traditional institutions. Once you see somebody that is not from your place, you should be able to know. You should be able to know. Even if you don't have vigilante, but you should be able to know. You should also be somebody that have the interest of people around you at heart. Because like I said, prevention is better than cure. In Ogun, in Aniri, that place is very endemic to human trafficking. And they are not actually doing internal human trafficking. They are not doing internal, they are only external. Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana. We've been handling that. So it is still within themselves. So if they have this kind of traditional institution or vigilante, they should be able to know. Especially, these little girls or these youngsters, when they want to travel, they may not want to tell their parents or their lover or their family member, because the trafficker will always tell them, do not tell anybody. There was one issue that happened, even when the girl has agreed not to let the cat out of the bag, she still went ahead and carried her bag and hopped into a waiting bag and left. So these are things, if they have a very good security system, they should be able to stop their, once you see that kind of thing and suspect that, you should be able to stop that person from progressing. Then for government, I've already made mention of that. That partnership is key. They should be able to come. A partner with us to help us. Any opportunity that we need to seek their audience, they should make it available, because all of us are working for the betterment and interest of the state, and by extension, the Southeast geopolitical. Of course, Enugu National Command covers the other 5 states. So I'm hearing 2 caps as I sit. I'm the zonal state commander here. I'm the zonal commander. I have commanders under me in Abia, in Anambra, in Embodi, and in Imo State.
An enormous job that you have there. All right. Thank you very much for what you're doing for not just the states, but for the zone entirely. But finally, before I let you go, let me ask a personal question. How are you coping with all this?
And the Lord has been on my strength, and been my strength, and I have very, very vibrant and dutiful and diligent officers. You can see them, and they can walk. You can see they are women, but they are men. Natural, they are men. They work round the clock to make sure that we achieve a mandate. When somebody is doing work without being compelled, without being forced to do, then that person is very diligent and he knows what they do. So with them, I think we are ready to go. We are trying. We are doing so much. We are doing so. How I wish we'll also have another this men, let me say young, officers that have that kind of passion to complement them.
Wow. So you mean to tell me that the men are not willing to?
No, we are not. That the men.
There are not many.
No, there are not many. The women there are many more than them, but they are actually doing well. We are actually doing well, very, very well.
I asked that question, given the enormous task and job you do, I'm still, while we were talking, wondering how you still remain so young from the last time we met. That's why I asked that question. But we are so grateful for the job you're doing.
Thank you so much. Mention something. There are so many people that do not know how you can identify a trafficker.
Okay, that's important.
There are so many people. That's why immediately we go for sensitization. Any place we are given opportunity, we will make sure that we tell our audience the traffickers, tactics traffickers use. One is that you will see a group of people traveling almost of the same age. Like, you know, you ask me which age bracket is mostly affected. See, from that 10, 15 like that to 20, almost of the same age, traveling in a group, in a bus, in a vehicle. But inside that bus, you see an elderly person or an adult playing a role, a trafficking role. Look very well. But like I told you, you should not start shouting. Start shouting. You can only
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. The incoming registrar's capability to consolidate institutional reforms of the upgrade to minimize urban congestion. Deliberate measures to expand female representation in elective and strategic governance roles. Speaking during through his deputy, Dr. Olayide Adelami, at the launch of the 774 the governor affirmed that sustainable national development relies on mobilizing female intellectual capital across all communities. Governor Ayedatiwa emphasized that leadership selection should be governed strictly by character, competence, and vision rather than gender bias. He urged political party executives to dismantle systemic limitations, socio-economic barriers, and deep-seated cultural stereotypes that historically restrict female participation in legislation and executive governance. The Plateau State House of Assembly has withdrawn a controversial legislative bill proposing life pensions for its former presiding and principal officers following intense public condemnation. The sudden policy reversal transpired as organized labor unions, civil society organizations, and concerned citizens prepared to initiate an indefinite protest and occupation of the legislative complex in Jos. Announcing the assembly complex in Jos, the majority leader, Joseph Gokum, stated that lawmakers elected to yield to public sentiment given the prevailing national economic realities. Labor leaders had earlier criticized the proposed pension package as deeply insensitive, citing unresolved civil servant entitlements and pension arrears affecting thousands of state retirees. Legislators maintained that the unanimous resolution to scrap the proposed bill demonstrates a firm commitment to democratic responsiveness and public fiscal accountability. Parliamentary spokesperson rejected assertions that the retreat signaled institutional weakness, describing the move as a mature exercise in representative governance. Organized labor leaders have since acknowledged the Assembly's decision, characterizing the outcome of the monumental victory for civil engagement and constitutional democracy. Civil society coalitions have subsequently suspended planned industrial actions, while urging state assemblies nationwide to prioritize fiscal discipline. A joint security operational team comprising state-recruited forest guards, operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, local hunters, and community vigilantes has rescued 9 abducted individuals in Kwara State. The tactical operation took place along the Obo Ayegun Eju or Rashi axis in Ekiti local government area, a border zone adjoining Ekiti and Kogi states. Security forces intercepted the armed gang as they attempted to move the hostages through the dense forest channels toward Niger State following an earlier raid on the Eju community market. Tactical units tracked the criminal networks deep into the bush before engaging them in a prolonged firefight to prevent their escape. During the operational engagement, joint officers neutralized 3 suspected bandits, recovered several operational motorcycles, and secured the unconditional freedom of all 9 hostages. Rescued victims confirmed to security point before tactical teams successfully disrupted the kidnapping syndicate. Local security commanders praised the operational synergy and bravery demonstrated by the combined forces while appealing to state authorities to upgrade logistical support, tactical gear, and advanced communication equipment. Police tactical units operating in Akwa Ibom and Delta states have arrested 12 suspects and recovered illicit firearms, live ammunition, and dangerous narcotics following intelligence-led raids on criminal sanctuaries. In Akwa Ibom, operatives stormed a targeted compound in Uyo, arresting 4 suspects aged between 15 and 21, while recovering a locally fabricated pistol, cannabis, and charms. Simultaneously, the Delta State Police Command executed coordinated strikes targeting violent cult networks across Iseluku and Abraka, apprehending 8 suspected members of the Mafite confraternity. Such operations at the scene yielded double-barrel guns, locally manufactured pistols, live cartridges, and various items of court. Commanders across both state police headquarters emphasized that these proactive strikes reflect an ongoing operational strategy to dismantle violent gangs and mitigate cult-related violence. State Police Public Relations Officer affirmed that all 12 suspects are undergoing rigorous interrogation prior to formal prosecution in courts of competent jurisdiction. Police leadership urged members of the public to maintain heightened situational awareness and continually share actionable intelligence with local divisions. A violent altercation over commercial transport operational fees in Jalingo, Taraba State, has resulted in the death of 29-year-old Jesse Marcos after he sustained fatal stab wounds. Marcos, who was assigned to issue daily municipal permits to commercial tricycle operators, was attacked at Angwan Kasa after insisting that a defaulting operator purchase his ticket. Eyewitnesses reported that the commercial rider is seen following an argument before returning with an armed gang, triggering a violent clash that panicked residents. Marcos suffered severe stab injuries to the neck during the assault and was pronounced dead upon arrival at the Federal Medical Center, Jalingo. The Taraba State Police Command confirmed the arrest of the primary suspect alongside his brother in connection with the homicide, stating that homicide detectives have launched a full investigation. Police units have been deployed across the Angwan Kasa general area to enforce public order and forestall reprisal attacks by rival groups. State police authorities warned against vigilante justice, assuring the victim's family and the Commercial Transport Union that justice will be served through digital and due legal process. The National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, has launched an extensive marine safety and environmental protection campaign across waterfront communities in the Federal Capital Area Council. The campaign emphasizes safe vessel navigation, environmental stewardship, and strict compliance with safety codes to prevent marine accidents during the peak rainy season. Addressing community members, the NIWA Abuja Area Manager, Mrs. Aisha Eri, expressed gratitude to local authorities for their cooperation and reaffirmed the agency's mandate to safeguard lives and commercial assets along navigable waterways. She stressed that safety protocols, including the mandatory use of approved life jackets, will be strictly enforced across all operational landings. Responding to the initiative, local traditional rulers, including the Emir of Kwali, Alhaji Adamu Aguma, commended the federal government and pledged to complete community compliance with established maritime guidelines. Traditional councils assured visiting officials that local task forces will assist in monitoring waterfront compliance. The Nigerian Navy has displayed fuel refining and distribution facility during a tactical operation conducted in Boni local government area of Rivers State. Operatives attached to Forward Operating Base Boni, operating under Operational Delta Sentinel, uncovered the illicit site containing approximately 13,000 liters of illegally refined automotive gas, oil, diesel, alongside industrial storage equipment. The Director of Naval Information, Navy Captain Abiodun Folorunso, confirmed that the seized facility functioned as a key processing hub, supporting organized crude oil theft and economic sabotage. The Naval Command reiterated its commitment to protecting critical oil and gas infrastructure across the Niger Delta, in line with federal directives to maximize national crude oil production. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Assume leadership as the new registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, succeeding Professor Ishak Oloyede. The Plateau State House of Assembly formally withdraws the controversial bill proposing life pensions for its former presiding and principal officers. Coming up shortly, Foreign Affairs Minister Bianco Dumegwu leads high-level bilateral talks with Angola, Libya, and Auda Nepal on the sidelines of the African Union Summit in Ethiopia. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has formally graduated 31 newly certified locomotive pilots, marking a peace summit in Luanda. Both envoys agreed on establishing permanent diplomatic frameworks to foster bilateral investment across energy and infrastructure sectors. In a separate session with Libya's Foreign Minister, Mr. Taha Al-Bour, conversation shifted to addressing transnational security threats, combating human trafficking networks, and exploring potential bilateral prisoner transfer treaties. Addressing newsmen in Addis Ababa, Ambassador Odumegwu Ojukwu emphasized that strong regional cooperation and institutional self-reliance remain essential to eradicating cross-border criminal enterprises. She reaffirmed Nigeria's resolve to remain an anchor of peace, democratic governance, and economic growth across the African continent. Defending champion Goodness Nwachukwu delivered a record-shattering performance at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, winning the gold medal in the women's para-discus event while establishing a new world record. Saving her best performance for the final round, Nwachukwu recorded an extraordinary throw of 39.66 meters to smash her previous world mark in the F42 category by over 3 meters. Nwachukwu's gold medal winning performance secured Team Nigeria's 7th gold medal of the Games, finishing well clear of Wales, Funmi Oduaye and Brie Cronin, who aimed silver and bronze medals respectively. The arena erupted in celebration as technical officials confirmed the record-breaking distance. Now in entertainment, Afrobeat artist Peter Okoye has publicly accused his twin brother and former P-Square bandmate Paul Okoye, known professionally as Rude Boy, of exploiting social media criticism to damage his personal reputation. The public dispute erupted after Peter faced online backlash over controversial comments regarding indigenous language usage made during an exchange with a fan. Following the initial public outcry, Rude Boy issued a statement on social media emphasizing his personal pride in Nigerian culture and native languages, effectively distancing himself from his brother's remarks. Peter responded directly, alleging that his brother consistently capitalizes on negative public narrative trends to turn fans against him. Addressing the controversy surrounding his initial statement, Peter acknowledged the public criticism and stated that he accepts full personal responsibility for his choice of words. However, he maintained that his brother's action represents a calculated attempt to undermine his public standing rather than a genuine effort to promote cultural heritage. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Professor Segun Aina will officially assume leadership as the new registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, succeeding Professor Ishak Oloyede. As the youngest registrar in the board's history, the computer engineering professor is expected to consolidate technological reforms and drive digital transformation across tertiary admissions. The Plateau State House of Assembly has withdrawn a controversial bill proposing life pensions for its former presiding and principal officers. The decision followed widespread public backlash and threatened indefinite protests from organized labor unions and civil society groups. We also reported that Foreign Affairs Minister Bianco Odumegwu Ojukwu led high-level bilateral talks with Angola, Libya, and Alda Nepad on the sidelines of the African Union Summit in Ethiopia. Discussions focused on expanding economic partnerships, boosting trade, and addressing regional security challenges such as human trafficking and arms proliferation. That's news across the country at noon on Aneke TV. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, and video coverage, call 070304371110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidinma and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From Half of a Yellow Sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days, we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to like mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. Like it's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was normal. Was the normal coming and going, but we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high, and then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon. I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. It's not as though that the former one was creme de la creme, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and the impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cool drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day they bring it like, let me say, close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones to read, and to read in the night also, in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching.
I am Sharon Uti, Aneke TV.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Nigeria is a nation of extraordinary natural beauty. Beyond its bustling cities and vibrant cultures lies a landscape sculpted over millions of years by volcanic activity, flowing rivers, shifting tectonic plates, tropical forests, and vast savannas, towering rock formations, ancient caves, spectacular waterfalls, warm springs, and expansive plateaus stand today as enduring monuments to nature's artistry. Our journey begins in the heart of the country at Zuma Rock in Niger State, one of Nigeria's most recognizable landmarks. Rising more than 700 meters above its surroundings, the imposing granite monolith has become a national symbol, welcoming travelers approaching the Federal Capital Territory. Local folklore regards the rock as a spiritual guardian, while geologists describe it as one of the country's most remarkable inselbergs. Not far away, Aso Rock dominates the skyline of Abuja, formed from ancient Precambrian granite. The massive outcrop overlooks the presidential villa, the National Assembly, and the Supreme Court, making it both a natural wonder and a defining feature of Nigeria's capital city. Further north, the thunderous waters of Garara Falls in Niger State plunge dramatically over rugged cliffs before joining the Garara River. During the rainy season, the falls transform into one of West Africa's most spectacular natural attractions, drawing visitors from across the country. In neighboring Nasarawa State lies Farinruwa Falls, among the highest waterfalls in Nigeria. Surrounded by dense forest and rolling hills, the cascading waters provide breathtaking scenery while supporting biodiversity and ecotourism. On the rocky landscapes of Plateau State stands Wase Rock, a striking volcanic plug rising sharply above the plains. The surrounding reserve is home to migratory birds and unique wildlife, reinforcing Plateau's reputation as one of Nigeria's ecological treasures. The journey continues to Taraba State, where the Mambila Plateau stretches across cool highlands, unlike anywhere else in the country. Rolling grasslands, mist-covered mountains, tea plantations, and winding rivers have earned the Plateau recognition as one of Nigeria's most scenic destinations. Within Bauchi State, Yankari National Park offers one of Africa's richest wildlife habitats. At its heart flows the crystal-clear Wike Springs, where naturally heated water maintains a constant temperature throughout the year, attracting thousands of tourists while sustaining a delicate ecosystem. In the southwest, Olumo Rock in Abeokuta rises as both a geological monument and a symbol of resilience. During the 19th century Yoruba Wars, it served as a refuge for the Egba people. Today, its ancient caves, natural tunnels, and panoramic views preserve an important chapter of Nigeria's history. Nearby, the breathtaking Idari Hills in Ondo State combine towering granite hills with centuries-old settlements, sacred shrines, and winding stone steps. The landscape reflects a unique blend of natural beauty and cultural heritage that has attracted international recognition. In Osun State, the cascading Erin Ijesha waterfalls, also known as Olomirin Falls, descend through 7 spectacular levels, creating one of Nigeria's most visited ecotourism sites. Each level offers a different perspective of the surrounding rainforest. Not far away in Ekiti State lies the remarkable Ikogosi Warm Springs, where warm and cold springs flow side by side without mixing, a rare geological phenomenon that continues to intrigue scientists and visitors alike. The southeast reveals another remarkable treasure beneath the earth. The ancient Omonike caves in Anambra State, recognized on UNESCO's tentative World Heritage List, consist of interconnected tunnels carved naturally over thousands of years. For centuries, the caves have served as places of refuge, worship, and cultural significance. In Enugu State, Ohum waterfall and cave combine spiritual heritage with natural beauty as water cascades over towering cliffs into a serene valley where the nearby Uwo pine forest and cave captivates visitors with dramatic limestone formations and lush woodland. Cross River State showcases some of Nigeria's richest biodiversity. The magnificent Abokim waterfalls flow through tropical rainforest near the Cameroon border, while Kwa Falls, located within the Cross River National Park, descends through dense forest that shelters endangered wildlife, including gorillas, chimpanzees, and rare bird species. Across the Niger Delta, protected areas such as Finima Nature Park demonstrates the importance of conserving fragile coastal ecosystems that sustain both wildlife and local communities. These natural monuments are far more than scenic attractions. They preserve geological history, protect biodiversity, sustain livelihoods, inspire scientific research, and promote cultural identity. Together, they represent an invaluable national heritage with enormous potential for sustainable tourism and economic development. Yet, many of these treasures face growing threats from climate change, deforestation, erosion, pollution, and unchecked human activities. Conservationists continue to advocate stronger environmental protection, improved infrastructure, and greater public awareness to preserve these landscapes for future generations. Nigeria's natural monuments stand as enduring reminders of the country's remarkable environmental wealth. From towering rocks and ancient caves to cascading waterfalls and rolling plateaus, they tell the story of a nation shaped by nature, offering the world a destination where history, culture, and extraordinary landscapes exist in perfect harmony.
got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff ring, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top for the top, I can't ever take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff ring, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff ring, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I will
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You are welcome here to our program, The Mysteries of Life. We have moved from this trying to look at death to trying to understand this whole issue of accidents, coincidence, what's happening. To now, we want to zero down to what the Igbos call Ifa Bakalaka. One of the musicians in those days said, Nokugegu, the man called Oliver the Kokwe. Nokugegu, no Igbo. Meshazia, Abume Egu, Bakalakia. In fact, almost all the people of they will say it is the akalaka. But back to the English word, we are looking at destiny. You know, during this current World Cup, Clivert, the son of the old Clivert in 1989 missed penalty in the World Cup, played to the same direction. And the son in 2026 missed another penalty, the same side with what the father missed so many years ago, 20-something years before. And people continue to ask, what is all this? There are stories around J.F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln. There are so many stories in the world about so many things. And therefore, with me, decided to look into this particular issue. By my right, of course, we have the pastor who oversees growing ones, you know, the faith of the young ones in the Assemblies of God Mission, Nigeria. He is Reverend Carlo. Reverend Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
And by my left, we have our regular consultant equally, who is involved in trying to settle, you know, peace conflicts. He's a peace and conflict consultant, a good Igbo man, a Mazi in Igbo land, Mazi Nemeka Gabriel Anechukwu. You're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Yeah, so let me start with you. This issue of destiny. I know I would have gone to the pastor, no, but I want to start with you. This issue of destiny, this issue of akalaka. What do you understand by this issue? I know that I talked of Oliver the Kokwe and all those people, what they used to say, but maybe they were just singing and talking. You know, now what is akalaka? What is destiny? You know, what is destiny?
Viewed from Igbo traditional understanding, from Igbo cosmology, school of thought, or worldview, akalaka, destiny, means one's preordained or predetermined parts of life or part in life is one's core purpose for coming to this world as ordained by the supreme deity, God Almighty, is a calling or talent one must adhere with or tally with or follow for the person to live a meaningful life that will give the person meaning, relevance, dignity in this life. Once somebody is in line with his destiny or akalaka, that is the you in you. Even the word of God, according to the Christian, says, Christ in you, the hope of your glory. So destiny or akalaka is Christ in somebody, which is the only hope of glory for that person. Once you miss your akalaka, your destiny, you will live a meaningless life. You will be living, but you have no essence, you have no relevance, you have no meaning in life.
The person will be existing.
You'll be existing, but you are not living.
Okay.
You'll be existing, you are not living.
Okay.
So it makes your life very superficial. You won't have a fulfilled life. Your destiny or akalaka enables you to have a fulfilled life.
You see, I want to, because I'm getting confused now, because the akalaka and the destiny, they are now two things. I know when I will go back to I'll come back to you after getting to the pastor or to the reverend, because the issue now is, from what you are saying, the akalaka, you know, defines the quintessence of that person's existence here on planet.
The purpose of coming to this world.
I know, but what of it, the destiny is not, you know, because it could be negative, it could be positive. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but Reverend, you know, destiny, because if Akalaka might mix it up with us, but maybe you will still add your own perspective to it, destiny.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. To my understanding, anytime we talk about destiny, we are trying to, in the nucleus perspective, unveil the predetermined purpose or will of God.
Okay.
Will of God.
The will of God.
Hidden will of God.
Okay.
In a man's life. What God has predetermined, if that person works according to his will, the end living, the end purpose of a man, you know, what you are born for, what you are born to achieve, to become, and it's just like an inbuilt instinct, a personal instinct. As day goes and comes, it begins to be revealed. It is not openly revealed ab initio, but as you grow in life, trending towards your heart desire and yearnings, you get to a point, a destiny, a destination where you now say, I am fulfilled, I am excited doing this, and this is what I am born for.
Okay.
And that becomes
that's one part. But is it possible to have a very negative and unsavory destiny?
Well, when God finished creating man, he affirmed in signature that all he has made is good.
Okay.
But we have found out that the devil is always in the business of counteracting and trying to bring a disabuse of what God has made that is good, to turn it not to be good.
Okay.
And so in destiny, destiny can be thwarted.
Okay.
Destiny can be influenced.
Okay.
Destiny can suffer distractions. And if the bearer takes heed to it,
yes,
that person is bound to miss the end expectation
yeah,
God has planned for that person.
Okay.
So that is the issue that goes along with it. In another form also, God is a sovereign God.
Okay.
He sees tomorrow from today. So if something is not going on well or auguring well, and you happen to align yourself with this God who made you, he can either connect you to a person, or connect you to a situation, or connect you to a channel that will bring a total overhauling of your life. The truth of the matter lies underneath that this is the will of God. And that will of God is unveiled as your destiny in life.
Okay. Now, so because I remember that the scripture tells us that the Son of Man is destined to suffer grievously and to die. Then the third day he will be raised from the dead. So I'm just thinking about it. I'm then thinking about Judas, thinking about the Jews, thinking about his destiny, thinking about people that sometimes when people die, they will say that it was that like they just mentioned that this man missed the penalty. The father missed the penalty, the same penalty in the World Cup to something years ago, the same side of the goalpost, and this year the son Kluivert missed another penalty 20-something years later, and we are looking at that, because he is talking of this thwarting destiny, which we know is possible. So, but I'm looking at the positive aspects of destiny, which he has already defined. That at the time God created, he said that everything he made is good. Yes. Because God is good. God is good, and he does things that are perfect. But how does a man move out of God's predetermined purpose for himself or for herself? Maz?
This is the right question at this juncture in this discussion. Destiny is not rigid.
Okay.
It's not a must. It must go well with that particular destiny. depending on how you negotiate that your destiny.
Okay.
God might destine you to be a very good architect.
Okay.
But that's you are destined to become a very great astute architect in life. It is your destiny. But you worked against that being an architect because of your value system.
Okay.
You deviated and went to study law. You can have PhD, but you can never do well. Whenever you deviate from God choosing part of you in life, it's not the problem is not from God, but from you. Because God is perfect. That's why in destiny, in Akalaka, we are created wire uniquely, peculiarly. No two persons are the same. We are wired to reign as kings in this life. In your field, you must be a champion. I must be a champion here. The other person be a champion. That's why God, in the originality of creation, wanted us to be gods in our own fields.
That's what the Bible says.
To make our account to Him. Nobody should be spirit to the other. That's why the Holy Spirit in you, even the church people, that will spite what you do wrong, but to tell you this person is an entity. Nobody should be an entity. Because God does not create failures. He is the super creator, the whole wisdom. So in life, that wisdom of God uniquely carved for each person is what we call destiny. And when you align with your destiny, you follow your destiny. Achebe went, when law was running a curse, he went and read literature. Do you see that with that literature that Achebe read, he became a global figure? But some people that read law that time could not even build a house. They were good, so Achebe found his part in literature and distinguished himself. That's actually the decimal akalaka of Chinua Achebe was literature. And see how he became a class of his, he became an institution. So what I'm saying is that you can work against your destiny. When you channel your life, you can refuse to live your destiny and you waste away. You become a waste. You become a failure. But know that God who created you wasn't failure. And that's why in destiny, it is connected with what they call cosmic oath. That is Yowa.
What is that one?
Have you seen it? In Yowa or cosmic oath is the oath or a kind of value. Yowa is the value system with which you negotiate your destiny. You can say, I will become a grand lawyer. You're not saying to become a grand lawyer. But your Yowa, cosmic oath, you have chosen before you reincarnated into this physical world that you will never dabble into any case that involves criminality. That so when somebody kills somebody or without just cause, you come and cover that person through your legal knowledge. You say in your that I will never defend somebody who had killed somebody without a just cause. In your and once you go against your that's your cosmic code, and you went to go and defend somebody who has killed somebody without just cause. You have problem. It can lead to your death, as you call Obanje. You can lead to your death or any mishap.
I was saying Obanje is a different issue.
No, Obanje means you do not fulfill your destiny, you bring back. That is when you go against your Yowa. You negotiating. Yowa helps you to negotiate your destiny. But when you go that your destiny, your Yowa means the part, your vow of how you will negotiate your destiny. So when you go against Yowa in your destiny, you have big problems.
You know, you are bringing so many concepts now.
So what I'm saying is that
those concepts
you can fulfill your destiny,
yes.
You can challenge it, you can rule it, you can distort it, you can confuse it, you can mess it up. But it's not God messing it up. You are the person who messed it up. But God has given you that destiny for you to become like God on earth, whereby even a governor, a senator, or a minister will ask, where is Nnemeka Anichu? I want to see him. He's a great philosopher. He's an independent thinker. I want to. He's specialized in this field. I want to have an audience with him. If I can perfect my destiny now, governors, senators will come to me. Even if you know me, you know they will seek me and come phone they make an issue. They're not coming to me because they love me. They are coming to me because I discovered my destiny and I used it, I deployed it, and kings and queens and they sought for King Sheba sought for Solomon. They seek for me, seek me.
Okay. Yeah, because you have brought in a number of concepts.
Yes.
You have brought in your concept of Iowa and Obanje and what again? What's Reverend Carlo? Because we are trying to look at, because the essence of this program is for the young ones and for every viewer to align themselves with a number of mysteries of life. Yes. And we are looking at some of those mysteries. Yes, he has brought in this concept of reincarnation, and we are not looking at reincarnation now, but we are looking at destiny. Yeah. Because we just mentioned our Lord Jesus Christ, where he talked that the Son of Man has been destined. He used that word, destined, and both of you use that word, predestined. But he also made a point, which he has also corroborated, that destiny could be ruined, destiny could be diverted, destiny could be thwarted, and so on and so on. So, while you address part of what he has tried to raise, I want you to get into the mind of the viewer, on the essence of some of these mysteries, because sometimes we say somebody gave birth to only one child. That's their grandfather gave birth to one child. And then the man gives birth to one child. And the son, the man gives birth to one child. That's the way we see destiny. That's what I'm looking at. And how do you explain some of those things, in addition to whatever he has tried to bring up into this matter?
All right. I will do my best to make a little explanations to what he just said. Issue of destiny, we really need to be too much, we don't need to be too much confused about it. Destiny, like I rightly said in the beginning, is a hidden purpose, a hidden plan, and when it is hidden, it takes time to be unveiled. And when God unveils it through the person's lifestyle or whatever that comes out at the end, you too will know this is what you are born for. Now, there are factors that affect destiny, which we must guide so much. It's not all about who is Obanje or who is Iowa, who is Iowa, who now do this, do that. Where are you? Are you a human being to contract or to discuss with Iowa? Whatever, those things are realms in the spirit. But there are factors that genuinely affect destiny. One of the factors that affect destiny is information. Availability of the right information, and then you applying it into action. That is the skill to information will facilitate whatever is the outcome of what a man can become. Another thing that affects destiny is mentorship. If you say, I want to become this, there is somebody that is there that must be able to assess your ability with your becoming future, whatever you become. Yes, Bible said when Moses was born, the mother looked at him and said, this is a proper child. And for that reason, I cannot just let go. I must go into dimension that will preserve this destiny. And then in mentorship, somebody must be able to see your tomorrow from today by the act or by the behavioral trait in you. You know, you mentioned somebody scoring a goal or missing a penalty, and there are coincidences in life. We don't draw a line on that. Something can happen and it will be a coincidence. What we talk about in destiny is what is the eventuality of the action you take today. In the end, that is the purpose of your existence.
Like the substance. The substance of it.
That's the purpose of your existence. So somebody must be able to mentor you in the track to get to where you are. And when you get there, whatever you are doing and you are excited doing it, that is what you are called for. Because what you are called for If it doesn't excite you, you will not last there. You will not last there. Another thing that affects destiny, you know, is this God, grace. Grace. You know, as a grace is something that works so much very close to destiny. Everything God has called a man to do, he gives you available grace to fulfill it. If you are not called there, you cannot do it. But the person that is called there can do it. Watch a barber, a salon. He wouldn't mind standing from morning till night.
Yes.
And he will not complain.
I will be happy.
Watch a medical doctor. He wouldn't mind staying in the theater for long and he will not complain. Every profession you occupy, there is available quantum of grace that will carry you to fulfill it.
So there's something that you just said now. That means that sometimes, because we are looking at destiny just from the point of view of fulfillment of work purpose. Because
it's a calling.
No, work purpose. Yeah, that's calling. No, the other side, you know, because our brother Job, when he was suffering, said, "It's man's life on earth, not mere drudgery."
Okay.
It's man's life on earth, not mere drudgery. Then he went down and they tried to explain a number of things. But now, are we saying, you know, as a diversion now, that some people go into work that they should not be part of? Because if a barber is able to stand for a whole day, without complaining.
Yes. Are you that?
I'm going somewhere. Okay. I'm going somewhere for America, so he will resolve this crisis, this conflict. This conflict now, because it looks like some people are now beginning. Because our brother, Puta, our father, he gave birth to Charlie Boy. Charlie Boy is the face of the Puta family today.
Okay.
I don't think he read the music.
Okay.
The father was forcing him to go and read one of those regular courses, those ones like him. But he went and read this. Fela didn't read music. He was forced to go and read, and he finished and ended up being Fela Anekulagbo, which we know today. And he's the face of the family today. And so on. The young woman, Akonyele, that is powering all over the world today, went to read the Fine and Applied Arts, and everyone was angry with her. Today, she is the face of the family. So, I'm trying to understand. Chimamanda comes from a lecturer's background.
They wanted to read medicine and pharmacy.
Yes, both the parents were all professors. You know.
That is where mentorship comes in.
Yes.
That is also where grace comes in.
Okay.
If God didn't assign you to that, there will be no available grace that will carry you through.
So the person will be a dangerous medical doctor.
What it also that there could be a time in life when you find yourself in a fixed tight corner. How God will navigate you out of it is a pathfinder to your destiny. So sometimes when life becomes uncomfortable, don't pull out, because there may be a channel.
There is something I want to chip in there.
Okay,
that's what I want to chip in there.
Yes.
Whatever you don't have passion for, you cannot do well in it.
Of course.
Like Pele found passion in football. He was the greatest.
How am I talking? When you see people hitting him left, right, and center.
So you then in life, that is why you see somebody who is a senator. That everyone is clamoring for politics. Politics is not the only way to become prominent in life. Someone can become prominent in life through hospitality, caregiving, even the way you talk to people about their conflict.
That's Florence Nightingale now.
So now,
Florence Nightingale.
So you see these pastors, DBS, who are doing evils, we are not called. They are called themselves. When you see a real man of God, this Reverend Omar Carlo, if he is really called, he can even spend his millions to come and pray for you and go and spend and go back. Because he is not delivering joy because of the money he gets from being a minister and assemblies of God. He is delivering joy because through him, God is touching lives positively. That is his destiny to become a pastor in the house of God.
But so how do you
and you see a Dibia who when he touches, when he touched you, you see that there is a kind of force that goes with him to alleviate your problem.
Okay.
So whoever, as a prof now, some profs are frustrated because they found they call themselves to becoming professor. They were, so some of you should be footballers, Nollywood artists,
musicians.
But they force themselves because their brain says, I must be a prof. I must be a prof. Today there are profs who are frustrated. There are sons who are frustrated.
Okay, we are because of time, we are about to end. So what do you have to tell our people so that they fulfill their destiny, 1, 2, so that they don't thwart, so that people don't get their destiny thwarted? Yes. I always enjoy what you normally tell us every time. You know, trespass. So.
Destiny, as my brother had just said, is not necessarily you must have passion for it. You may have passion for a particular thing, but the ability may not be there. You may have passion for something, but the availability, because it takes you to be available, it takes you to be capable, and it takes you to be willing. That is where the passion comes in. If you don't have these 3 things over a particular professional field, you are not destined to survive.
There will be no passion, self.
You are not destined to survive there. So I speak to our viewers, if you want to look for what your destiny is, look for that thing that gives you joy. Look for that thing that guarantees you peace of mind. Look for that thing that negatively there is no competition, but positively there is competition. Look for that thing that gives you a platform to access mentorship. Look for that thing that guarantees you value for life.
Okay.
That is what
it is. What do you tell our viewer?
Viewers, I will advise us to seek that divine voice, that silent voice in you, that God in you tells you you are called to become a man of God.
Okay.
And when you do it, God will be fulfilled. God will praise through you. But whatever you are doing and God will not praise through you, it's not your calling, it's not your destiny.
Okay.
It will bring a curse upon your life.
Okay. And with this we say thank you.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, Insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military operation. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
All 1 million. 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 1 million
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. NAFDAC cautions over severe staff shortage. Lagos State Traffic Management Authority unveils working complaint center at Oshodi. Headquarters to strengthen public accountability and transparency. World Trade Organization urges Nigerian leaders to sustain economic reforms that drive job creation and improve living standards. Now the news in details. The Enugu State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Giwa, has issued a stern warning to supervisory officers that they will be held vigorously liable for any misconduct or unprofessional behavior exhibited by junior personnel under their watch. Speaking during the Command Strategic Monthly Conference at the Senior Police Officers Mess in Abani Road, Mr. Giwa directed area commanders, divisional police officers, and tactical commanders to strictly enforce internal discipline and maintain robust operational oversight across all jurisdictions. The police commissioner emphasized that the new administrative mandate aligns with directives from the Inspector General of Police, nscdc, aimed at strengthening command structures, eradicating corruption, and eliminating citizen extortion. To curb rising criminal activities, Mr. Giwa tasked tactical units, including the Distress Response Squad and the Violent Crime Response Unit, to intensify intelligence-led raids on suspected criminal hideouts while sustaining visible crime-fighting operations across Enugu State. Police operational teams in Abia State have arrested a barber in Umuahia following a grave allegations of harvesting and preserving human hair from unsuspecting customers for ritual purposes. The suspect, identified simply as Emeka, was apprehended at his residence after officers responding to a neighbor's threat complaint searched the premises and recovered a clay pot containing human hair alongside various fetish items. During initial interrogation at the Central Police Station in Umuahia, the suspect admitted ownership of the seized items but failed to offer a satisfactory explanation regarding their origin or intended purpose. The alarming discovery has sent shockwaves across local communities, prompting police authorities to expand investigations to determine if the suspect operates within a wider criminal syndicate. The Anambra State government has taken delivery of 4 new high-speed passenger boats as part of efforts to improve water transport safety and connectivity for riverine communities. Inaugurating the vessels at the Odeta-Amaka Riverine and Riverside in Nzam, Anambra West local government area, the Commissioner for Transport, Mr. Edward Ibuzo, also launched the Code Boat Identification System to regulate marine operations. Mr. Ibuzo highlighted that the initiative reflects Governor Chukwuma Soludo's vision for an integrated multimodal transport network designed to support economic activities, boost tourism, and ensure safer inland navigation. Supporting the development, the chairman of Anambra West local government area, Mrs. Edith Dive, commended the state administration for prioritizing the welfare, safety, and daily mobility of riverine residents. The Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, has raised alarm over a critical manpower deficit, revealing that only 2,000 regulatory personnel currently oversee products consumed by over 240 million Nigerians. Featuring in a broadcast interview, Professor Adeyeye contrasted Nigeria's ratio with that of Indonesia, where 20,000 regulatory officers safeguard a population of 280 million people. She explained that why NAFDAC is not asking for 20,000 personnel, an immediate of at least 5,000 additional staff is essential to establish an effective nationwide presence and safeguard public health. The NAFDAC chief also lamented the zero funding status of the Federal Task Force C-34 bill since its passage in 2004. Expressing optimism that recent engagements with the Ministry of Finance will yield needed operational funding. Members of the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities in Ebonyi State have staged a peaceful demonstration in Abakaliki to protest alleged government neglect and an eviction notice served on their state secretariat. The demonstrators demanded regular monthly financial subventions, improved social welfare provisions, and executive assent to the disability bill recently passed by the State House of Assembly. Protest leaders urged Governor Francis Nwifuru to intervene directly, reverse the quit notice on their long-held office facility, and guarantee fair representation for persons with disabilities in governance and empowerment programs. In response, Chief of Staff to the Governor, Professor Emmanuel Echiegu, assured the group that Governor Nwifuru has approved the disability bill for final assent, confirming that 300 members have already been enrolled in the state's free healthcare scheme. The Speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly, Mr. Dewale Ebedun, has publicly accused the State Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Gotam, of ordering the arbitrary arrest of the Secretary to the State Government, Alhaji Teslim Ibalaye. Speaking on the incident, Ebedun claimed the police chief ordered the arrest out of personal retaliation after being booed by members of the public during an electoral stakeholders meeting where the SSG was present. Following the encounter, police officers raided the SSG's compound, recovering cash and voter cards under the guise of investigating suspected electoral offences and criminal activities. Speaker Ebedun dismissed the official police narrative as an abuse of power, calling on Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu to immediately investigate the command's actions and restore impartial policing in Osun State. The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LATSMA, has launched a dedicated physical complaint center at its Oshodi headquarters to enhance administrative transparency and deepen public accountability. General Manager Olalekan Bakare Oki explained that the working facility provides a direct face-to-face platform for citizens to lodge complaints, inquire about operational procedures, and report traffic officer conduct. He emphasized that the physical center complements LATSMA's digital channels and the recently launched 3367 toll-free hotline, which logged nearly 3,000 public inquiries in its first month of operation. Bakaroki reiterated the agency's zero-tolerance policy regarding extortion and unprofessionalism, assuring residents that all submitted complaints will undergo strict formal investigation. Scores of residents in Asaba Delta State risked catastrophic disaster on Thursday as they rushed to scoop spilling fuel from an overturned petrol tanker near the city gate access. Video footage circulating across social media platforms showed men and women recklessly filling buckets, jerrycans, and improved containers, despite the imminent risk of a destructive fire outbreak. The dangerous situation unfolded along the busy highway following a tank failure, drawing a massive crowd before security agencies could establish a protective perimeter. Emergency management experts have reportedly warned against fuel scooping, reminding the public that similar acts have historically resulted in tragic explosions and severe loss of life. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojisola Adeye revealed the agency operates with only 2,000 staff, regulating products for over 240 million Nigerians. The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority has established a walk-in physical complaint center at its Oshodi headquarters to increase public accountability. Coming up shortly, World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala called Nigerian leaders to sustain macroeconomic reforms that translate into tangible jobs and higher living standards. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving powered by technology and driven by a new generation. Welcome back. Former Minister of Finance and Sadunan Sokoto, Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji, has passed away in Abuja at the age of 87, as confirmed by family sources on Thursday. The highly respected elder statesman served as Nigeria's Minister of Finance between 1990 and 1991 under the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Throughout a distinguished career in public service, Alhaji held critical national assignments, including Minister of State for Budget and Planning, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Nigeria's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Taubend in 1990 as the Sadunan Sokoto, a revered traditional title previously held by Sir Amadu Bello, he remained a prominent figure in national diplomacy and traditional affairs. A high-level delegation of Kano business leaders and state officials has met with the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, to advocate for the immediate release of the approved 5 billion naira relief fund. The financial intervention was pledged by the federal government to support thousands of traders devastated by the catastrophic fire disaster at Kano's Singa Market. During the meeting in Abuja, the delegation urged federal authorities to expedite disbursement as affected merchants can reconstruct destroyed businesses and restore commercial stability. In response, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, assured the delegation of President Bola Tinubu's commitment to standing by the business community, confirming that final release processes are underway. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has called on Nigerian authorities to sustain macroeconomic reforms that deliver measurable employment and improved living standards. Speaking at the 7th Africa Emerging Markets Forum in Abuja, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala urged African economies to shift away from raw material exports toward value-added processing, leveraging the continent's 30% share of global mineral reserves. She noted that building resilient domestic industries, enhancing infrastructure, and maintaining fiscal predictability are critical steps to attracting foreign investment and driving sustainable economic expansion. Echoing her call, Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Kadoso stated that the Apex Bank remains committed to policy consistency and institutional transparency to rebuild investor confidence across key growth sectors. Now in sports, the chairman of Abakaliki Football Club, Senator Obinna Oba, has charged players participating in the club's open trials to maintain total focus, asserting that squad selection will be based strictly on merit. Addressing trialists at the team's training facilities, Senator Oba warned that the technical crew will evaluate candidates solely on performance, physical fitness, and tactical discipline. The club chairman dismissed external lobbying efforts, reiterating that only exceptional talents will secure contract offers ahead of the upcoming competitive seasons. Having already retained 26 players from the last season's roster, Abakaliki FC management is set to publish the final list of successful recruits following the completion of screening trials. Now in entertainment, a growing coalition of Nigerian entertainment figures and social media commentators has launched a campaign advocating a complete boycott of South African singer Tyla's upcoming Lagos concert scheduled for December. Prominent industry personalities including broadcast host Dotun and actor Pere Ebi have publicly criticized event organizers, citing ongoing xenophobic violence and targeting Nigerians in South Africa. Campaigners argue that hosting high-profile international showcases while non-citizens face physical threats in South Africa sends an insensitive message to local audience. Critics are urging immigration authorities to deny entry permits for the concert, demanding that international artists use their platforms to condemn anti-immigrant violence before performing in Nigeria. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojisola Adeye revealed the agency operates with only 2,000 staff regulating products for over 250 million Nigerians. She urged the federal government to provide funding for at least 5,000 additional personnel to ensure effective nationwide enforcement. The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority has established a walk-in physical complaint center at its Oshodi headquarters to increase public accountability. This facility complements the agency's toll-free hotline, giving residents a direct platform to air grievances and report officer conduct face-to-face. The World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala called on Nigerian leaders to sustain macroeconomic reforms that translate into tangible jobs and higher living standards. She emphasized that strengthening the business climate and processing critical minerals locally will help the country capture shifting global trade opportunities. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors, intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp, renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward, establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas, construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma, revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma, nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV ebe anyị na-akparị dịka o si wee dị anyị ka ọ dịka o si wee dị anyị akachacha ihe gbasatalụ ezinụlọ, ndị nne, ndị nna, ụmụaka na ndị ntorobịa. Maka oge ụfọdụ apụta eche na sọsọ ihe ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme bụ ịnụ ọgụ ụmụ nwaanyị. Ọ bụ sọsọ ịnụ ọgụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka anyị pụta, anyị na-anụ ma nke nwoke ma nke nwaanyị. Ọ bụ ha na-anọ ihe gbasatala ezinụlọ ga-eme ka ezinụlọ anyị na-aga n'iru. Ọha anyị nọ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị eme. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. Dịka anyị si eme, ọ bụ ọnụ sọsọ mbụ ihe na-eji itinye ọnụ n'okwu na nke tata. Ndị mụ na ha nọ na nke tata bụ ndị mma ka esi ekwue, ndị ga-asị gị na ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo, I put it to you. Kedu ndị m na-ekwu maka ya? O wee bụrụ ndị Aula, African
African Women Lawyers Association.
Aula,
Nigeria.
Aula, Nigeria. O wee bụrụ site n'aka ekpe m Barrister Sylvia Abana ya bụ ode akwụkwọ ha. Anyị na-asị gị nnọọ.
Onye isi oche daalụ rinne.
Onye ọzọ anyị na-anọkwa tata wee bụrụ ọnụ makwa ka esi ekwue Barrister Chidi Grace Obeke ya bụ State Coordinator Aula, Nigeria, gburugburu niile.
Thank you so much. State Coordinator Aula nwe ngalaba n'ebe niile nọ na Nigeria. Mana anyị nwa nọ n'Enugu.
Na obere ajụjụ ngajụ biko kedu ihe ọrụ unu bụ? Gịnị bụ Aula?
Aula bụ association ụmụ nwaanyị ndị bụ lawyers. If I na-eme bụ anyị na-preserve, anyị na-promote, anyị na-protect the cause of women and children. In other words, ihe ọbụla gbasara ụmụaka, ụmụ nwaanyị, and in other, it means that no ihe gbasara ezinụlọ, because ọ gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị, ọ gbasara ụmụaka, ọ gbasara ezinụlọ. So ihe ọbụla gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị, gbasara ezinụlọ. Gbasa gender bụ ma ụmụ nwaanyị nwoke ma ụmụ nwaanyị ụmụaka nwoke ma ụmụaka nwaanyị. Anyị na-etinye ọnụ anyị mee ka anyị mee ka anyị kwado ka eme ka ha bụ ndị echekwaba. M ka m ga-esi wee tinyecha ya
ndị echekwaba na ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu ebu ka e ga-esi wee chekwaba ndị a. Dịka anyị si ekwu nkata anyị tata, isiokwu anyị nke tata bụ kedu ihe kpata anụ mkpagbu na mmegide akachacha ụmụaka jizi abawanye ụba. N'oge gara aga anyị anụgo maka Chizitaram, onye nke ewere ọkụ gbakasị ahụ niile, onweghị ụdị ihe a na-emeghe. Anyị bịakwa kịta na-afụzi onye nke nwanne na-asịkwa nọ n'isie ya bụ na ihe ọ bụkwa bụ nwa nwanne welu nshi nye ya rie. Kai o nwekwa ihe ọ na-abụ anụ ọgba akpata oyi. Ka mbịa ebe nọ ọkaiwu Barrister Sylvia Abana, n'echiche nke gị ọ dịghị ka ọ gịnị kpata o ji adịzi ka ihe a ọ na-amụbanyezi amụbanye karịa ka ọ dịbụ na mgbe gara aga?
Onye isi oche daalụ rinne. Ihe o ji dịka ihe ọ na-amụbanye maka mmasịkwa na ada ekwu okwu gbasara ya dịka si kwụsị ime ihe dị otu a. Enwere lot of NGOs na-alụ ọrụ n'Enugu a, na-alụkwa ọrụ na Nigeria niile, and ha na-emegide ihe a na-akpọ sensitization. A na-eje ma n'ụlọ ụka, na-eje ma n'afịa, na-ejekwa n'ụlọ akwụkwọ, na-atọ ọkụtụ ndị mmadụ, na-asị ha nekwa ka akwụsị violence, ka a ghara ịdị na-emegide mmadụ. Mana a na-ekwu ọ dịka ọ na ntị ya dịrọ, a na-ekwu ọ dịka ọ na ntị ya dịrọ. Amarọ mma ya asị na ihe isi ike kpatalụ o ji abawanye, because ọ bụ ma mbawanye ọ na-abawanye, and ka isi wee makwa na ọ na-abawanye ma na-enwechago ụmụ teknọlọji akpọrọ ma Facebook o ma Instagram o ma osia ma osiria ebe ọ ga-abụ dị ihe a mere ozugbo efu ndị seli ozugbo ha sere anya ozugbo eposto and post ruo ụwa niile afụ ya so ọ bụgodị nọ nke zolo ezo aka ala efu bụ maybe before ndị redio ma TV eji wee cover phone a cover chaga ihe niile ọ gago viral na asụọ ya n'oyibo ụwa niile afụ gị so a na-emechi ụmụ sensitization na mana like I was saying amaghị m mmụọ ihe isi ike maka tension dị so much for people onye agụụ ba ịma na asị na a hungry man is an angry man so onwezie nwatakịrị mee obele ihe ịghọta ọ bụzi anya nwa bụ ihe ga-ebi ya the consequences of agụụ na agụ gị ma iwe onye ọzọ kpasu gị because a lot of families na-enwe issues ili nri kịta bụ problem o nwere ike ọ bụ na nwaanyị eteteghị ụlọ ụtụtụ si di eweta ego nri nwoke asị na o nwere ego nri o ji ma ọ sị ya na o ji mana o menye ya enwere ike kpọkwunye ọgụ anụchazi ọgụ a mechaa ihe niile nwoke nyere nwaanyị ego nri ịma na ụmụazị bụ ihe ya ata dị afụfụ and onye ya kachata afụfụ bụ nwa ya na ya bi o nwezie ihe o meterọ mebi na-ezili ozi dịka ụmụazị si eme because ihe a bụ ụmụazị ọ bụrụ ndị kwu okwu ọ sịghị handle them with care they are not adults ha bụ ụmụazị echiche ha ma dị n'ata ka nke adult inwe ike izie ya ozi ọ rapụ ozi iziri ya jee gwube egwu so out of anger with iwe itibezie ma ọbaba mba ịbafu oke itifie oke mana nke nsị a ka ma aghọtara mmadụ lie nsị ọ bụrụ ada ekwuzi okwu na etiri ya ihe nọ na anyocha nsị si anya libe na-ajụzi kedu ụdị punishment bụ nka ili nsị osokwuolu na punishment nke a ka ma aghọtara mana ihe niile a na-enye
ka nne na nne adịrọ n'ụlọ
amakwa mmụọ nne amarọ
nọ atamafụfụ ka onye nwatakịrị
anyị ga-asị na atalamafụfụ maka mmadụ adịghị elu nsị abụrụ nne onye enyekwa maka ihe mụnwa na-ajụ bụ onye enye nwa nke ya nsị ka o lie maka ọ bụ na azị nne obute na ha nche elikọdobe ya ọnụ ịghọtago so a na-eme na ịmago ihe a na-ekwu dịka ọ na o nwere ihe a na-alụ NGOs na-ekwukwa o nọ na for me ndị a na-agwa ntị adịrọ maka ọ bụ na ntị dị ilu n'ụlọ ụka every Sunday ụka niile ma Catholic ma Anglican ma Pentecostal ebe niile na-eju n'ọnụ kpụmkpụm aka anya 6 aka anya 8 ka anya 10 ka akwụọ ma 12 on a Sunday everywhere na dị filled up and ndị mmadụ ndị a na-emechi ihe a ka a na-agwakwa ihe ekwuchakwa onye anwa na luo ome nke ọ chọrọ ime ome uche so ị ga-asị na ada ekwu a na-ekwu kọma na ntị adịrọ onye kpata o ji wee nọrọ ndị increase ntị adịrọ
na ntụnye nke gị ọkaiwu Chidi Obeke ka ihe iche na onye a bụ ihe na-akpata o ji dịzi ka ọ na-amụbanye
ihe nche I don't think na ọ ga-adịkwa very different from okwu but ifu na iwe ọnụma different kinds of frustration, anxiety, trauma. Emana ebe na side ebe why nokita. Ebe na Nigeria, just like see where I was talking, you talk about onye licha benni and all that, but also so many people were, unresolved issues, anger issues, iwe dianobi. Enwe iko bu no diati dia inye. Enwe iko bu no frustration emeli an office. Now, instead of trying to find out how to, let that anger ease, Obulo transferred aggression and ask me, why is it that no maka hanandi madubi? Because challenge so because now I feel I can dominate this person. So afugo monye nkali because he may okay. He can even challenge you, at a point depending on age. So you are transferring that aggression to somebody who cannot help but take it. Somebody who can challenge you. So most of those people are people who, first of all, I think also identity issue. Some of them
identity bụ
identity kedu ka m ga-esi etinye ya
ọba bere eji mara
ikwu onye ọ chọrọ and identifying herself as maybe the mother here but the respect is not there so ọ na-achọ kedu ebe m ga na practice mama m bụ
igosi na ọnya dị
ihe nọ na because ọbịa n'ọfịs ya ọ dịrọ in charge ọbịa na be ya self ọ dịchakwu in charge because
maka na di ya nọ
because na di ya all depending on the kind of marriage you know so dia is putting her down so ọ na-achọ somewhere ọ ga practice no ya nwa bụ isi and then he's practicing it on that unfortunate child you know so it boils down to something that we're talking about ezigbo omume our conscience is apụgo you know enwe ihe mmadụ ji bụrụ mmadụ ihe mmadụ ji bụrụ mmadụ bụ ntie gị ife kịta ọ ga-emetụ m n'obi ana nwere ihe mere m aga m ama na ihe m na-adịrọ mma ihe dị iche na animal goat cow and all that na human being bụ na human being with conscience animal can give birth they even give birth more than human beings so I mean all of us reproduce so animal can walk, animal can feed, but animal doesn't have a conscience. Thank you. They don't have a conscience. And because they don't have a conscience, that's why you see an animal will sleep with the mother. And the mother will give birth for that animal. So it doesn't mean anything in that their kingdom. Human being begins to behave like an animal where certain barriers have been broken. You break. Thank you. Especially this emotional. You know that women are naturally very more emotional than others. So, when you something you may want, dikatia, ochi bost eba, o mambuzikwa mmadu. Okwa ndi mmadu che na nwanya nka bu mmadu mana obozikwa mmadu. O ga go to the level of an animal. So at the time that he telling someone to eat feces, it's no longer the humanness has gone. Obvious mmadu. You know. So that's why in our organization, permit me to say that we began to look at kedu gini na eme ewelaka etinye na miloku 7 years. Isinicho imi punishment. Iwelu candle, imunye candle inada na atokwasia. Itokwasia the first one. Or did not get anything. Itokwasia paint is the child. Aria mekusia. Iwelu candle tinye na ebe nwata kilisi anyuma amili. It's no punishment. If you know how brozy a human being, it's a cannibal. You have to go at that point that person can eat somebody. And we found out that some women that have been abused in their homes also are looking for the abuse.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm saying. Only man bona fide no na. Oh, many people to report to. Oga gwamu daddy, oga gwamu auntie. Oga sinwa ba mbafo. Because no unwe man onyo otalu enwero. So that's the thing. In our organization, I make sure I make a research. See do why. I will find there out now. Obucharo kaije jide onye rape mmadu. Ko kaije jide nwata nwoke menka mo nkozo mo nwanyi menka. No, kedu why ni just like we are discussing here. I was not because our consciences are gone. I was not imana oku enwe ike di na okwu na ige ekwu okwu a. We put ya na akpọ the golden rule. Golden rule ambo ihe ahụ ị chọrọ ka mmadụ mee gị emekwana onye ọzọ. Ka anyị kwuka n'okwu a, ka anyị weli ejebe n'ime afịa, ka anyị jebe na schools, ka anyị jebe na local government, ka anyị gwa onwe anyị okwu. Everybody is involved in this Enugu state. Ka anyị wee fu na
because if we continue like this, it will mean that one day your children will put you inside the pot and cook you. God will not allow in Jesus' name.
Thank
you.
ụfọdụ echiche ha ezughị oke dịka onwe mgbe mụ na gị na-akpọ onwe ka esi wee lụta aka nwatakịrị odogwu Asaba mere ihe a wee chọcha ihe ọ ga-eme onwe ya o jee were ndụ ya onye ọbụla na-ama ikpe kedu ihe ọ ga-eji wee mee ya o wee na-alụtụ aka n'ihe a unu na-eme na ndị ụfọdụ amachakwude ihe a na-eme mana ntaramahụhụ adịalụ nwatakịrị ahụ ka odogwu Asaba ka ọ dịalụ
onye isi oche daalụ nne Ima, a lot of people ije na Facebook ifu ndị na-ajụ why ka o ji wee jebe kedu ihe o ji wee jebe oge nke ọ chọrọ jebe ebe anwa na ọnya nwa ka ọsụlụ ya and ị ga-ekwu vidio the girl mee ọ dịka ọ na-eblame onwe ya but I see victim blaming is a no-no nya ịtaba the girl ịtaba onwe ya ụta ma ndị mmadụ ịtaba the girl ụta ihe o ji wee jebe is a no-no. Ade eme. Ade blame victim. Because on nwere ihe ekwugide n'ụwa ka justify ya ihe odogwu Asaba mere. Because na nwatakịrị fuli ya as a mentor nya onye ọ ga-amụta ihe n'aka ya. Because ọnọdụ onye ọ ya enekwasị anya because na ụmụazị na-enwecha onye ha na-enekwasị anya. Because anụkata ajụ ndị mmadụ one ka ị mentor go. Ọ nwatakịrị nwere ike ọ like ka isi eme like ya ihe ị na-eme and ezigbo ihe ọ bụrụ na ajọ ihe ka ị na-eme ọ chọọ ka ọ mụta ya ọ ga-esi gị biko na ị ga-akụzikwali ya ihe anyị na-eme na ya nwa like kwali ya na ọ dị interested na ọ chọọ ịdị na-eme ka gị because ụfọdụ ga-asị I would like to be like you when I grow up nwa nwee sobe gị sosibe gị ike and for that child ịgwa gị ụdị ihe a gosi no trust gị ị ga-abụ a role model for that child. Ọ bụrụ ọzọ ka imebi ya ajụ ihe. So mgbe nwatakịrị ya nwa gwara odogwu Ọzala na ọ ga-enyeli ya aka kụzieli ya odogwu Asaba kụzieli ya ka esi create content. Odogwu Asaba nwa nabatali ya. Ya na ya kpanụ osi anya bịaba. Nwatakịrị ebini ejeben. Nwatakịrị ebini rojeben ụdị na ọ na-atụ anya na odogwu nwere ajọ ihe ọ ya eme. Ojebelia innocently as a child and believing him n'ihe onye na ya kpa because ọ bụ na o nwere mgbe o ji etụba anya na ọ ga-adakpu ya adịrọ meje and if na all the pains ihe anwa o meli ya ka o ji wee gbuo onwe ya because she couldn't live with it ọ ghọtara ka ụdị ihe a si wee mee ya ụdị akwa ọ na-ebe ọ na-eficha anya ọ na-ekwukwu ifu na it was choking her. No matter no day higher, me only believe so much in, and knowing that no dogu be a public figure, not the very influential. So no, I believe o to be public figure. No me be na joy here. A lot of us put a public figure. O di here imeme. Ima choka anu ni imelia. So what I kill him when that belief no one joy here yesi ni easier we puta. Uchi ani nebuna. Ọ na-eje ka ọ kụzieli ya ihe ọ ya eme so onye ọbụla na-eblame nwa na-eblame zi na onwere ka o si wee bụ fault ya even ndị na-eblame ya ihe o ji wee gbuo onwe ya ada blame victim n'ihe ya na-agwazi onwe anyị na bụ maka ndị dị ndụ onye nwee such a problem look for onye ya akọsalụ onye ya adụnwu gị ọdụ ọ bụgodị na o nwere onye believe in within your family chọọ ndị NGO civil society organizations, there were a lot of them. And yet that girl psychosocial support because at that point in time, you only need the counseling. Any Kawena, Ihanwa Melia brought the end of the road. No breba ko wapose, no Karabukwa Ihola Bono wa. Nihanwe Meliazu Kuna joy hekobo, but abroad the end of the road, or must stop here from email Obuna or Ibu Hobuna or Cholebo. And na odogwu Asaba na the law will equally catch up with him. At least enyegodi nyanwa justice ta odogwu Asaba
afụfụ ekwesịrị ịbịa ndụ wee na-afụ nke
onye nwa bụzi n'ihe anwa
ka anyị ji dị ebe ahụ ka anyị je gbatị ụkwụ anyị ọ bụ na anyị gbatị ụkwụ na chita azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru maka na nke tata ihe anyị ji wee si ka anyị tinye n'ọnụ n'okwu a bụ na ọ na-abawanyezi ụba kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka onye a na-akpati ya kedu ihe a ga-aba eme ya kedu ebe ị ga-esi wee kwọba onye ukwu ụwa ka ije wee kwuo okwu ojije naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ na ọrụkwa chebiri anyị na anyị na-agachite azụ ehe a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ gị bụ onye ọma ka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV aka m bụkwa Ngozi Ọtahumele ndị mụ na ha nọ n'ụbọchị nke taa ka bụkwa ndị aula ụwa niile gba gburugburu eziokwu na anyị na-asị nọ nke ndị Naịjirịa mana onwe ha mbụ ndị ọkaiwu na ọkaikpe na-anọrọ ndị na-ekwuchitelu ndị na-enwere onye na-ekwuchitelu ha ọnụ ha dịka ọkaiwu Chidi Obeke si wee kwuo na ha na-anụ ọgụ ekwuchite ọnụ ndị mmadụ ndị nne ndị nna ụmụaka onye ọbụla a na-emegide onye akpata ha ji wee sị ka etinye ọnụ n'okwu a taa ka amalụ ka a ga-esi wee kwụọ ọnya bụ onye ukwu walụ ka ije wee kwuo ojije mgbe na-abịa ebe ị nọ ọkaiwu Chidi Grace Obeke na ntụnye nke biko ka anyị nwee ike isi wee gbochie ọnọdụ a maka na anya bụ ihe dịzi ka ọ na-akarịzi akarị maka isi na ọ na-abawanye ọ dịka ọ na-arịgo arịgo nke a bụ na ọ na-amọtịplai na ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo biko onwe ka a ga-esi wee mee ọkwụsịnatara
ịma na most of the examples anyị nyechara ebe a dịzie ka ọsọsọ ụmụ nwaanyị mana ọ bụrụ anyị makwa mgbe ọ pụta ụmụ nwoke egbuo nwunye ha egbuo nwunye welu kerosene wụọ nwaanyị and things like that onwe mgbe ọbịa dịzie na on the increase ihe everybody na-ebela akwa kịta bụ ụmụ nwaanyị anụ a na-ekwuchitelu ụmụ nwaanyị amụkwa nwa kwesị that is why o ji dị ka nke a dị iche mana everybody kwesị ka anyị tinye aka anyị na that plow and not remove it to make sure that we bring back ourselves. Now, what I will say is that, first of all, I got not here to say dinambo, and then family time. Today, it was anything like that. Family had a kuzoku. I didn't cook a family in yours. I know my family in Kem.
Can you not need me? If one phone, but mother and father and sister and brother of everybody today, including married men and married women. As long as the next thing on a phone will be the most important thing, and it is bad. True. Anything anywhere control is bad. That thing cannot control Ziggy. So if people don't want to do anything like family time, that's why the family is not together again, because it was seeing what time in Japan Katana family. It was seeing what time nena or one nena, you know, family and no corner and where was there? We open up in a phone and amazing the conversation. I can most people, the more educated, knowledge is increasing, yet you're not over because I grab with two hands. No way of, you know, saying let us streamline how we use this or that. So what I think is that we must go back to the drawing board. This is Africa. And why I'm saying Africa is because we're African Women Association.
Keko si di n'Africa. N'Africa, charity begins at home. And I'm alone money no. Today, you look at Amazon Mama. Where were you about people? Uno had this jagara. After you, her mama. N'Africa, about 12 years beginning. 1 year. Today, mad, and I watch you do mark 2 years. No. Because na nebwa. Yeah. So a lot of nonsense happens. So I got you why let's come back. Today, people had no conversation. So that's why things are going down and down and down. Today, honesty is not the best policy. If you go near, for why na Ndo has eluded us because it's nowhere. Before, we know that what goes around comes around. What does it mean? That policy is that law is so those kinds of things. And that's why, to get to the root of the problem, we want to look at Obona family, because family is the epicenter of the society. I'm telling you. So family needs to be correct. Correct family. Family should have family time. A home should know that, look, oh, these children have a responsibility. Is Omaka, is Raha, honorable, the dissident. So, all ta, some of the things which are abomination before. Why will you come on Facebook and see all these reels? Only gave the most rubbish thing. Vulgar language was anybody, because maybe those children, parents cannot look after them, so maybe on a music content name what they do. Parents are going that kind of a thing. Or nature parents are brother parents. Now you can't now tell the child you put on Facebook or drama. In 10 years time, if your children see you, you do this thing. You got the proud, no more you call rubbish, you call sex and all that. Facebook, something that the whole world is saying. So our morality have gone down. Okay, that's it. That's and I try to go put here by in conversations. Not our phone. Our phone should not be our best friend. Human beings should be our best friend. One negim or one nugget and all that. Do you understand? So those are the things we are trying to bring us back to. Charity begins at home. That your neighbor
to be your brother's keeper. Yeah,
that honesty is the best policy. That what goes around comes around. That whatever you sow,
you reap.
Barrister Sylvia abana mam tunye ga tunye uzo iche na oga abu anyi si nu ogu a ayi ogbochi na te.
Okay, uzo enwekwu ike isi wee mie eziokwu a na-ekwukwa okwu na sensitize ndị mmadụ. Anyị ka ga-ekwukwalụ na-aga. Like August akịta, anyị eme August outreach. Dịka ụmụ nwaanyị na-enwegacha ọgbakọ obodo ọbụla. So ndị otu anyị na-agagacha n'ụlọ ụka ndị a gwacha ụmụ nwaanyị a okwu, gwakwa ha gbasara ịkpagbu ụmụazị ha na ha bi. Ha lụkwa ha gwakwa maka ụfọdụ n'ime ha bụkwa grandmas. Ha lụọ ha gwakwa ụmụ ha na ndị mmadụ bicha ka ha na-aha ndụ ha ọfụma. Jecha n'ụlọ ụka kịta gwachakwa ha okwu. Anyị na plan kwa ijekwa na schools. Jekwa talk about to ụmụazị ka ọ ga-abụ onye emelụ ọpụta anya kwuo, because ihe na-eme ihe anụwa onye nke emelụ arapị ọ bụ na ya enwere punishment enyere onye anwa onye ọzọ emelụkwa gaba. So na ị ga-achọ ụmụazị elu na school gwacha talk chat ụmụazị gwa ha ha keeps na silent. onye eme nya kwupụta ikwupụta enwe ike ọ bụ nọ na skuul ka ịbịa kpegosila onye nkụzi ya akpọzie anyị na fon onwezie onye meghe ihe achọbazie ya maka ya esi wee jide ya wee makwa ka ya esi wee taa ya afụfụ anyị wee na-akpọkụkwa ndị judges ịghọtago eweta ụdị ikpe ma ndị lawyers eweta ụdị ikpe ka ekpe ya asị ikpe nkwụmọtọ ka a ghalụ ịghọba aghụghọ na ya ma okwu ihe tụghalịba okwu ma ọ na-eme adjournment emegide adjournment maka ụfọdụ ihe asị ha ngwa ka ya chaji ya mata to court ọ sịghị na ike court adịrị. And that is why some parents will now compromise like ụfọdụ adakpocha ụmụ ha ọ bụrụ nke iti ihe ụfọdụ rape ụmụ ha emebezie ka chaji ya mata to court ọ sịghị biko n'ike court adịrị ya. O nwere nke nnụ a na-ekwu ka ewegha ikpe na court asị mba biko sinye ha ego na ihe na ha chọrọ ime eweluzie ọnụ ha na-ekwu parents ewelu ọnụ ya site nye ego n'ego nurse ji wee spend ego na hospital for nwe mekwa nke nwa and that child a na-ana ego n'isi ya ịfụ na omelite nni from that ego enwere ike weli ya kwụọ ụgwọ ụlọ weli ya gbanye fuel na moto weli ya mee nke nwa so ọ bụrụ the best interest of that child so n'ihe a na-ayọ bụ onwe punishment the law provide onye mere ihe sinye ya ntaramahụhụ ekwesịghị inye ya ọ bụrụ rape ihe na kedafi ọ bụrụ 14 years imprisonment or life imprisonment ịpụta inye 6 months echi onye ọzọ emekwa mmadụ na onwero ihe na-emenụ ma anọkatazie compromise asị ngwasị weta ego enye ego esetụlụ eweta 300,000 ma 200 enye parents ifu na onye bidebe ha ga-ejekwa committee nke ya so then another thing ka etinyekwu ya na school curriculum anyị na-ekwukwu ya si nso ụwa amara mmebidogo kuzibi ya kịta so that a na-akụzili ụmụazị about ụmụ ihe acha kedafia ndakpo violence a ka ha dị aware nekwa na ụdị ihe a dị possible ka ọ ga-abụ onye apụba ije bụ ụdị ije dị anya ya ma onye so gị ije na so gị onye gwara ebe ị na-eje ka ọ ga-abụ onwe anya ya afụrụ achọrọ gị bịaba ebe anwa and ka ndị mmadụ ghara ịdị na-awa ọkụzi lonely in dark places ma ọ na-eji ụbọchị adịrọ mma ije abalị because ụfọdụ na-eji ije abalị ebe a ka a ga-anọ maybe dakpo onye ọ bụrụkwa na ị chọrọ onye anwa jebe ị na-agakwala onwe gị anyị ji nwa ọkọ na anyị dakpo gị ụfọdụ banyekwa moto adakpo ya ọ bụrụ driver bụ ya na moto bụ ihe dakporo ya ọ bụzialụ mgbe gị nwa jebe ebe dị dark enwe a lot of things a ga-eme gọọmenti ga-enyekwala anyị aka o ka enwe ike wee na-arụ ọrụ ọfụma because na ọ bụrụ aka nkịtị ka anyị eji wee lụdị ọrụ maka ma ije police o ma ije hospital o ma ime ihe niile eziokwu onwe nke gọọmenti na-eme like enwe kịta shelter nwee tamasaka and the rest of it mana ozuro because people they were stranded and in case of abuse you need to the abused person from that place duji ebe dị safe chịkọta uche ọnụ mana most times if na shelter ahụ ama accommodate all the abused people so you need the expansion government aghọtakwu na ebe ahụ enwe adịbe enough ndị a na-abuse ọ kali akali so na ihe anyị eme kalikwa akali onye ọbụla then ndị dị uche ha ya na-adị na ihe na-eme na be ha ọ bụrụ ịnatara nwunye gị apanye gị n'ihe lara ụla na-ajụ ese ụmụazị gị na ha bi jụọ ka ama ka ha dị ma nwee ndị bụ apa because ọ ifu a
nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ.
Dear woman, This is a space to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asogwan, a companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we're talking about how to stay consistent when life gets busy. Because guess what? Life gets busy for all of us. Even if you are single, maybe you are sick, maybe you had an event in office, something, but life gets busy. You're a mom, there are so many things that can take your time and ensure that you don't have time to do anything. But then I'm going to share with you the tips that will help you stay consistent when life gets busy. In order to do this, we'll have to differentiate between consistency and frequency, because we tend to get these two things mixed up a lot. So I'm just going to briefly explain the difference between consistency and discipline. And before I explain, let me just read it out for you. We're reading it out here. Frequency refers to how often you do something, the volume or count in a given time frame, while consistency is how reliably you maintain a steady schedule, quality, or message over the long term. Now, frequency is about quantity, while consistency is about predictability. When it comes to frequency, it has to do with you pushing content. Maybe you are active, you're doing everything every day for 2 months, and then the fire fizzles out and we don't see you again for the rest of the year. Maybe for that 2 weeks or 2 months, you're able to push 100 content within 2 months, and then you know what, we don't see you again. And then for consistency, it's like, fine, she will not be pushing content every single day, but we know that we're going to get one quality content from her once every month, and we're going to get it in January, February, March, April, May till December. You see the difference? And we know that when we get that quality content, we know we are going to hear her speak. We know that it's going to be her talking from her heart. It's going to be heartfelt. She's going to be passing an important message across. She's not just coming to just do silly things. Let me use people that are content creators, for instance. There are content creators that, especially upcoming content creators, that you see, you just know that, okay, this thing, what's the content here? I don't know if you watch something and you're like, what's the content here? Basically, that person just wants to post something. They just want to post. It doesn't matter what they are posting, the quality of what they are posting, but they just want to post. And there's this content creator that can stay like 6 months. 6 months, you will not see anything from her. But then when she posts, it's like a movie. It's like you're watching a movie. The quality, the voice, everything is crisp. Everything is beautifully assembled, and it's like a symphony. That is what consistency is. We know that, okay, fine, no matter what happens, at least we're going to get twice content from this particular creator twice a year, and we know that that content is going to eat. Then frequency of, okay, we know we're going to get content from this person, but is that content actually content? You get, let me now use, for instance, the popular one that we know, Maraji. Maraji might not be posting every single day, but you know that when you get something from Maraji, you're going to get something from Maraji. Let's just put it that way. So that is what this is. But then consistency is not just about content creation. Consistency has to do with showing up with your work, showing up with your brand, showing up with your business. It's not just about how often you show, it's like in the long term, how consistent are you over time. You don't just come, you do things for 2 weeks and then you stop. You can even take a week break, you can take 2 weeks worth of break, but after the break, are you coming back? Are you coming back? This is same with your business, this is same with your health, this is same with your so many areas of your life, even with your saving. Okay, you had a bad month this year. You had a bad month this month in saving and you did not save. What happens next month? Are you going to totally just give up on saving because you had a bad month the previous one, or are you going to start saving? Okay, fine, you've not exercised for 3 weeks, you've not exercised for 2 weeks. Are you just going to forget about exercising? Are you going to shop consistently again? You see, frequently is like you show up every day, even if it comes to exercising, you show up every day for 7 days, and then 1 month you stop. You show up twice a week and you exercise, and you do that over time for 6 months. You've built that. Everybody knows that, okay, yeah, she does, no matter what happens, so she's going to definitely exercise 2 times a week. Oh, she has been doing it, and you're going to get what you're looking for. So that is it on just consistency and frequency. Now let's talk about how you can stay consistent when life gets busy. The first thing is to set your priority. Know what your priority is at this particular time. What is your priority? What are you trying to show up for? What is it? You have to ask yourself, right now, what's my priority? My priority is like, okay, fine, I need to save this amount of money, and you stick to it. You're like, fine, I need to save this amount of money. So everything has to revolve about saving that money. I need to cut off this. I cannot afford to do this. I can't do that because I want to save this money. Just have a priority. The second thing is plan your week, not just your day. There are people that go through life without planning, and I used to be one of them. I actually still attribute myself to someone that plans loosely, because I feel like I don't want to block every time out of every day and telling myself I'm going to this by this time, nah. But then plan your week. Let's say that in this particular week, you already told yourself, let me use myself for instance right now. If at this particular week I'm expected to produce one content, I'm expected to produce one episode of Dear Woman, I'm expected to show up for my business, I'm expected to do this, do that. These are the things that I know I have to do. So rather than just planning a day, I would plan my whole week and be like, fine, on this particular Monday, I'm devoting Monday to this, I'm devoting Tuesday to this, I'm devoting Wednesday to this, I'm devoting Friday to this. You plan your entire week and know that, you're going to get things done at this particular time. This brings me to the next point. Do not let a bad day stop your progress. I will tell you for free. Don't let a bad day stop your progress. Yes, you can plan an entire day of how you want things to go, and then guess what? It doesn't go that way. But just because it doesn't go that way, don't beat yourself up and tell yourself that you're not, oh, I'm not going to do this again, that's done. No. Let me give you an instance. So there was this particular day that I got all dressed up. I even did like my makeup, did my hair, I was looking up beautiful, and I wanted to film an episode of Dear Woman. I was ready, I had my topic in hand, everything was just ready. But guess what happened? All of a sudden, I couldn't film, and my child was not feeling fine, and I couldn't film. Within my heart, I was like, oh God, what is this? What is this? Ah, God, my makeup will just go to waste, my dress will just go to waste. Oh God, I started feeling bad. But then because I already know that, because I had a bad day, or because my day did not go exactly as I planned, does not mean that the entire week is spoiled. What I did was, okay, fine, today is okay. The next day, once I got the opportunity, because I was prepared already to do this thing, once I had the opportunity, I filmed that episode. That is how it is. Do not let a bad day or bad event or bad activity to ruin your entire week. That is why it is important for you to plan your week. And this third point now, ensure that a bad activity, a bad event, a bad occurrence does not determine your entire timeline. The next thing is stop waiting for perfect conditions. Stop waiting for perfect conditions. Life might never be perfect, or sometimes life will be perfect, but guess what? Life will be perfect just a couple of times. It's not always going to be perfect. So do not wait for perfect conditions. And let's just use this for example. Now, there is this particular creator that I know. I'm not going to mention her name, but then when she started, I used to hear people say, oh, this woman is so erotic. This woman is not posh at all. This woman is not trying. And then there is this other creator that also started with her, and this other creator is like posh, is like everything, just everything, like a body, all those things. But then this one that was like, oh, she's a boutique, she's like a mom, she's like this, she's like that. She kept showing up, and she's been showing up consistently, I think since 2022, and she's still showing up now. That other creator did the whole thing, looking cute, looking this, and ended in less than a year. Since that year, she has not posted again. Now, nobody knows about her because that's done. But this particular woman that everybody was saying, oh, she's not this, she's not that, people know her, brands are collaborating with her, sending her PR packages. That is how life is, because this other person used her in perfect conditions and did not wait for perfect circumstances. She just kept showing up. Rather than the person that was waiting, okay, until I have my makeup done, until I have my hair done, until I have my lashes done, until I have my nails done. If you're waiting for all the perfect conditions, especially if you're an average person, and when I say average person, I don't mean any insult. I just mean like you are not Otedola daughter, that money is not an issue. You can just like this and hairstyle and everything are there. In order for you to chase your dream, you're on a long thing. You don't have to wait for perfect circumstances. What I preach is use what you have. Now, do you have a wig? Yes, you have a wig. Look for wigs. When you're getting your wigs, look for ones that complement your face so that once you put them on, you're looking good. Invest in your skincare. And I don't say invest like spend billions or millions or thousands of naira. No, look for the ones that actually work for your skin and stick to them so that you look so beautiful. Invest in quality equipment, quality tools so that you have bright lights, deep voice to show up. Things like this. Your clothes, how can you restyle them? Oh, I wore this with this. Maybe next time I'm going to be wearing my top with a jean, or maybe wearing another top with the bottom. These are just be versatile. Repackage yourself. Use what you have in order to achieve what you want. Ensure that you are not waiting for the perfect circumstances and show up just as you are. The next thing that you need to know is build your habits. Build your habits. Build your habits. I don't know how to say it except build your habits. You have to build your habits because your habit is what is going to help you. And habits are like little things that would help you stay consistent even when life gets busy. Now, what you are likely going to stick to when it comes to habits is things that are easy, things that you don't really need to think about. And I'm going to give you an instance for things that has personally worked for me. One is let's use, I don't know why, I just like money. I just like using money for instance, because I feel like we often shy away from money talks, especially real money talks. But let's just continue. Now, when it comes to money, when you automate your saving, like every month, then that amount is gone. And if you're into business, when you sell and you're like your profit is like 5k, 2.5 is already going to your saving, like automated. You've already told yourself, I'm not even going to process, I'm not going to think about it, but this percentage of my sales, this percentage of my salary is going to my savings. You make it a habit. You don't think about it. It's done. It is set. There's no calculation. There's no math. It's just there, and you do it consistently over time. That is how it happens. That is it. You see, you form it as a habit, and because it's easy to do, you will keep doing it. And when it comes to, like, let's say fitness wise, okay, I'm going to lock in exercise 3 times a week. I'm not doing every day. I'm just going to do 3 times a week. I know myself. I know that it's going to be hard for me to stick. I'm going to do 3 times a week, and this time I'm going to shop. Once I wake up, before I go to sleep, you do them over time, and it's easy for you to do. It's not hard. It's not difficult. You just start doing them. Okay, fine. I want to be active. Instead of working 15k steps, this is something I was doing. Instead of working 15k steps, I'm going to bring it down to 10k steps because I want to be consistent over time. I can walk 10k steps every day in 1 week, a month. But if I walk 15k steps, I might walk for 2 weeks and not walk for the remaining 2 weeks. What's my gain? So do you get? Form your habits around things that are easy for you to automate, things that are easy for you to do over time without thinking much about it. Okay. Next thing is celebrate your consistency, not your perfection. Celebrate consistency, not perfection. The fact that you were able to, I don't know why I'm revolving around money and fitness as an example and content creation. Let me look for another example when I talk about celebrating consistency rather than perfection. Okay, let's use networking for example. Let's say that you're someone that is an introvert, and then your company over time, they organize an event over time, like trainings, events, seminars, just things that put you out there in public space. And for instance, when I say celebrate consistency, not perfection, this is what I mean. Now you go to those events and you tell yourself that no matter what happens at this event, I'm going to talk to 5 people. At each event that my company organizes, I'm going to talk to 5 people, 5 people, 5 people, 5 people, and you make it a tagline. Okay, I'm going to talk to 5 people, just 5 people, just 5 people, just 5 new people, just 5 new people, and you keep doing that. It is better you do 5 people every single event for the entire year than as an introvert you go out to that event and maybe you gas yourself up so bad and you are the life of the party for just that one event, and then for the rest of the events you are nowhere to be found. You are zapped, and anytime you just come, your hands on your phone or you're sitting quietly boning your face, someone can talk to you. So you see what consistency and perfection does. And let me just bring it back to let's say weight loss, for instance. Weight loss favors someone that is consistent than someone that is perfect. If you eat clean for 1 month and then for the next month you fall off and eat anyhow, you are playing. But then if you eat today you eat clean today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, and you have one day off, or you fail one day and then you pick it back up and you continue, and you do it over time because it's easier for you to do. You do it for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months stretch, it's going to favor you. So choose consistency rather than perfection. There was this thing that someone said, and that has stuck with me over time. Are you perfect, or are you a procrastinator? Like, are you a perfectionist, or are you a procrastinator? Are you sure you're waiting for things to be perfect, or you're actually procrastinating because you are afraid? Ask yourself those questions. First thing is, remember your why. Remember why you're doing what you're doing. Remember why you're showing up to what you're showing up. Remember why you need to save. Remember why you need to lose weight. Remember why you need to be fit. Remember why you need to be the boss in your office. Remember why you need to show up for your business. Remember why you need to do what you are doing. Remember why you need to build a career in content creation as an influencer. Remember your why. Remember, no matter what you want to do or what you want to show up to consistently in your academics, in any area of your life, remember your why. Let's go over the things that we said earlier. I said that if you want to stay consistent over time, or you want to stay consistent when life is busy, that you ought to set your priorities right, know what your priorities are. And I talked about planning your week, not just your day. And I talked about expecting interruptions. Just because you plan your week does not mean that interruptions will not happen. Do not allow those interruptions to stop your entire progress. I talked about ensuring that you don't wait for the perfect circumstances. Start where you are, start how you are, and improve along the way. There are some things that you don't learn except you have actually started experiencing those things. If you don't start doing them, there's no way you will learn that, okay, this works better with this, that works with it. You just have to start. And then I talked about ensuring that you aim for consistency and not perfection. I talked about, yes, ensure you aim for consistency and not perfection. Remember your why. Remember why you started. Remember why you're doing what you're doing. Remember why you're taking the step that you are taking. Ensure you remember your why. And as well, I also want you to know that consistency is not about showing up intensely and then stopping. Consistency looks like some seasons you get to run, some seasons you get to walk, some seasons you get to crawl. But no matter what happens, keep moving. That is what consistency is about. You moving, keep going. Don't stop going. Basically, that's what consistency is. And I'm hoping that this particular episode of Dear Woman helps you to be consistent in a particular goal or something you set out to do for yourself, and you're able to show up consistently just because you've heard these tips and they are essentially going to help you. My name is Chidima Asogwa, and this is Dear Woman. So this is a bowl of words, and we're just going to pick one word, just one, and then talk about it. It says, I'm enough. I've always been enough. Yes. No matter what goal you want to achieve, no matter what it is you want to focus on or you want to show up consistently in, you are enough. The most important thing is the you factor there. Once you align with yourself and determine on what you want to do, be disciplined about it, be determined about it, you will see that things tend to come easier, come better. It's always the you. It's not easy showing up to do anything. It's not easy. It's always easier to not do that thing. But then, because you know what you're working towards or what you're aiming for, you tend to show up that way. So, yeah. There are shows on Aneke TV every Wednesday and a replay on Saturday. Remember that our comment sections are always open for you to drop a comment, and I cannot wait for me to hear what you have to say or read what you have to say. I am gasping, I am waiting, I'm excited. I just want to hear what you have to say or what you're planning to stay consistent on. And that's how any of those tips that I've mentioned has helped you stay consistent or is helping you stay consistent when life gets busy. Remember that my name is Chidima Asogwa, and this is Dear Woman, your companion on the journey of being a woman.
morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
There are leaders who command attention through the force of their personalities. And then there are those whose influence is measured by the values they leave behind. Shehu, Usman, Ayu, Shagari belonged firmly to the latter. Reserved in temperament yet resolute in conviction, he represented a tradition of leadership in which humility outweighed hubris. Dialogue prevailed over division, and public office was regarded not as an entitlement, but as a sacred trust. Born on February 25, 1925 in Shagari, present-day Sokoto State, his journey began in the classroom as a teacher before progressing through virtually every tier of public service, from parliamentarian to cabinet minister, and eventually Nigeria's first executive president. His ascent reflected decades of preparation rather than political spectacle. When Nigeria returned to civilian rule on October 1, 1970, after 13 years of military government, Shagari inherited a nation eager to rediscover democratic governance. His presidency became the defining symbol of the Second Republic, a constitutional experiment founded on the belief that dialogue, institutions, and the ballot boss could replace military degrees. His vision for Nigeria was neither narrow nor immediate. It was anchored in the philosophy that national prosperity should rest upon productivity rather than dependence. Agriculture became a national priority. Through the Green Revolution, an ambitious program intended to restore farming as the backbone of the economy. Roads, housing estates, irrigation projects, schools, and federal institution expanded under his administration, while strategic investments in industrial projects, particularly the Ajokute Steel Complex, reflected his conviction that a nation rich in resources must also become rich in production. His government also expanded tertiary education, established new universities of technology, upgraded colleges, and broadened access to technical education investments intended to strengthen Nigeria's long-term human capital. Shagari's most enduring contribution cannot be measured solely in physical infrastructure. It resided in his understanding of the Nigerian idea. He believed deeply that the country's extraordinary diversity was not a burden to be managed, but a strength to be cultivated. His politics sought accommodation rather than exclusion. The National Party of Nigeria's enduring message, "One Nation, One Destiny," captured his conviction that ethnic, religious, and regional identities should converge around a common national purpose. Even his political opponents acknowledged his reputation as a reconciliator, a gentleman whose instinct was to build bridges rather than deepen fault lines. His personal values reinforced that philosophy. Those who knew him constantly described a leader defined by simplicity, patience, modesty, and uncommon courtesy. He maintained an austere lifestyle, avoided the theatres often associated with political power, and treated both allies and opponents with respect. In one remarkable act of statesmanship, he conferred one of Nigeria's highest national honors on his principal political rival, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, a gesture that reflected his belief that service to the nation transcended partisan rivalry. History, however, seldom grants leaders the privilege of choosing their circumstances. The collapse of global oil prices plunged Nigeria into economic distress, exposing structural weaknesses within an economy heavily dependent on crude exports. Declining revenues, inflation, and growing political tensions overshadowed many of his administration's ambitions. On December 31, 1983, the military ended the second Republic in a coup that removed Shagari from office. What followed perhaps revealed more about the man than the presidency itself. He did not seek revenge. He did not inflame public sentiment. He did not attempt to reclaim power. Instead, he accepted the verdict of history with dignity, returning to private life, and eventually emerging as one of Nigeria's most respected elder statesmen. His restraint affirmed a principle too often forgotten, that true greatness is revealed not only in the exercise of power, but in the grace with which it is relinquished. Today, Shehu Shagari's legacy invites reflection far beyond the politics of the Second Republic. It reminds Nigerians that humility is not weakness, but moral strength. That civility is not political compromise, but democratic maturity. That public office is a covenant with the people, demanding accountability above ambition and service above self-interest. His life challenges contemporary leaders to govern with foresight rather than expediency, to build institutions rather than personalities, to pursue national cohesion instead of sectional advantage, and to measure success not by the duration of power, but by the depth of public trust they inspire. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of Shehu Shagari's life is that nations are not transformed by rhetoric alone. They are strengthened by character, sustained by integrity, and elevated by leaders who understand that authority is temporal, but values are timeless. Nearly half a century after he assumed the nation's highest office, Shehu Usman Aliyu Shagari remains more than a former president. He endures as a reminder that the noblest form of leadership is not domination, but stewardship, not the pursuit of legacy, but the faithful service of a people whose future is always greater than the ambitions of any one leader.
Chilling headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
There are certain things you hope you never really have to tell your aides about. And one of them is not to put me to speak after Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. Thank you very much indeed for such a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Your Excellencies, our global ambassador, the first female Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African of the World Director General of the World Trade Organization, and of course, the great representation of the Nigeria Can movement on the global stage. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. The Chief Executive of the Emerging Markets Forum, Mr. Harinder Kohli, and I really want to thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kohli, for giving us the opportunity to host you here in Nigeria. And I want to say this with all sense of seriousness, because I do know that sometimes there's a tendency very pleased to join you today. 7 distinct leaders who are shaping Africa's economic future. Who are shaping Africa's economic future. I am particularly delighted that the Central Bank of Nigeria is co-organizing this year's forum. This demonstrates the strong partnership and shared commitment we have to building a more resilient and prosperous Africa. The theme of this year's forum, Building Africa's Resilience in a Changing Global Economic Order, is very timely. The global system that has long shaped relations amongst nations is changing before our eyes. Although the extent to which it is changing, we have been duly educated today. Trade is becoming more uneven. Capital is becoming more selective and impatient, and the long-standing rules-based international system is being stretched and tested. For Africa and other emerging markets, the question is no longer whether the global order is changing, but how we turn that change from a source of vulnerability into a source of growth and shared prosperity. And we heard some of the answers to that earlier today. Let me highlight, however, 3 major shifts that about 16% shape Africa's opportunities in this changing global environment. First, and trade. Trade is fragmenting. Geo-economic considerations are causing countries to look inward and to reorganize trade and critical supply chains around trusted partners and neighboring markets through nearshoring and friendshoring. For Africa, this change is both a warning and an opportunity. With intra-African trade still accounting for only about 16% of our total trade, we must build stronger regional value chains, produce more of what we consume, and trade more with one another. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides the platform and opportunity to turn this global shift to an African advantage. But we must go beyond the agreements and remove the practical barriers to trade by improving transport networks, harmonizing customs standards, and making cross-border payments faster and more affordable. Second, capital has become selective and impatient. Investors must be able to trust our policies, understand our rules, and plan beyond the next political or economic cycle. So credibility is not only a central bank concern, it is a national economic asset. Third, artificial intelligence is reshaping economic activity. It is changing how goods are produced, how services are delivered, and the skills required to compete. It is disrupting established industries while creating entirely new business models and forms of work. And of course, thank you very much to Mr. Gill in the midst for delivering such a lovely presentation earlier this morning on this particular topic. Africa must move beyond being consumers of technology. We must become creators, developing African solutions to African challenges, and building business capable of taking the world. To achieve this, Africa must invest in the foundations of an AI-enabled economy, including reliable electricity, affordable connectivity, digital infrastructure, and above all, a generation of AI-savvy young Africans ready to build solutions for the continent and to compete globally. Nigeria's recent experience demonstrates how an emerging market economy can respond to these shifts. Over the past 3 years, we made difficult but necessary policy decisions to restore stability, rebuild confidence, and strengthen the economy's capacity to withstand shocks. The Central Bank of Nigeria will return firmly to our core mandate. Ended monetary financing of fiscal deficits and rebuilt the foreign exchange market around transparency and settlement integrity. We tightened monetary policy when necessary, communicated our decision, including when the message was difficult. Today, the results of those sacrifices are evident. Inflation has moderated from high levels despite the energy shock. External buffers have strengthened, and the financial system is safer and better capitalized to support the economy. We have learned one lesson. Credibility is built intentionally, one right decision after another, and strengthened through consistent action. That same lesson holds at the continental level. If Africa is to benefit from these global shifts, rather than become a victim of them, we must convert our potential into tangible. That transformation will rest on 4 foundations. 1, the first is macroeconomic stability, no surprises. No nation has industrialized under persistently high inflation and an unstable exchange rate. Stability gives households and businesses the confidence to consume and invest, and gives investors the certainty to commit capital for the long term. Second is continental scale. The African Continental Free Trade Area gives Africa a solid platform, but we must build the market. Third is patient capital that creates productive capacity. We must mobilize Africa's pensions, insurance assets, domestic savings, and diaspora wealth. We must also seek foreign investment that creates jobs, transfers technology, develops local suppliers, and strengthens African businesses, not investment that simply extracts value and leaves. The fourth and most important is our people. We must prepare young Africans for an AI-enabled economy and unlock the full economic participation of women, because Africa cannot fly with one wing. Our goal must be an Africa in which young entrepreneurs can build, scale, and compete without having to leave the continent to realize their potential elsewhere. The Jackpot syndrome. Let me close with a simple thought. The anxiety surrounding the changing global economic order is real, and we've heard it. But disruption also creates opportunity. We've heard that also. As established rules are rewritten, emerging markets have an move from being rule takers to becoming rule setters. Africa now has an opportunity to help shape the emerging order, but that opportunity will not be realized by potential alone. It will require strategic collaboration, credible institutions, and the courage to act together. There is much more to discuss, and I am confident that my conversation with our global ambassador, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, will take us deeper into important dimensions of these questions that I have briefly touched on. The world is changing. Let us seize this moment for Africa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. To call this an era of geoeconomic uncertainty feels like a polite understatement. The global order created in the wake of World War II to foster stability, predictability, peace, and prosperity is experiencing the most severe disruptions of its 80-year existence. So much that shaped the world we know is being called into question. From the role of the United Nations and other multilateral organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, and the WTO, my organization, to even the very notion of a system based on rules rather than naked power. In a famous speech earlier this year in Davos by Mark Carney, and I was sitting right under his nose in Davos when he gave this speech, the Canadian Prime Minister, he declared that the global order to be in the midst of and I quote, a rupture, not a transition. He's right that major structural shifts are shaking both domestic politics and the wider world. But I differ slightly in interpretation because I do not believe that these shifts are leading to a less interdependent world. What we are seeing is not the end of globalization, but its transformation from cooperative to competitive interdependence. States compete vigorously, but within a global economic system they cannot afford to abandon. They seek to outpace rivals, but without sacrificing the benefits of economic integration. The hope that global economic integration will produce geopolitical harmony may have faded, at least for now. But this emerging era of competitive interdependence only makes the case for a rules-based system stronger, not weaker. In the first segment of my remarks today, I will look at how geopolitical and other shifts are contributing to rising uncertainty. I'll then focus on why geopolitical rivalry and uncertainty has so far not translated into declining global trade and major fragmentation, despite numerous predictions to the contrary. Finally, I will look at the genuinely exciting opportunities that exist even amid today's uncertainties for countries to use global trade to drive growth, job creation, development, and economic resilience. And this is a conversation the governor and I were having before coming into this room, and I think we'll have during our chat together. Now, starting with the structural sources of today's uncertainty, let's look at 5. First, the balance of global economic power has changed dramatically within the space of a generation. In 1995, advanced economies accounted for about 60% of global economic output in purchasing power parity terms, and developing countries only 40%. Now, these shares have flipped thanks to 3 decades of faster growth in the developing world, growth that open global trade helped to make possible. Although not all regions have been part of this rebalancing, Africa's share of global GDP remains stubbornly low. This shift has already sufficed to spawn anxiety and even resentment within many rich countries, stoking geopolitical tensions and affecting attitudes to trade and aid. Second, Economic inequality within many countries has shifted upwards, with those at the upper end of the scale getting an increasing share of national income and wealth. Widespread perceptions that the rich are getting richer while others lag behind are fueling angry politics and unstable policy. According to the report to the G20 by a committee of independent experts on global inequality, led by Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz, over 2/3 of the global population live in countries where the top 1% have increased their share of income since 2000. With respect to wealth, the dynamics are even more pronounced. The top 1% increased their share in countries home to nearly 3/4 of the global population. Third, a series of technological shifts from computers and the internet to AI, which you heard about this morning, I think from Gill, have transformed the ways we communicate, produce, and trade. But some workers have been disempowered and even thrown out of jobs by automation, particularly within advanced economies. Fears of large-scale AI-induced job losses are intensifying. And history reminds us that waves of new technologies are often accompanied by economic anxiety and social unrest, even when sometimes they are not threatened. Fourth, our changing climate is imposing unequal burdens across countries and within them. Europe's struggles with heat waves this summer are only part of the story. The World Meteorological Organization estimates that African countries on average are losing 2 to 5% of GDP annually due to climate change, with many diverting as much as 9% of their budgets to responding to the consequences of extreme weather. And fifth, a demographic shift, with aging populations and falling birth rates across much of the developed world and some emerging markets, sharpened anxieties around immigration and labor market shortages. Meanwhile, Africa is emerging as the world's future workforce and market. If truth be told, national governments and international institutions have struggled to respond to these shifts. These struggles have created fertile ground for anti-system narratives, as many people in rich and poor countries feel that the established order is not helping them cope with the changes reshaping their lives. Trade in particular has been blamed for job losses, for inequality, for empowering geopolitical rivals, and more. To be fair, much of what is currently being laid at the door of trade and the trading system, in fact, owes more to other forces. More jobs were lost to automation than to import competition. To help people and places adapt, governments need to put in place strong, active labor market policies and social safety nets. Not all of them could do this in a good way. Inequality has more to do with domestic tax and labor policies, which is why countries similarly exposed to trade have such different outcomes. Large trade imbalances are strongly correlated with protectionist pressures, but they are primarily driven by macroeconomic factors like domestic savings and investment rates and capital flows, not by trade policies. Both the World Bank and IMF research, as well as WTO, have been clear about this. To deal with today's imbalances, China needs to consume more domestically and rely less on export-led growth, since it is difficult for the rest of the world to absorb its large export surpluses, whilst the US has to save more and get its fiscal house in order. But this is not to say that there are no real problems in the way both global trade and the World Trade Organization are operating, and that is part of what has brought us to the current juncture. Unless we also acknowledge the problems with global trade rules and policies, we shall be doing a disservice to everyone who is dissatisfied with the present global economic conditions. In recent years, it has become clear that the world economy is marked by some troubling over-dependencies. That's my word. For example, over-dependence on China for critical minerals, batteries, and some key supplies, on Chinese Taipei, that's what we call Taiwan at the World Bank, for cutting-edge semiconductors, and on the US for digital services as well as final market demand. In a global trading system designed to foster interdependence, the weaponization of some of these over-dependencies is fueling resentment, anxiety, and political tension. Within the WTO, although members rich and poor have for years raised legitimate concerns about a wide range of issues, ranging from inadequate policy transparency to unfair trade practices, level playing field issues, and policy space to support industrialization, members have collectively failed to respond by amending and updating the WTO rulebook. Although this has finally started to change and reform discussions are underway at the WTO, the conversations we needed didn't happen for far too long. And the result is that trade rules have not kept up with the times. The smart response to problems of overdependence and overconcentration is to enhance resilience by diversifying and deconcentrating trade and investment relationships to bring in currently marginalized countries and communities. Such re-globalization, as we call it at the WTO, would help shift from overdependence to a healthier interdependence that is less vulnerable to shocks and bilateral pressure. Some of this diversification is beginning to happen as many countries strike new bilateral and regional trade deals. I'll come back to this point later. But unfortunately, we are still getting a large increase in trade policy uncertainty as important trading partners or blocs continue the shifts of trade policies and measures. Businesses that do not know what trade barriers they'll face tomorrow will think twice, probably more than twice, before investing, especially in new locations. This illustrates the danger of negative feedback loops of geoeconomic uncertainty, in which responses to the structural causes of uncertainty end up making uncertainty worse instead of better. Having spent the past several minutes talking about challenges, structural shifts, fragmentation, geopolitical tensions, and so forth, let me switch to the good news. Everything I said thus far is accurate, and yet things have not fallen apart. Far from it. The value of global goods and services trade was at a record $34.65 trillion in 2025, up 7% on the previous year. In volume terms, world merchandise trade grew by 4.6% as surging demand for AI-related goods offset weaknesses linked to tariff increases. And trade policy uncertainty. Services trade grew by 5.3%, again in volume terms, and within that, trade in digitally delivered services grew even faster, at almost 6%. Most countries continue to trade on rules-based WTO terms. Around 72% of global goods trade continues to flow on core WTO most favored nation tariff terms. And people are often surprised when I mention this number. I was telling the governor that when I said 72% of world trade still goes on WTO terms, everybody started quarreling with it. Some people said, no, the US has destroyed the place with these measures. Everybody was, they wanted it to look really bad. So I said, okay, to my staff, publish the methodology, which they did. And I said, anyone who has a better methodological approach to calculating the trade that goes on WTO MFN terms, they can bring it and we'll change. And we put it out there and no one has come forward. So I'm very confident in telling you, we didn't change the way we calculate. 72% of the world's trade still goes on WTO terms. And an additional 16% flows on terms within the wider WTO framework, mostly tariff preferences arising from bilateral and regional trade agreements that are built on WTO foundations. Some of this is reflected in the trade diversification I mentioned earlier. That is why we are supportive of bilateral and regional trade agreements that seek to build trade channels, because a large number of them are built on the bedrock, on the foundation of WTO rules. We should also remember that the WTO's role goes well beyond tariffs. Our rules for health and safety standards, technical regulations, customs valuation, and intellectual property function as the plumbing of global trade. And I always joke everywhere that, like plumbing, you don't really remember the plumbing in your house. You don't think about it until a pipe breaks and floods your sitting room or wherever, the house, isn't it? You take it for granted. People take the WTO for granted because we are the plumbing of trade, and they don't think about it until something goes wrong. And we're very happy to be the plumbing. Anchored by this stable and broadly open core, global trade has bounced back from a series of shocks. COVID-19 and related supply disruptions, the war in Ukraine, which affected energy and food markets.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Uche. Health is often described as wealth, and understanding how the body functions is an important part of living a healthy life. One area many people are curious about, yet often misunderstand, is conception and reproductive health. Conception is a natural process that marks the beginning of pregnancy. However, many individuals and couples have limited knowledge about how conception occurs, the factors that affect fertility, and the importance of proper reproductive health. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We take a short break now. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important aspect of reproductive health, conception. Conception occurs when a sperm cell successfully fertilizes an egg cell, leading to the beginning of pregnancy. While this process may sound simple, several physical, hormonal, and lifestyle factors can influence fertility and conception. In many communities, conversations about conception are surrounded by myth, misinformation, and cultural misconceptions. As a result, some couples experience confusion, emotional stress, or delays in seeking proper medical guidance. However, with accurate information, healthy lifestyle choices, and appropriate medical support when necessary, many fertility and conception-related challenges can be properly managed. Our focus today is understanding conception and reproductive health. Joining us in the studio is an associate professor, Enebe Joseph Tochukwu, from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Esut College of Medicine and Parkland. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
We are glad to have you in the studio.
Thank you.
Okay, the last time we had you in the studio, we talked about understanding menstrual cycle. And now we are discussing on understanding conception. but it still revolves around understanding our reproductive health. So will you please explain to us and the viewers what conception means, especially from a medical experience?
Well, welcome all our viewers, and for a start, conception, as we know, is the fertilization of the egg by the sperm. The sperm is the seed of life that comes from the male, while the egg is that unit of life also that comes, the half that comes from the woman. 20 of them unite. They will form what we call a zygote, which is the smallest unit of life. From there, the cell now continues to divide and multiply until it becomes a human being inside the body. That is the conception in a nutshell. That's the beginning of life.
Okay. Yeah. So I believe when we talk about this, we refer to fertility process. Okay. From a medical perspective, what factors influence fertility, and is it normal for conception to take some time, even among healthy couples?
Yeah, of course. When we talk about fertility or inability of a couple to get a pregnancy, it depends on the woman, depends on the man, and then it could be a combination of a problem in the man or the woman. So in the woman, there's what we call the reproductive tract, and that reproductive tract starts from the ovary. That's where the egg cell is being produced. Then down to the fallopian tube, that's the channel that conveys the fertilized ovum down to the uterus. Then the uterus is the body where the baby grows. Then after that, there's what we call the mouth of the womb. They call the cervix. And then the outer part where the male organ enters, called the vagina, or the private part. So in that woman, if there is any problem with all these I have mentioned, it could limit fertility or cause infertility. Likewise, in the male, we have what we call the scrotal sac that contains the testicles. The testicle produces the sperm. And then there's what called there's also another channel that brings the sperm out called the vas deferens. So, and then the penile shaft that brings out the sperm. So if there's any problem along this channel too, whether by infection or maybe the channel was cut off, then there will be infertility. Then in addition, if maybe two partners have little issues, maybe the egg is not coming when it's supposed to come, or maybe the uterus has little issues. And then in the man, he produces, the sperm is coming, but it's not of adequate quantity. You find out by the time two of them join together, a fault in the man and a fault in the woman, they will now form adequate infertility, so that it will be difficult for such a couple to have a pregnancy and then even have a baby. Then sometimes there may be situations whereby there's no known cause. Both the man and the woman, they are normal. However, but they cannot achieve a pregnancy as expected. So those ones we say that the cause is unknown. And then if such couples have patience and wait a little, you find out that over time the fertilization or pregnancy will occur.
So, and you, in the sense, you're saying that anytime fertility does not occur as it is expected, or anytime it does not, conception does not occur when it is expected, that means there should be a problem, whether known or not.
No, I didn't say that. What we're going to say is that if you talk about infertility in a young mother, maybe a young mother that is less than 25 years, that is above 18 years, we find out that for us to define infertility, a man and a woman must have been living together for at least 1 year and having unprotected sexual intercourse. So if such a thing happens, we cannot say, there is infertility, there is difficulty in those couples getting pregnancy. Now, in a natural process, the ability of our natural process to produce a pregnancy per cycle is just about 25%. So you can see it's quite part of 100%. One in four will get pregnant if they meet, the woman ovulating, the man ovulating, and there are no problems. So you can see the nature is very conservative the way it produces pregnancy. So we believe that one couple have lived together, they are not separate. Sometimes you see people, one of the couple, one of the parents in the couple, one is staying in Lagos and another one is in Enugu. After living for 1 year or 2 years, they say they have infertility. So such things cannot be defined as infertility because they have not stayed together to have adequate coital frequency that can ensure that out of that 1 in 4, they pick one chance, maybe in 1 year. And then we show sometimes we may not wait for 1 year for us to say that there's a problem. For example, a young lady that is above 35 years, is almost nearing menopause. So we don't commonly wait for 1 year. So maybe by the time we give them like 6 months and pregnancy is not coming, we start investigating to know whether there is a problem or what is making the woman not to get pregnant within that period. Because as age advances, we expect that there are going to be a lot of impediments towards getting pregnant in a woman.
Okay, now I believe that every reproductive system or anyhow the body works, there is always a lifestyle choices of an individual that can affect the way a body works. Now, could you explain how lifestyle choices can affect our overall reproductive health?
Well, when I talk about overall reproductive health, it starts from when the child is born. When the child is born and is well nourished, educated, and marriage comes at the appropriate time, you find out that the choices will be slightly good. However, if you also see a child that is born poorly fed, didn't grow well, finding it difficult to even enter into menarche or maybe adulthood, and then didn't marry early and maybe eventually marries around 38, 39 years into a poor family, and pregnancy is not coming, they may even find reason for them to investigate themselves. And if it's poorly educated, choices may also not be too good. And then if it's poorly trained at the same time, choices may also not be too good. And let me give you more example. Now, a young lady that is born into a poor family, just telling us how socioeconomic status can influence negatively fertility. Born into a poor family and didn't get enough nutrition, and then maybe it takes her maybe up to 16 years for her to go into adulthood, and then probably marries late. You now find out that within the time, and is unemployed. So the time the person is unemployed, he has to look for money. Sometimes you see some of our people, they go into sex work. And if they engage into sex work without protecting themselves, you find out there is what we call sexually transmitted infection, which is one of the commonest causes of infertility in our environment. And when such occurs, and she notices that there is a problem, most of the time such messages are not transmitted to parents or maybe to loved ones or friends. They are usually hidden. So such a person patronizes patent medicine dealers, and usually there won't be enough money to even treat the infection. So when there is not enough money, they may take one dose of the drug. Meanwhile, the damage continues in the body. So by the time the person is now thinking that she's okay and then gets married, you find out by the time they are getting married, the tubes are already bad. And the fallopian tube I mentioned is the connection between the ovary and the uterus. So if they get blocked, it means that sperm cannot even approach the egg for fertilization. And then the fertilized egg cannot come back to the uterus. So you find out that when such a person is married, you find out they won't have a baby. So you can see how life choice can also affect infertility. Now people that go into alcoholism, smoking, cigarette and all that. So you find out that negatively impacts on the ability to produce the ovum. So at the end of the day, if there is no ovulation, of course there won't be any fertility. Likewise, men. Now somebody that takes a heavy alcohol is likely not to have protection during sexual intercourse, or may even engage in sexual intercourse earlier in life, even when the reproductive organs are not yet mature. So you find out that if such a condition happens, you find out that there could be infertility. Now, an uneducated person most of them do not know their menstrual cycle, because if a woman knows her menstrual cycle, there is likelihood that she will know when she's going to be fertile too. So if he meets the husband, could get pregnant. So if it's uneducated, you find out that even when there is no problem, they don't even know when such a young person can, or when such a couple can get pregnant. And if it happens, of course there will be infertility. You see people staying in relationship for 10 years, not because of poor education. They couldn't know what to do. And lucky enough, some of these causes of infertility are some of the things that can be good. But if there's no education and there's no good parental support towards bringing up the child properly, it goes a long way in causing infertility. And then for the men, like people that engage in cigarette smoking, alcohol, heavy dose alcohol use, or maybe use of other substances, impacts negatively on sperm production. And by the time the person is getting married, there is no sperm cell in the semen. So you can see now that such a person will not get pregnant. There are so many other sexually transmitted infections that can occur. Talk about human immunodeficiency virus infection. By the time they are taking drugs, all those drugs will also impact negatively. And then also some other drugs people are using without even knowing that what they are using is what is going to prevent pregnancy in their system. So there are so many environmental things that can impact negatively on the ability of a woman to get pregnant. Maybe you have to take them bit by bit.
Okay, you talked about uneducated ones. Are there adequate awareness for those uneducated people on this issue?
Now, when somebody is uneducated, there's no room for communication. Most of the time, fertility things are discussed in the house. You know, people don't come out openly to start talking about they are not fertile. As a matter of fact, our people treat it in a negative way. When a young lady is married and after 6 months, you see the grandmother, you're almost asking the young lady, I hope you are okay, are you vomiting, are you spitting? Why she's saying all those things to know whether the woman is pregnant. So after 1 year, or maybe a young lady is married to a place where they have only one male in the Igbo land, you know, value male so much, and pregnancy is not coming in. You see pressure coming from everywhere. And that stress alone can make the woman not to ovulate. Ovulate, I mean, is bringing out eggs. So, and when those eggs are not coming, the girl will not get pregnant. So you can see what is causing this type of infertility is a social problem. People not understanding that naturally a young girl should be left alone so that it should be well psychological balance before going into such a... So that pressure alone can make the woman not to have a baby. So...
Okay,
yeah.
I'm still going to talk about this uneducated people. Okay, now we believe that there are a lot of misconceptions and beliefs surrounding conception and childbearing in our society today. What are the common ones you have, encountered, and what does medical evidence say about them?
Well, most of our people believe that if a woman is bleeding or seeing her menses, she will not get pregnant. So, but it's quite totally wrong. You know, the issue is that sometimes we don't understand the cycle of the woman. Now, for a woman that sees her period every 3 weeks and has the duration of her period lasting for 7 days, will still be bleeding when she's fertile. So, if such a person knows that I'm supposed to meet my husband around the 7th or the 9th day, so you can see that pregnancy will occur easily. However, if you take it to the other side, so they will be expected to get pregnant around 14 days. And everybody must have the middle period as the fertility time period. So if such thing occurs, no pregnancy will happen. And then also, some other people also believe that if you have, in one way or the other, terminated pregnancy in the past, it's almost like a curse has been laid upon you, that you won't have pregnancy. Yes, it's not correct. It depends on how such pregnancies were terminated. If they were done medically, professionally, of course the woman still has the ability to get pregnancy. There are so many other confusions people have while trying to get pregnant. So some people don't even know their cycle. too. And not knowing that cycle enough is enough to prevent pregnancy.
Okay, we are still talking about these fertility challenges. You know, they are often misunderstood.
Yes.
Could you explain how reproductive difficulties can affect both men and women? You also talked about psychological problem, and highlight some of you know, common medical conditions that can also contribute to these difficulties.
No, they talk about fertility challenges, how it affects the man. Of course, it adversely affects the couple, both the man and the woman. Our environment, this is almost like the men's world, where the man is never at fault, you know. And however, you can see that maybe a couple it's a male infertility. The problem is with the man, but usually most of the time it's not discussed in our environment. So you see the woman keep on trying. So but the problem lies with the man. It's only when the man now agrees to come to the hospital that can have a breakthrough. So now you see that now it can cause marriage disharmony. And most of the time that disharmony is poured on the woman. So now when it comes to the woman, it causes can cause depression. Now people they can cause breakup. There have been a situation whereby one of my patients, they went to the hospital and they were told that they had a condition called endometriosis. Endometriosis is when you have those things that stay inside the womb, called the endometrium, lying outside the womb, causing destruction outside the womb. That's what they call endometriosis. And sometimes it damages the tubes. So the doctor somehow went and called the man out and said, this young lady, she has inherent problem of infertility, so she can't get pregnant. Immediately the man came and all the problems started in that house. Like, you took my salt, you didn't put salt in the soup. The soup was not good, you were not doing well. So all the problems started, and that's how they ended up breaking up. So you can see, now such a young lady will never be happy, and it's going to affect her ability to be confident in life. So you see her each time she's walking, she's depressed, you know, so it can cause. Now, something can ruin people's business. A young lady in her quest to get pregnant, she can do anything. Want to see Babalawo, see them, they get to places where they're not supposed to get. Sometimes they swallow substances they're not supposed to swallow because they desperately needed to get pregnant. So, and sometimes it can also even lead to death, you know. And so when they take substances that are not supposed to, sometimes it can cause kidney damage after taking all those. Some people even drink urine. Some people even get extra infections because of the fact that they're trying to know whether they can get pregnant. Now, sometimes when some women are thinking that maybe they know that it's their husband, and they go and sleep outside and have a baby out of it, you find out that this is already a problem that has already started. I'm sure you could remember some people that wanted to travel outside the country and they wanted to do paternity tests. So by the time they are doing paternity tests, the man now say, this is not even related to me, 100%. In such a condition, which means that the pregnancy came from somewhere elsewhere. So now, if there was no infertility, such a thing couldn't have happened. And in such cases, sometimes it has led to instant divorce. And now the progression of such a family destroyed, and maybe people that wanted to travel together, of course, you find out that all those dreams are ruined. So infertility causes a lot of both financial problems. Now, to investigate a woman that has infertility is not cheap globally. So you find out that by the time they come to the hospital, by the time I mention 1, 2, or 3, 4 investigations, the people that are coming, they will stop coming because they can't finance such investigations. And then the worst that happens to it is that when you talk about fertility and health insurance most of the times in Nigeria don't commonly finance infertility as they go, because already in Nigeria we have up to 150 million people. So it's assumed that government is also even trying to curb the population, 150 to 200 million, you know. So they may not finance infertility. So if you have infertility, you have to face the challenges alone. So people that are going for in vitro fertilization to know how they will treat infertility. The money is not there. So you see sometimes people selling their landed properties, selling their houses to know whether they can treat infertility. Then even after treating the infertility, they won't get any result out of it. So people can commit suicide. You know, that my husband had left me, or even when the people are even trying to get pregnant. You know, they have infertility, a couple has infertility. Before they finish trying, the man has impregnated another person in another place. So he wanted to try to know whether this is really for me. So by the time we have seen that another person is pregnant, it's only time by hotel, the other woman will come back to the house and it can cause a lot of issues and coming up. So the consequences of infertility is really grave, and it's something that will be addressed by us and government. And this starts when the child is born.
Yeah. Also, a scholar said that a man determines what gender is being conceived. What do you have to say about that?
Well, if you say that a man determines the gender, yes, because he has both the X and the Y chromosome, while the woman also just has only X chromosome. So if the woman the man has a sperm that has Y on it, that's the Y cell, and now if it fertilizes the egg, that is X, they will get a male. Now, on the other hand, if the man produces the X chromosome, then and he fertilizes the X cell, what they are going to produce is a female baby. So colloquially, we can also say that the man is the engine to the gender or the sex of the baby.
Okay. Now, at what point should a couple consider seeking professional medical evaluation if conception is delayed, and what should they expect during the assessment process?
Well, just like I've said before, for a young couple, maybe they're still young, between less than 35 years, if they have lived together, they are staying together in the same apartment, and had unprotected sexual intercourse for 1 year, 12 months, and pregnancy did not come, such a couple should look for, to seek medical advice. And then for people that are already approaching menopause, as above 35 years, they will not wait for 1 month, because if they wait for 1 year, it means that one year is already gone out of. So by the time they are now finding themselves at 36. If they use 1 year to investigate again or more, they will find themselves at 40, and before you know it, menopause may approach a family. And if they want to have more than one baby, it means that they have to have time, have the first one and so on. So for those ones that are above 35 years, want to start investigating them early. So immediately they are getting married, you may say, let me just be sure that the reproductive organs are normal. The woman may do her own test, and then the man does his own. And they cannot go ahead and say, okay, fine, let's know whether the pregnancy is going to occur. If it's not coming quick, there are so many other things that can be done.
Okay, we'll take a short break now. When we come back, we are going to discuss about the advances that has been made in modern medicine. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here with us. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, and you're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. And our discussion on understanding conception and reproductive health continues. And we are still in the studio with Professor Enebe Joseph Tochukwu. So we are still discussing on understanding conception and reproductive health, and we have been talking about the misconceptions, the solutions for people who don't know much information on the, conception. Okay, now let's dive into modern medicine. How what advances have been made in modern medicine to improve the diagnosis and treatment of fertility challenges, and are these challenges always permanent?
Well, let me start with the last one. You said whether the challenges are permanent. The challenges are not permanent. Most of the challenges are temporary. So, and most of the common causes of infertility recently are treatable. During previously, we didn't have access to what we call in vitro fertilization. This is the height of where we are in fertility management. And then also in investigation, there are so many things that are currently available that can help us to determine if a woman has infertility issues. So now it's easier to do what we call hormone profile. We look at the natural cycle of the woman and read it and determine, yes, this is the time this woman could get pregnant. So how can we do that? We can determine the channel. That channel, is it open or closed? You know, that's what we call laparoscopy and diet test. Initially, we used to do what we call HSD, histosalpingogram. Now, all these medical terms I'm calling there, it used to be what we used to outline that tube. That tube, if a woman has a challenge in getting pregnant, we're not going to test that tube. That tube, is it open or not? So when I'm injected there, we'll see whether this thing is open or not. So it won't be guesswork anymore. Now, we can live, while looking at a woman, put in a tube into the abdomen, into the tummy. And then we now see that tube, put a dye into the uterus, and then observe that tube, is it open or not. If there's anything that is also connected, that is destroying the tube, we can also see it live, physically. So it will not be that this is guesswork. You don't. So if a woman has anything, is thinking that maybe the tubes are damaged, so we can determine whether the tubes are damaged. Not waiting. Because when we go to the browser, they will say continue to wait. So, but these days we can do something about that. Now, we can accurately determine when the woman is ovulating. I will call follicular tracking. Maybe say you have problem with ovulation, they don't know. You are taking drugs, you don't even know whether the eggs are maturing. So, but now, these days, we can track that ovary, that ovum, even the day it started. When you start taking fertility drugs, we just be watching, doing what we call transvaginal scan. So transvaginal scan is using an ultrasound probe, put it into the private part of the woman, because it's closer to the cell, so it gives you a very beautiful picture. So even the woman even understands herself, oh, I'm ovulating, no, I'm not ovulating. So it's not about what are the things coming out from the body. Are you seeing slimy things to determine do you have waist pain? No. These days we can confidently track and determine when an ovulation has occurred. And if it has occurred, we can also go and meet with your wife. So pregnancy most likely may occur within that period. So people are also even using it to do sex selection. Maybe you want a time, you want a particular sex to come. So by tracking the ovulation, we can also determine the time when you want the couple to meet. And not only that, some men that have problem with their sperm, recently we can wash the sperm. Maybe sperm is not, concentration is not much. We can wash it, concentrate it more, and then introduce it into the woman's body. And if the woman doesn't have any problem, find out this fertility can confidently occur. Now, there are other things like when the advent of ultrasounds has helped a lot in the management of infertility. These days, you won't be guessing whether the ovaries are bad or not. So you can do ultrasound studies and find out that, yes, the ovary is not working well. You can even also scan the testicles. If there are the venous problems or any problem at all, but you can determine, yeah, this testicle is not, the size is not good, or it doesn't contain enough, it's not producing egg. So these are some of, and then the last part is down there are a lot of advances that have been made on in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer. Now, in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer means when you do fertilization outside the body of the woman. Then after doing that, you now carry the little embryo that has formed. You put it back to the woman and the baby will start growing. Now, people also do so many things like what we call surrogacy. Surrogacy is maybe when a woman has an inherent problem with fertility, cannot get pregnant. You can also approach another woman, maybe your sister, or maybe somebody you begged, you know, because we're not supposed to pay for that. So the person will agree, I want, okay, I have a good egg, but my womb is not good, or my womb is not there because of maybe an acquired problem, or somebody wanted to get pregnant and had an accident, you know, or maybe during delivery the uterus was removed. But anything can happen to the uterus to make it not to be good for fertility or for pregnancy. So you can approach another woman, and the woman will carry the baby for such a person with a very good agreement and legal conditions made. And you can also egg donation. A woman that doesn't produce egg can also go and borrow egg from another person. You know, a younger person, maybe an older person now, borrows egg from a younger person. And if fertilized, the egg will now be introduced into the woman that is making the baby. And if the baby will grow in the woman. Likewise, the male, I will call sperm donation. We have sperm banks now. So, and you can go there. A woman that doesn't produce sperm can also go there and borrow sperm. And that sperm can also cause fertilization. So a lot has happened. You know, during the olden days, even though all these things may happen, like maybe a woman can go and borrow sperm, but there's no medium to carry sperm then. If a man wants to get pregnant, you may send your wife to go and meet a man that you think has good sperm. And that was crude and also leads to adultery and the rest of them. So but these days, people can donate sperm. Your brother, your father, your friends, or even people that you don't know, they can donate sperm for people whose sperm are not there. You know, or maybe they have challenges bringing out the sperm. So there are a lot that has happened. And even in the fertility, when fertilization has occurred, people can also go into the microscope, look at that baby that is forming, take a DNA from it, and then know this baby that is forming doesn't have any congenital abnormality that can impact negatively with life. And if it's there, you know, a lot can happen. So many things are being done these days, even though some of them are not religiously accepted to some group, like the Catholic Church. There's what we call pre-implantation diagnosis. That pre-implantation means that they want to check the baby. This baby is male or female. Do I continue with this? Does he have Down syndrome and all that? So we can determine all those things in the lab. Now people are even going towards even things that will wow the whole world. You know, having an artificial uterus where fertilization can occur and the baby inserted into the uterus and the baby carried to term. But we have not gotten to that yet. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's talk about the body system. You know, anything that affects the body system must enter or get in contact with the body. Obviously. So beyond the physical aspects, how can difficulties with conception affect emotional and mental well-being, and what role do communication and family support play during this period?
And just like I mentioned before, let me start from the last one: family support and communication. Now, if somebody is well informed, most of the time there is positive attitude towards the condition, and the person, most of the time, they usually find solution. Now, when there is a family pressure, so this is very important that all grandmothers and they should know this, you know, all our mothers. So we should stop putting pressure to newly married couple or couple that are having challenges with having babies. So once you put that pressure, it brings a lot of stress to the woman, and that stress can come from various angles. You see so many sister-in-laws, mother-in-laws calling their daughter-in-law, this is a male. Why did you bring in the male into our house? And do you know what that means? You know, so it can suppress ovulation, like I said. And if the egg is not coming, there won't be any pregnancy. So, but if there's a lot of support from the family, from the husband, you find out that the woman will maintain her normal temperature and pressure. Then ovulation most likely is going to occur in such situations. And if you are even offering any medication or any treatment plan, it's likely most going to work. And even when they go to the hospital and they are given a treatment plan, they're most likely going to carry it out where there is peace. Where there is no peace, it may be difficult. I could remember a woman that came for infertility treatment. And after examining the woman, she didn't have any problem. And well, that's okay. Can you bring in your husband? Because of the fact there was no support from the husband, they all say he won't approach the hospital. So now, for the husband refusing to go to the hospital, it means that infertility will continue until that man comes to the hospital, because she can't get pregnancy from elsewhere, if not from, especially when the man is now assumed to be the one having infertility. Then another one also, we did a follicular tracking. She was tracking the ovary to know when is the right time for her to meet with the husband. Now, unfortunately, she wasn't getting the support needed from the husband. So when we now announced, I hope your husband is available and all that. So on the day of ovulation, instead of a man being around, he traveled. So who is going to make the woman pregnant? So you can see that family support has a lot in helping the woman to get pregnant. And then now when the pressure comes, it's almost like a cycle, cycle that continues to go around. More depression you have, the more likely that you will have ovulation, and they're likely that even do other things that can now impact negatively on the ability to get pregnant. So support, and even financial support, not only psychological support, helps a lot. In our own environment, there's a way support comes. Support comes from the churches, and if you have a good church that gives you hope that it will be good one day, that God will remember you. You find out that such people, most of the time, they get relaxed. And by the time they get relaxed, ovulation occurs and they have a baby.
Okay. Finally, can you just give us solutions and how an individual can maintain a good habit for their reproductive health beyond the support and family, communication and all? As an individual, what can you do for yourself?
No, like I said, that if somebody is programmed towards having a baby, you have to start from the time the person is born. One, good nutrition and good education to make sure that the child grows very well and is not lacked in anything. Now, when a child is educated, it means that the likelihood of getting married to a home where she be catered for will be higher. Then the second part of it will be also age. This is the only single best treatment we give to our people. Getting married early. Now, what is early? Means a couple getting married around between 20 and 30 for a woman. For a man, it may be different. You can get a woman pregnant at any time. However, for a woman, that reproductive age is measured. So once you get to 40, 45, the reproduction may be difficult, except if you want to do assisted reproduction. So it is good that we start telling our daughters and our women that it's good that they should get married early. If you have made up your mind you want to live a family life, when the husbands are coming at 20 and 30, they should accept them. And then go into reproduction early. Some people even get married, they will start using contraceptives that they are still too young. Before they know what is happening, age comes in. And then what can age do to a woman? Age can bring in so many things, especially morbidities. Age will make a woman have fibroid. And when fibroid comes in large numbers, it can impact negatively on fertility. Now, the more likely you live and maybe do things, drink alcohol, live lives that are not good, the likely you are going to have more sexually transmitted infection and impact negatively on you. Now, if a woman grows older, that's the time morbidity, you see a woman, they start adding a lot of things. Obesity is not good for pregnancy, and it can also make you not to get pregnant. Now, the woman also most likely going to have develop hypertension with age. So, and also even diabetes also comes with age. So, which means that if we try to achieve pregnancy between 20 and 30, that will have the higher chances of having pregnancy. Let us not chase education alone. Let's say, this is my body, I need to keep it. Remember that reproduction is timed, and by the time you go to 30, between 30 and 40, the bell is now seriously ringing, and then tension on you will even prevent you from even ovulating around 30s, and it becomes difficult for such a person to get pregnant. And now, when the infertility occurs, it means that the person has to recognize it early. Maybe as you are preaching now, you've lived for 1 day. Please don't continue to stay in the house. Come to the hospital where a good history will be taken about you, on you. Then after that, we examine you thoroughly. Then after examination, we now conduct some investigation. And by conducting such investigation, we must always, most of the times, we learn that what is causing the infertility. And by the time we know the cause, we can apply appropriate measures that can help infertility management. Most of them may not require highfalutin things. It may just be ordinary counseling. This is time we are going to meet your husband.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate our guests for sharing those valuable insights on this important subject. As a reminder, reproductive health awareness plays a major role in family planning, healthy pregnancies, and overall well-being. Seeking accurate medical information and professional guidance can help individuals and couples make informed decisions about their reproductive health. That brings us to the end of today's program. I am Sharon Uche. Thank you for watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.